Rosanth Publishing presents Ruined by Protection. A Forced Proximity, Second Chance, Mafia Romance. Written by Sherry Blake, published by Rosanth Publishing. Feretti Syndicate Series, Book 5. All rights reserved. Subscribe to our channel to not miss any new audiobooks. Enjoy.
When he touches me, I don't see a killer. I see salvation, isolation, gaslighting, punishment. I married a man who smirked while he broke me, who threatened to murder my parents. Now I'm running from his abuse to hide with my cousin, who recently married into the Feretti Mafia cosca. Ensconced in their fabulous mansion, I encounter a dangerous phantom, the only man who ever made me feel alive. For just one unforgettable night. Matteo Caruso. Dark eyes, skillful hands, expert mouth, ruthless killer. My husband will never let me go, but Matteo swears to guard me with his life and wreak vengeance for every single one of the battle scars decorating my body. His protection comes with a price I'm not sure I can pay, but when he touches me, I remember what it feels like to be worshipped instead of owned. He kills for duty, for loyalty, for family. But will he also kill for love? I'm starting to think some prices are worth paying. But have I escaped one violent monster only to be captured by the possessive obsession of another? Dedication. For my dad, a man who carried quiet strength in a world that tried to break him. You are gone, but you remain in every word I write, and in every story where justice finds its voice. This is for you. Your Sherry. Content warning. This book contains explicit sexual content, strong language, and scenes involving assault, violence, and emotional distress. Recommended for mature audiences only.
Chapter 1. Matteo. 3 years ago. I sip my scotch and wait for the Mexican guy to finish explaining why we should consider buying their cocaine instead of our current supply chain. The meeting's been dragging for an hour now, and he doesn't realize I made my decision 20 minutes in. The Feretti family doesn't change suppliers without damn good reason, especially not when the current arrangement has been profitable for both sides. So you see, Senor Caruso, our product is superior and our delivery method more secure. He slides a small sample bag across the table, hidden by his expensive leather portfolio. I don't touch it. I appreciate the offer, but we're satisfied with our current arrangement. His smile falters. Perhaps if you tried. No. I keep my voice low but firm. The Feretti family values loyalty. Our current partners have proven theirs. The man opens his mouth to argue, then thinks better of it when he sees my expression. Smart choice. Damiano sent me to Austin to handle this meeting precisely because I know how to say no without creating unnecessary enemies. We don't need Mexican cocaine, but we might need Mexican cooperation on other matters someday. I understand. He collects his portfolio and stands. Should your situation change, you'll be the first call we make. I lie smoothly, standing to shake his hand. After he leaves, I settle back into the leather booth, in no hurry to return to my suite. The Remington bar is quiet tonight, just how I like it. Exclusive enough that the clientele knows to mind their own business, dim enough that conversations remain private. Perfect for our kind of meeting. I loosen my tie while scanning the bar. That's when I notice her for the first time. She's not the bartender who served me earlier. This one moves with a quiet grace behind the bar, her honey blonde hair caught in the amber glow of the pendant lights. She prepares a drink with practiced precision, her slender fingers working efficiently. The bar's lighting casts golden highlights through her waves as she moves, making her seem almost luminous against the dark mahogany. She's beautiful in an understated way that doesn't demand attention, but deserves it anyway. I find myself watching her hands, delicate but confident as they mix drinks and handle glasses. There's something mesmerizing about the way she works, like she's performing a dance she's known all her life. No wasted movements. My phone vibrates against the table, Damiano's name flashing on the screen. I answer without taking my eyes off the bartender. It's done. I say, keeping my voice low. They got the message. No complications? Damiano asks, his voice crisp through the connection. None. They pushed. I declined. Professional. I take another sip of scotch, watching as she reaches for a bottle on a high shelf. Her blouse rides up slightly, revealing a strip of creamy skin at her waist. Good. We don't need new suppliers or new enemies, Damiano continues. But his voice fades into background noise as I focus on the bartender's ballet. She turns to serve a customer, and I get my first full view of her profile. Fuck. Her body is a perfect balance of curves and delicate lines. The way her shirt hugs her plush mounds makes my fingers itch to trace that same path. I'm certain she has the kind of ass that would fit perfectly in my hands, round and firm, begging to be grabbed. Matteo? Are you listening? Damiano's voice cuts through my imaginings. Yeah, of course. I force myself to concentrate. The Mexicans won't be a problem. Good. My eyes track her as she leans forward to hear a customer's order, her blouse dipping just enough to hint at what's underneath. I imagine how she'd look sprawled across my bed, her hair spread out on my pillows, those delicate hands gripping the sheets. She smiles at something a customer says. Her lips are full and naturally pink, the kind that would look perfect wrapped around my cock. I shift in my seat, adjusting myself discreetly. The meeting with the Colombians is still on for Friday, Damiano continues. I need you back by Thursday. I'll be there, I promise, watching as she shakes a cocktail, her body moving in a rhythm that makes me think of other, more primal shaking. I wonder if she'd be vocal in bed or the quiet type. Something tells me there's fire beneath that composed exterior. Don't get distracted, Damiano warns, somehow sensing my attention is divided. I almost laugh. If he could see what I'm looking at, he'd understand completely. Never on the job. When she bends to retrieve something from a lower shelf, I get a perfect view of her ass through the open pass-through, and my mind fills with images of taking her from behind, my hands gripping those hips, her back arching as I drive into her. Christ, I need to get a grip. Call me when you've reviewed the numbers, Damiano says. Will do. I end the call and pocket the phone, never once taking my eyes off her. My cock hardens at the thought of her legs wrapped around my waist. I drain my scotch and decide to order another. Not because I need the drink, but because I want to hear her voice, see if it matches the fantasy building in my head.
Hazel. I mix another overpriced cocktail for the balding businessman who's been eye-fucking me for the past hour. His wedding ring catches the light as he slides his credit card across the bar, flashing what he thinks is a charming smile. You're new here, aren't you? He asks, leaning forward to invade my space. His cologne, too much of it, stings my nostrils. Just started last week, I answer, keeping my voice professional as I run his card. I don't mention that I've been bartending for years. Men like him don't care about my experience, just my measurements. I return his card with a forced smile that never reaches my eyes. Enjoy your drink, sir. He lingers, clearly hoping for more conversation, but I'm already moving to the next customer. The dismissal stings his ego. I can tell by the way his smile hardens before he retreats. The Remington pays better than any bar I've worked before, but the dress code is brutal. Tight pants and heels that make my calves burn by the end of the night. Worth it for the tips, I remind myself. Worth it for the money I can send home. I glance at the clock. 2 more hours until I can kick off these torture devices and collapse into bed. This wasn't the plan. None of this was the plan. 3 years ago, I was supposed to be graduating college, not dropping out to support my family after Dad's accident, not working 3 jobs while Mom juggled medical bills that crippled us, not watching my siblings give up their own dreams because there simply wasn't enough money. I grab a bottle of top-shelf whiskey and pour a double for a man in a custom suit. He doesn't look up from his phone, just slides cash across the bar like I'm a vending machine. At least he doesn't leer. Small mercies. The bar at the Remington is different from the dive bars I've worked before. Quieter, more expensive, filled with men who think their wealth entitles them to whatever, and whoever, they want. The money is better, but the customers are worse in their own way. Their entitlement comes wrapped in designer suits instead of cheap cologne, but there's the same hunger in their eyes. I feel it now, someone watching me. The prickle of awareness crawls up my spine as I prepare a gin and tonic. I don't need to look up to know I'm being observed. After years of bartending, I've developed a sixth sense for it. When I finally glance over, I catch him, a dark-haired man in a booth, watching me over the rim of his glass. Unlike the others, he doesn't look away when caught. He holds my gaze, unashamed of his interest. Something about him makes my skin bloom with heat. Maybe it's the confidence in his posture or the intensity in his eyes. He's dangerous. I can tell from across the room. Not the obvious kind of dangerous like the drunk frat boys who get handsy, but the quiet kind that runs deeper. I look away first, intent on mixing a mojito. I focus on muddling mint leaves, trying to ignore the weight of his stare. The mojito customer leaves a decent tip, and I'm wiping down the bar when the doors swing open. A group of 6 men in expensive suits pours in, talking loudly about quarterly projections and market share. Corporate types who think they're masters of the universe. "Miss, we'll need a table," one calls out, barely glancing at me. I gesture toward the hostess. "Angela will seat you." The hostess leads them to a large round table near the bar. Great, just what I need. A corporate happy hour to manage alone. My co-bartender called in sick, leaving me to handle the entire bar section. "Looks like you're about to get busy," a deep voice says. I turn to find him, the man who'd been watching me, now seated at the bar. Up close, he's even more striking. A well-groomed beard frames a jaw that could cut glass. His eyes are warm brown, almost amber in the dim lighting. "Busy is good," I answer, setting a cocktail napkin in front of him. "What can I get you?" "Macallan 18, neat." His voice has a slight roughness to it, like expensive whiskey poured over gravel. As I reach for the bottle, I notice his hands, strong with long fingers, a subtle tan offsetting the crisp white cuff of his shirt. There's a small tattoo on his wrist, peeking out when his sleeve rides up. A cross, simple and black. I slide him the glass. He takes a sip, watching me over the rim. Matteo. It takes me a second to realize he's offering his name. "Hazel," I reply, tapping my name tag. "Hazel," he repeats like he's tasting it. "It suits you." Before I can respond, the corporate group descends on the bar, shouting for drinks. I hold up a finger to Matteo. Duty calls.
Chapter 2. Matteo. I watch her move behind the bar, all efficiency and grace despite those ridiculous heels they undoubtedly make her wear. Hazel. Her name fits her. Those eyes the color of amber whiskey, flecked with gold and green. She handles the surge of corporate assholes smoothly, never losing her composure even when 3 of them shout orders simultaneously. Her smile remains fixed in place, professional but distant. I sip my drink, savoring the burn as I observe her. My phone buzzes with a message from Damiano, details about Friday's meeting, but I silence it without looking away from her. Business can wait 5 minutes. Women have always been simple for me. Uncomplicated. A physical release. Nothing more. I learned early that attachment is a luxury I can't afford in my line of work. Emotions make you vulnerable. Vulnerability gets you killed. I've perfected the art of temporary companionship. Beautiful women in high-end hotel rooms, expensive dinners with dessert served in bed. Clear expectations established from the beginning. No false promises. No morning after awkwardness. No strings that could become nooses. They know what they're getting. I know what I'm giving. Everyone leaves satisfied. It's a system that works. Clean. Efficient. Safe. Hazel returns to my end of the bar after setting up the corporate boys with their first round. A light sheen of sweat glistens at her temple, and she discreetly shifts her weight, easing pressure off one foot. "Sorry about that," she says, tucking a strand of honey-blonde hair behind her ear. Corporate happy hours are the worst. They think ordering an old-fashioned makes them Don Draper. I smile despite myself. Let me guess. They also undertip and over-explain how to make their drinks? God, yes. Her eyes light up with genuine amusement. One of them just told me he likes his Manhattan bold but approachable. Sounds like he's describing his LinkedIn profile. Her laugh hits me, unguarded and real. You've got a good read on people, she says, wiping down the bar. What do you do, Matteo? Import-export, I answer automatically. The standard cover. Logistics management. Sounds fascinating, she says with just enough sarcasm to make me smile again. It has its moments. I take another sip of whiskey. Better than wrangling bold but approachable Manhattan guys. Her smile fades slightly as one of the suits approaches the bar, waving his empty glass like a flag. Duty calls again. Enjoy your whiskey.
Hazel. I head back to the suits at the far end of the bar, feeling Matteo's eyes on me as I walk away. His gaze doesn't make my skin crawl like most men do. It feels different, intense, but not invasive. Another round for the gentlemen, I announce, plastering on my professional smile. They barely acknowledge me as they debate quarterly projections and market fluctuations. As I prepare their drinks, I find my glance flicking back at Matteo. He sits with casual confidence, one hand wrapped around his whiskey glass, the other resting on the polished bar. His expensive suit fits him perfectly, but unlike these corporate types, he wears it like it's an extension of himself rather than a costume. Import-export. Sure, with those watchful eyes and that careful way of studying everyone in the room, he's either military, law enforcement, or something I shouldn't know about. But there's no wedding ring, and he hasn't tried to get handsy or make sleazy comments, which puts him ahead of 90% of the men who sit at my bar. I deliver the fresh round of drinks to the suits, then return to find Matteo's glass nearly empty. Another? I ask, already reaching for the Macallan. He nods, sliding his glass toward me. What time do you finish tonight? The question makes me pause mid-pour. I've heard this one before, usually followed by unwanted propositions and having to explain that, no, I don't want to grab a drink after serving them all night. I don't date customers, I say firmly. Bar policy. His lips curve into a slight smile, eyes crinkling at the corners. I didn't ask if you date customers. Heat crawls up my neck. Right. I study him, trying to read his intentions. I'm off at 1, I finally say. I've barely set Matteo's refilled glass down when movement at the far end of the bar catches my eye. A man in a rumpled suit waves his empty glass in the air like he's hailing a taxi. Just a minute, I tell Matteo, already moving away. The man's face is flushed from too much alcohol, his tie loosened and crooked. I recognize him. He's been here for hours with a group of coworkers who left an hour ago. He stayed behind, getting progressively drunker and louder. What can I get you? I ask, maintaining my professional smile. Another scotch, sweetheart. His words slur together. And maybe your number. Just the scotch, I say firmly. And I think this should be your last one. His expression darkens. Don't tell me when I've had enough. I pour him a half measure, sliding it across the bar. Water's on the house. I didn't ask for water. He pushes it back, sloshing liquid onto the polished wood. And I didn't ask for half a drink either. Sir, I'm required to serve responsibly. He leans forward, invading my space. The stench of alcohol and stale cologne makes my stomach turn. Listen, honey, I've spent a lot of money here tonight. The least you could do is be nice. I am being nice, I say, keeping my voice even. I'm making sure you get home safely. His hand shoots out, grabbing my wrist. Don't patronize me, bitch. My heart pounds against my ribs. I've dealt with aggressive drunks before, but something about this guy sets off alarm bells. His grip tightens, fingers digging into my skin. Let go, I say, voice low but firm. Now. Or what? He sneers. Or I'll break every finger on that hand. Matteo's voice cuts through the tension like a blade. I didn't even notice him approach. He stands beside the drunk man, looking relaxed except for his eyes, cold and focused, like a predator assessing prey. The drunk turns, sizing Matteo up. Mind your own business, asshole. Matteo doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't need to. I'm making it my business. There is a hint in his tone, the quiet certainty of a man who doesn't make empty threats, that makes the drunk hesitate. His grip on my wrist loosens. The lady asked you to let go, Matteo continues. I suggest you do it. Now. The man releases me, but his alcohol-fueled bravado hasn't completely deserted him. Whatever, drinks are overpriced anyway. He stands unsteadily, reaching for his wallet. He throws some bills on the bar. Keep the change, sweetheart. You're not worth the trouble. As he turns to leave, he bumps into Matteo, who doesn't move an inch. For a tense moment, they lock eyes. The drunk seems to finally register that Matteo's gaze holds an edge that cuts through his alcohol haze and triggers a survival instinct. He mutters something under his breath and staggers toward the exit. I rub my wrist where the drunk's fingers left red marks. The skin stings, but it's my pride that hurts more. I've handled difficult customers before, but this one caught me off guard. Thank you, I say to Matteo, who's returned to his seat at the bar. You didn't have to step in, but I appreciate it. He takes a slow sip of his whiskey, those dark eyes watching me over the rim of his glass. Does that happen often? He asks. Often enough, I shrug. Part of the job. Shouldn't be. I grab a clean cloth and wipe down the bar where the drunk spilled his drink. Welcome to the service industry. Some men think buying drinks entitles them to the poorer as well as the poor. I busy myself organizing bottles, trying to ignore the feeling of being merchandise. When I glance back, he's checking his watch, an understated but clearly expensive timepiece that catches the light as he moves. I should get going, he says, finishing his whiskey in one smooth swallow. I'll get your check. I print his tab and slide it across the bar. He barely glances at it before pulling out a sleek leather wallet and placing several bills on top, way more than necessary. Keep the change, he says, standing up. This is too much. I push some of the money back toward him. He gently slides it back. You earned it. Dealing with idiots like that guy deserves hazard pay. Our fingers brush, and the brief contact sends a ripple of warmth up my arm. I pull my hand away quickly, suddenly conscious of how close we are, leaning toward each other across the bar top. Thank you, I say, tucking the bills into my apron pocket, for the tip and the rescue. Maybe I'll see you around, Hazel. The way he says my name makes it sound like something precious. He holds my gaze for a moment longer, then turns and walks away. I watch him leave, his confident stride carrying him through the thinning crowd and out the door. What the hell was that? I shake my head, trying to clear it. I slice lime with more force than necessary, annoyed at myself. This is ridiculous. I don't even know the man. He's clearly wealthy, probably used to getting whatever and whoever he wants. The definition of a one-night stand guy. And I am definitely not a one-night stand girl. I'm a relationship person. Always have been. The few times I tried casual, it ended with me getting hurt, while the guy moved on without a backward glance. Besides, I don't have time for relationships, let alone meaningless hookups. Between my shifts here, my morning job at the cafe, and sending money home to help with Dad's medical bills, my life is already overbooked. The last customer leaves at midnight, giving me time to clean up before my shift ends. I wipe down the bar for the 1,000th time, enjoying the quiet after hours of noise and chaos. My feet throb, and I can't wait to kick my heels off. Usually I'm not closing alone, but today is one of those days that I have to do the job for 2 people. I'm unloading the garnish tray when a voice breaks the silence. Need a hand with that. I nearly drop the container of olives. Matteo leans against the bar, watching me. Bar's closed, I say, wiping like a maniac, not looking at him. I don't want to drink. I finally turn up my eyes to meet his gaze. Then what do you want? His smile is slow and deliberate. To make sure you get home safely after your shift. I can take care of myself. I witnessed that earlier, he says, nodding toward where the drunk grabbed me. Very impressive. I roll my eyes at his teasing. I had it under control. Of course you did. His voice holds a hint of laughter. But it's late, and I'm offering a ride. I stack clean glasses, buying time while my mind races. Is this your standard approach? Rescue the damsel, then invite her to your room? Who said anything about my room? His eyebrow arches, though the offer is open if you're interested. Heat rushes to my face. I'm not going to your hotel room. Then let me take you home. He leans forward, resting his forearms on the bar. It's after midnight. You're tired. I should say no. The smart answer is definitely no. But the thought of waiting for a bus filled with more aggressive drunks than walking 4 blocks to my apartment at this hour. I take the bus, I say instead of a direct refusal. All the more reason to accept a ride. His offer is tempting, more than it should be. Part of me wants to see what would happen if I said yes to more than just a ride. The way he looks at me makes my skin tingle. It's like he can see right through me. What would it be like to give in? Just once? The thought surprises me. I'm not impulsive. But tonight, with my wrist still tender from that drunk's grip and exhaustion weighing on me, the idea of letting someone else take control, even just for a ride home, is ridiculously appealing. Just a ride home? I ask, hating how my voice wavers slightly. Just a ride. His eyes hold mine. Unless you decide otherwise. I finish wiping down the bar, buying time while I debate with myself. The responsible part of me is screaming that this is a bad idea. The lonely, tired part is winning. Fine, I finally say. A ride would be nice. I need to grab my things from the back first. I need to get my keys from my room anyway. He stands. Meet you outside in 15? Make it 20, I say. I still need to cash out. He nods and heads for the door, leaving me standing there with a rag in my hand and my heart beating too fast. I finish closing the bar on autopilot, counting the register and preparing the deposit bag. All the while, a battle rages in my head. Say goodnight at the curb, don't invite him up, don't give him your number. I change out of the heels into my sneakers in the employee bathroom. I stare into the mirror, trying to talk some sense into myself. It's just a ride home. I tell my reflection, that's all. Part of me wants him to persuade me, to give me an excuse to make a decision I can blame on something other than my own flaring desires. I grab my bag and jacket and head out the employee exit to the parking lot, which opens to a dimly lit side lot for staff to park. Should I wait here or go around to the front? I decide to stay put. The parking lot is quiet except for distant traffic and the hum of the hotel's massive air conditioning units. My breath forms small clouds in the chilly air as I shift from foot to foot, trying to keep warm. The metallic jingle of keys draws my attention to a figure walking through the lot. I turn to greet Matteo, but the silhouette is wrong. Shorter, broader, with an unsteady gait. A businessman in a rumpled suit staggers toward me. I recognize him from earlier, not the grabby drunk Matteo dealt with, but one of the corporate group who'd been throwing back martinis all evening. He must have left something in his car. I keep my eyes down, hoping he'll pass by without noticing me. No such luck. Well, hello there, sweetheart. His words slur together. Fancy meeting you out here. I nod politely but don't engage. Good night, sir. He changes direction, veering toward me. What's the rush? Shift's over, right? You don't have to call me sir anymore. He gets close enough that I catch the sour smell of alcohol seeping from his pores. I'm waiting for someone, I say firmly, taking a step back. I'm someone. He grins, showing too many teeth. Someone who's been watching that sweet ass all night. My stomach clenches. I've dealt with this type before, the ones who think service workers are part of what they're paying for. You need to back off. I make my voice hard, the way I've learned over years of customer service. He laughs like I told a joke. Come on, don't be like that. I'm a nice guy. I'll even pay for your time. His eyes drift down my body. Bet you make more on your back than mixing drinks anyway. Anger flashes hot through me. Leave me alone. I try to step around him, but he moves faster than I expect for someone so out of control. His hand shoots out, grabbing my waist and pulling me hard against him. Don't be a tease, he growls, his breath hot and sour in my face. You've been giving me eyes all night. I push against his chest. Let go of me. Now. His grip tightens, fingers digging into my side. Playing hard to get? I like that. Fear spikes through me as I realize how alone we are in this parking lot. I writhe my body and try to knee him, but he has me pressed close so my leg can't find the maneuver. Oh, this is bad. My heart is pummeling at my chest wall, forcing itself up into my throat, making my gasps even harder. His fingers grind into my flesh and grope their way down to my ass, cupping part of one cheek into his fist as his moist face dips into my neck. His palms start their grabby path back up my body as his breath becomes hot and rasping against my skin. I open my mouth to scream, but vomit is sour on my tongue. What is it they say? Relax. Don't fight. Take your hands off her. A cold voice cuts through the night. Matteo stands a few feet away from us, his tall frame rigid with tension. I didn't hear him approach. He moved through the darkness like a shadow. The drunk turns, hands still gripping me. Mind your business, buddy. The lady and I are having a conversation. She's not interested in your conversation. Matteo's voice is eerily calm, but the iciness in his eyes makes my skin prickle. And she's with me. The drunk snorts. Doesn't look like it. Find your own peace. He doesn't get to finish. Matteo moves with startling speed, twisting the man's wrist until he screeches and his hold on me breaks. I stumble back as Matteo forces the drunk's arm behind his back, making him gasp for air. I won't repeat myself, Matteo says, his voice still conversational despite the violence in his actions. The lady is with me. You're going to apologize, then you're going to walk away. Understood? The drunk's face contorts with pain. Fuck you. Matteo applies more pressure and the man's knees buckle. Wrong answer. Try again. Okay. The businessman's voice rises in panic. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. Not to me. Matteo nods toward me. To her. The drunk's eyes meet mine, fear replacing his previous lecherous confidence. I'm sorry, miss. I was out of line. Matteo releases him with a slight push. Now get out of here before I decide an apology isn't enough. The man stumbles away, clutching his wrist and muttering curses. Matteo watches him until he disappears around the corner of the building. When he turns back to me, his expression softens. Are you okay? I nod, my heart still racing. Yeah, thanks. Did he hurt you? I shake my head. Just grab me. I'm fine.
Chapter 3. Matteo. I watch her closely, not fully buying her assurance. The way her arms wrap around herself, how her eyes dart back to where that asshole disappeared. She's rattled, even if she won't admit it. You're sure? I press, stepping closer. I'm fine, really. She pushes a strand of honey blonde hair behind her ear. Occupational hazard of bartending. That thought makes something dark twist in my gut. I don't like the idea of men putting their hands on her, drunk or sober. Ready for that ride? I ask, deliberately changing the subject as I consider hunting down every man who's ever disrespected her. About that. She looks up at me with those hazel eyes that caught me from across the bar. What exactly did you mean by a ride? I can't help the smile that tugs at my lips. You think I was being metaphorical? I don't know what to think about you. Her voice carries a hint of wariness mixed with curiosity. Come on. I gesture toward the parking area. I'll show you. She follows me, keeping a careful distance that I respect. We round the corner to where I've parked, and her eyebrows shoot up. That's yours? She points at the gleaming Harley-Davidson Road King, its chrome catching the yellow glow of the parking lot lights. Rental, actually. Only thing Texans ride, apparently. Her laugh hits me like a shot of the finest whiskey, warm, intoxicating, and leaving me wanting more. It's genuine, not the polite chuckle she gives customers at the bar. Let me guess, she says, eyes dancing with amusement. You asked for something that screams American South, and they gave you this monster? Pretty much. I run my hand over the leather seat. Guy at the rental place looked at me like I was insane when I said I wanted something practical. Told me, and I quote, "Sir, this is Texas. We don't do practical, we do statement." She laughs again, and I find myself cataloging the sound, the way her eyes crinkle at the corners, how her entire face lights up. Her laugh fades too quickly, like someone cut the music. I watch her face change. The light in her eyes dims, and her smile drops away. She sways slightly on her feet, one hand reaching out to steady herself against a nearby car. Whoa, you okay? I move toward her, ready to catch her if she falls. I'm fine. She waves me off, but her voice lacks conviction. Her face has gone pale under the harsh parking lot lights. You don't look fine. I keep my voice gentle but firm. What's going on? She presses her lips together, clearly debating whether to tell me the truth. I wait her out. I'm good at waiting when it matters. It's nothing serious, she finally admits. I haven't eaten since breakfast. Got busy and skipped lunch, then straight to work. She gives me a weak smile. Low blood sugar makes me a little dizzy sometimes. I check my watch, almost 1 a.m. No wonder she's unsteady. That's an easy fix, I say. I could eat something too. Let's get you some food. Relief washes over her face, quickly followed by hesitation. There's a taco place about 5 blocks from here. They're open late. I shake my head. The hotel restaurant has better food. They'll still be serving. Hazel's eyes widen as she checks her phone. The kitchen at the hotel closes in less than 5 minutes. We'd never make it. Want to bet? I flash her a grin that makes her blink. I don't lose, especially when food is involved. Before she can protest, I reach for her hand. Her fingers are cool against my palm, delicate but not fragile. The contact sends a jolt through me that I wasn't expecting, like touching a live wire. Come on, I say, tugging her gently toward the hotel. We're going to make it. She hesitates for just a second. Then her fingers curl around mine. This is crazy, she says, but she's already moving with me. Sometimes crazy is exactly what you need. I pick up the pace, pulling her along, especially after the night you've had. We break into a jog and her laugh bubbles up, bright and genuine. The kitchen's fluorescent lights hit us like a spotlight after the dim parking lot. Sir, miss, you can't be in here. A young waiter in a crisp white uniform blocks our path, panic flashing across his face. The kitchen is closed for the night. We just need something quick, I say, keeping my voice casual while letting my eyes harden. Nothing complicated. I'm sorry, but it's against policy. I could lose my... I step forward, still holding Hazel's hand. What's your name? The waiter swallows hard. Peter, sir. I feel Hazel's palm flinch in mine as I stare Peter down. Her fingers tense against my skin, and I can sense her discomfort without even looking at her. But I don't release her hand. Not yet. Look, Peter, I say, keeping my voice low but insistent. I understand the restaurant is closed and you've got rules to follow. But here's what's going to happen. The lady and I are going to eat in the kitchen, and in about an hour you're going to come back and clean up, just like you were already planning to do. Peter's eyes dart between my face and the exit, weighing his options. I can read the calculation in his expression. The risk of saying no to someone like me versus the risk of breaking hotel protocol. No one else is going to come in while we're eating, I continue. You understand what I'm saying? Hazel's hand twitches again in mine, a silent protest that I register but don't acknowledge. Peter swallows hard. Yes, sir, he says finally, shoulders slumping in defeat. I understand. Good man. I reach into my pocket with my free hand and pull out a folded $100 bill, pressing it into his palm. For your trouble. His eyes widen at the bill and I watch his resistance crumble completely. There's some food, but I can't cook and the chef's gone by now, he says, voice steadier now. I'll handle it myself. Thank you, Peter. He nods, backing away toward the door. I'll come back in an hour, sir. Before we continue into the story, do us a favor. Like this video and hit the subscribe button, because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads-free, Visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now, back to our story.
Hazel. I stare at Peter's retreating back, my mouth hanging open in stunned shock. The kitchen door swings shut behind him with a soft whoosh, leaving me alone with Matteo in the gleaming industrial kitchen. What just happened? I whisper, finally pulling my hand from his. The warmth of his palm lingers on my skin. Matteo turns to me, his expression completely normal, as if intimidating hotel staff and commandeering professional kitchens is something he does every Tuesday night. We got dinner, he says simply, his dark eyes watching me. I gesture wildly at the door, made that poor guy give us the kitchen. He could lose his job. He won't, Matteo says with absolute certainty. And he's $100 richer. I shake my head, trying to process what I just witnessed. The way Peter's face changed when Matteo stepped closer, from annoyed to afraid in seconds. The way Matteo's voice dropped, becoming something dangerous and compelling. It should make me want to run. It should set off every alarm bell in my head. Instead, heat pools low in my belly, and I feel a shameful thrill run through me. There was something magnetic about watching him take control, bending the world to his will with nothing but his presence and a few quiet words. You okay? Matteo asks, his head tilting slightly as he studies my face. I'm not sure, I answer honestly. I think I'm still processing how you just did that. His lips quirk up at one corner. Did what? Made him do exactly what you wanted. I cross my arms over my chest. It was like watching someone flip a switch. 1 minute he was saying no, the next he caved and couldn't get away fast enough. People generally do what I ask, Matteo says, matter of fact rather than boastful. Is that so? I raise an eyebrow, trying to regain my composure. And what if I decide I don't want to do what you ask? A glint flashes in his eyes, amusement, challenge, and something darker I can't quite name. Then you don't, he says simply. I'm not in the business of making women do things they don't want to do, Hazel. The way he says my name, like he's rolling it delectably across his tongue, sends another inappropriate shiver down my spine. Now, he continues, we need to find something to eat before you pass out on me. He turns away, scanning the kitchen with the confidence of someone who belongs there. I follow him, still slightly dazed. You're completely crazy, I tell him, watching as he opens a massive stainless steel refrigerator. Breaking into a hotel kitchen? Who does that? I prefer to think of it as practical, he says without looking back at me. You needed food. The food was here. I solved the problem. By terrifying a waiter and bribing him? By compensating him for his flexibility. Matteo corrects, his voice amused. And I didn't terrify him. I just persuaded him. I snort. Is that what you call it? What would you call it? He glances over his shoulder, his expression genuinely curious. I'd call it, I search for the right word, intimidation with style. He laughs, a rich sound that echoes off the stainless steel surfaces. I'll take that as a compliment. Matteo peers into the massive walk-in refrigerator, his broad shoulders blocking my view. Well, he says, satisfaction coloring his voice. Look what we have here. He steps back, revealing the contents of the fridge. My eyes widen as I spot what he's looking at. A tray of fresh lobster tails and what looks like a container of some kind of dipping sauce. Lobster? I can't keep the surprise from my voice. I was thinking more along the lines of a sandwich. We're in the Remington Hotel, Hazel. Matteo's voice carries a hint of amusement as he pulls out the tray. You don't eat sandwiches at the Remington. I eat sandwiches everywhere, I counter, but my eyes are fixed on the lobster tails, their massive, bright orange shells glistening under the lights. Those look expensive. They are. He sets the tray on the stainless steel prep table and moves with surprising confidence through the kitchen, gathering a few small plates and utensils. and probably destined for some corporate dinner tomorrow. I think we deserve them more. I watch him, fascinated by his ease in this space. He moves like he owns it, opening drawers and cabinets without hesitation. How do you know your way around a professional kitchen so well? I ask. I appreciate good food. He glances up at me, a spark in his dark eyes, and I pay attention to details. He lifts the tray and nods toward a door at the back of the kitchen. The larder should be quieter. I follow him, curious despite myself. The larder is a small room with a large wooden table in the center, surrounded by shelves stocked with dry goods and spices. It smells of herbs and flour. Matteo sets the tray on the table and suddenly turns to me. In one smooth motion, he lifts me by the waist and sits me on the edge of the table. I gasp, my hands automatically gripping his shoulders for balance. "What are you doing?" I manage to ask, though my voice comes out huskier than I intended. He stands between my knees, his hands still at my waist, making sure you don't fall over from hunger. His face is inches from mine, and I can smell his cologne, which makes me want to lean closer. His eyes drop to my lips, and heat rushes through me so fast I go dizzy. Or maybe that's the hunger. I swallow hard, trying to regain my composure. I think we need crackers for the claws. His lips curve into a knowing smile, but he doesn't call me out on my obvious deflection. These are just tails, no claws. Oh, I feel my cheeks warm. Right. But we do need to get them out of the shell. He steps back, giving me space to breathe, and picks up one of the lobster tails. I expect him to reach for a knife or some tool, but instead he grips the shell with both hands and cracks it open with a single powerful twist. The sound makes me jump slightly, but I'm mesmerized by the sight of his strong hands breaking through the hard shell with such ease. "Show off," I murmur, but I can't look away. He separates the meat from the shell like scooping a woman's flesh from a silk gown, then tears off a bite-sized piece. Instead of setting it on a plate, he holds it up to my lips. "Open," he says softly. My heart hammers against my ribs. This feels more intimate than a kiss would be. Him feeding me with his bare hands, watching my mouth with such intensity. I should refuse. I should insist on using the plates and forks he gathered. Instead, I lock eyes with him and slowly part my lips. He places the lobster meat on my tongue, his fingertips barely brushing my bottom lip. The contact sends electricity shooting through me. I close my mouth, tasting the sweet, rich meat along with the ghost of his touch. "Good?" he asks, his voice lower than before. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. The lobster practically melts in my mouth, buttery and decadent. Matteo watches me chew and swallow, his eyes never leaving my face. There's something primal in his gaze, something that makes me feel both vulnerable and powerful at once. "More?" he asks. When I nod again, he prepares another piece. This time, when he feeds me, I close my eyes, savoring both the flavor and the sensation of his fingers against my lips. I open my eyes to find him watching me with an intensity that steals my breath. No one has ever looked at me like this, like I'm precious and wild all at once.
Chapter 4. Matteo. Watching Hazel eat from my fingers is a special kind of torture. Her eyes flutter closed as she takes each piece of lobster, those full pink lips closing around the morsel, and my fingertips. My cock stiffens against my zipper with each small brush of her mouth. She sits perched on the table, honey waves cascading over her shoulders, catching the light from the overhead fixture. The harsh kitchen lighting should make her look washed out, but instead it gives her skin a golden glow. Her cheeks have a flush that wasn't there before, hunger or arousal, I'm not sure which. Maybe both. I break off another piece of lobster, larger this time. "Open," I command. Her eyes meet mine, a flash of defiance in those hazel depths before she parts her lips. I place the meat on her tongue, deliberately letting my fingers linger against the soft wetness of her mouth. She doesn't pull back, simply closes her lips around my fingertips for the briefest moment before I withdraw. "Fuck," I mutter under my breath. "What?" she asks, slightly breathless as she swallows. Nothing. I break off another piece, trying to focus on the task rather than how badly I want to replace the lobster with my tongue. Just making sure you're getting enough to eat. Her legs remain slightly parted where I'd positioned her on the table, and I'm standing between them, close enough to feel the heat of her body. Her work uniform, that tight black shirt and those form-fitting pants, leaves little to imagination, but my mind fills in the blanks anyway. It's delicious, she says, and her tongue darts out to catch a drop of buttery juice on her lower lip. My cock throbs painfully at the sight. I shift my stance, trying to ease the pressure. Don't you want some? She asks, noticing I haven't eaten any myself. I'm enjoying watching you eat, I admit, my voice rougher than I intended. Her eyes widen slightly, pupils dilating. She knows exactly what's happening between us. The air feels charged, electric with possibility. I break off another piece of lobster, this one dripping slightly. I dip the lobster piece into the aioli I brought with me and hold it up to her lips. Try this. She opens her mouth, taking the morsel and my fingertips together. This time she closes her eyes and makes a small noise in the back of her throat, a moan so soft it's almost inaudible, but it hits me. Fuck me. I want to be balls deep inside her right fucking now. The thought is so intense it's almost painful. I want to lay her back on this table, push those tight pants down her legs, and bury myself in her. I want to hear that moan again, louder this time, with my name mixed in. As she chews, I notice a small smear of the garlic aioli on the corner of her mouth. Perfect. You have a little... I gesture to the corner of her mouth. She raises her hand to wipe it away, but I catch her wrist. Her pulse jumps beneath my thumb. Let me, I say. I slide my thumb across the corner of her mouth, collecting the creamy sauce. Then, deliberately, I trace her full bottom lip with my thumb, spreading the aioli in a slow glide across the pink flesh. Her breath catches, her pupils dilating until those hazel eyes are mostly black. I hold her gaze as I cup her jaw with my free hand, my fingers threading into the silky hair at the nape of her neck. Her skin is warm beneath my palm, soft in a way that makes me want to touch every inch of her. Matteo, she whispers, my name a question on her lips. I don't answer with words. I pull her face toward mine and press my mouth to hers, my tongue sweeping across her bottom lip to taste the sauce I'd just spread there. The garlic aioli is good, but she tastes better, sweet and warm and alive. For a heartbeat, she freezes. Then she melts against me, her hands coming up to grip my shoulders. I deepen the kiss, angling her head exactly how I want it, taking control of her mouth the way I've been imagining since I first saw her behind that bar. She makes that soft noise again, that barely there moan that drives me fucking crazy. I growl in response, my hand tightening in her hair. I press closer, stepping fully between her thighs where she sits on the table. Her legs part further to accommodate me, and I can feel the heat of her through the layers of our clothes.
Hazel. His mouth crashes against mine, and everything in my world narrows to this moment. This man. This kiss. Matteo tastes like danger and expensive whiskey, his tongue sweeping across mine with confident possession. My brain short-circuits, unable to form a single coherent thought beyond the electric sensation of his lips on mine. The rough scrape of his beard against my sensitive skin sends shivers racing through my core. I should stop this. I should push him away. I should. But I can't think of a single reason why I should stop. Not when his hand cradles my jaw so tenderly while his kiss devours me. Not when heat pools between my thighs, my body responding to his touch like he's flipped some hidden switch inside me. His other hand slides to my waist, fingers digging into my hip as he pulls me closer to the edge of the table. My legs part instinctively as he presses his body against mine. The hard bulge of his arousal pushes against my center, and I gasp into his mouth as the delicious pressure suffuses my entire body. Fuck, I whisper against his lips, unable to contain the word. He smiles against my mouth, a predatory curve of his lips that I feel rather than see. That's the idea, Bella. His lips trail down my neck, teeth grazing my pulse point. My head falls back, giving him better access as pleasure spirals through me. Each nip of his teeth, each stroke of his tongue sends another wave of heat to my center. I'm embarrassingly wet already, my panties damp beneath my work pants. I slide my hands from his shoulders to his chest, feeling the solid muscle beneath his smooth cotton shirt. My fingers curl into the pristine fabric, pulling him even closer. I need more contact, more pressure, more everything. Matteo groans against my throat, his hands tightening on my waist before yanking my tucked shirt free. "You feel what you do to me," he says, grinding his hardness against me. The raw desire in his voice makes me tremble. I've never wanted anyone this badly, this quickly. Something about Matteo bypasses all my usual caution, all my carefully constructed walls. "Tell me what you want, Hazel," he commands, his voice a rough whisper against my ear. His hand slides under my shirt, calloused fingers tracing the bare skin of my lower back. "Tell me exactly what you need." His touch burns like a brand, marking me as his. I arch. The unabridged version is available on our website. With the code YT25, enjoy 25% discount. Thank you for watching. By the way, where are you listening from? Comment below.
Chapter 5. Matteo. I pull away from Hazel, still trying to catch my breath. My legs feel unsteady as I step back, taking in the sight before me. She's sprawled on the table, hair wild around her flushed face, her body glistening with sweat. The table beneath her is soaked, evidence of what just happened between us. Fuck. That was unexpected. As I take my condom off, I can't stop the satisfied grin spreading across my face. The confusion on her face when she squirted tells me everything I need to know. This is new territory for her. The thought that I'm the first to make her body respond that way sends a possessive thrill through me. "You okay?" I ask, pulling on my pants. Hazel sits up slowly, wincing slightly. "I think so. That was intense." I watch as she slides off the table, her legs trembling beneath her. She nearly stumbles, and I reach out to steady her with one hand while fastening my belt with the other. "Careful there, Bella." I can't help the smugness in my voice. "Your legs working all right?" She shoots me a look, half embarrassment and half something else. Pride, maybe. That's never happened before. I figured. I pull my shirt on, not bothering with the buttons yet. "First time squirting?" Her cheeks flush deeper as she nods, reaching for her panties and attempting to balance on one foot to put them on. She wobbles again and I step closer, placing a steadying hand on her hip. "Oh my God," she says suddenly, looking at the mess on the table and floor. "I need to clean this up. We can't leave it like this." I take a moment to appreciate the view as she bends to retrieve her bra, the perfect curve of her ass, the red marks from my fingers on her hips. My cock twitches with renewed interest, despite having just come. "Don't worry about it," I tell her, picking up her shirt from where I tossed it. "Peter will handle the cleanup." "But that's," she sputters, gesturing at the wet table. "That's embarrassing. I can't let him see that." I step behind her, pressing my chest to her back as I hand her the shirt over her shoulder. My lips brush her ear as I speak. "What Peter doesn't know is that he'll be cleaning up the sweetest juice in the entire universe." She turns her head, our faces inches apart. Those hazel eyes widen, pupils still bloated from pleasure. Something passes between us, a current of electricity that hasn't diminished one bit. I need to have her again, soon. "Let me help you," I say, taking the pants from her hands. I gather the fabric and hold it open for her to step into. She does. My fingers trail along her skin as I pull the zipper up, deliberately slow. "There," I say, "though it seems a shame to cover you up when I'm just going to take it all off again in a few minutes." Her breath catches. What do you mean? I cup her face in my hand, my thumb tracing her bottom lip. I mean, I'm not nearly done with you yet, Hazel. That was just the beginning. But I'm going to take you back to my room, I tell her, my voice dropping lower. And I'm going to make you squirt again, and again, all night long. Her pupils dilate further, her lips parting slightly. Matteo. I want to hear you scream my name until your voice gives out, I continue, pulling her closer. I want to taste every inch of you. She swallows hard, her hands coming to rest on my chest. The kitchen. We'll be fine, I finish for her. Trust me. I step back, buttoning my shirt quickly before grabbing my jacket. I take her hand, leading her toward the door. Before we leave, I pull out my wallet and leave a stack of bills on the counter, far more than necessary for the lobster and the cleanup. In the empty hallway, I pull her to me again, unable to resist tasting her lips once more. She melts against me, her body soft and pliant. When I break the kiss, I see my desire mirrored in her eyes. She wants this as much as I do. Without warning, I bend and scoop her into my arms. She lets out a surprised squeak, her arms automatically wrapping around my neck. What are you doing? She asks, laughing. Taking what's mine, I answer simply, carrying her toward the elevator. Her weight is nothing in my arms as I stride through the hotel's back corridor. She feels right there, her head tucked against my shoulder, her scent filling my senses. I can walk, you know, she protests weakly. Maybe, I concede with a smirk, but your legs were shaking pretty hard back there. And besides, I press the elevator call button with my elbow. I like having you in my arms. We get inside and she is still heavy breathing. I watch the doors close with Hazel cradled in my arms. The moment we're alone, I set her down, pressing her against the mirrored wall. Her eyes are wide, lips parted, chest still rising and falling rapidly. What floor? She asks breathlessly. I reach past her to press the button for the presidential suite, my body caging hers against the wall. Top floor. Before she can respond, my mouth is on hers again, hungry and demanding. My hands find her hips, pulling her against me so she can feel how hard I am again already. The elevator begins its ascent, but I have other plans. Without breaking the kiss, I reach over and hit the emergency stop button. The elevator jolts to a halt, and a small alarm bell chimes once before falling silent. Hazel pulls back, surprise flashing across her face. What are you? I can't wait, I growl, dropping to my knees in front of her. Need to taste you right now. Her eyes stretch as I pull down the zipper of her pants, tugging them down her legs. She steps out of them without protest, her breathing quickening. Matteo. We're in an elevator, she whispers, glancing nervously at the camera in the corner. I smirk up at her. Don't worry about that. Security knows better than to check when I stop the elevator. I stand again, lifting her effortlessly. She gasps, wrapping her legs around my waist instinctively. I carry her to the corner of the elevator, positioning her so her back is supported by the walls meeting at a right angle. Hold on to the handrails, I command. She obeys, gripping them tightly as I position her onto my shoulders.
Hazel, I slip out of bed, careful not to wake him. My body aches in the most delicious way as I pad across the plush carpet toward the floor-to-ceiling windows. Moonlight spills through the glass, casting the presidential suite in silver shadows. This place is bigger than my entire apartment. The living area alone could fit my bedroom 3 times over. Leather furniture, crystal decanters on the bar cart, and artwork that probably costs more than I'll make in a year. Everything screams money and power. I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly feeling small and out of place. Just a bartender working all hours to make ends meet. Turning back to the bed, I watch Matteo sleep. He looks different like this. softer somehow. The dangerous edge that envelops him when he's awake has melted away. His dark lashes rest against his cheeks, his full lips slightly parted. The sheets pool at his waist, revealing the sculpted planes of his chest and the tattoos marking his skin. My fingers touch my lips, still swollen from his kisses. I've never experienced anything like what happened between us tonight. Not just the physical pleasure, though God knows that was unlike anything I've ever felt, but the intensity of the connection. I've always chosen safe men, predictable men who wouldn't challenge me or hurt me, men I could walk away from when things got complicated. Matteo is none of those things. My body responds to him in ways I didn't know were possible. He touched places inside me no one has ever reached, and I don't just mean physically. That terrifies me more than anything. I press my thighs together, feeling the pleasant soreness between them. 3 times since we got to the suite, and each time more intense than the last. My cheeks heat, remembering the things he whispered in my ear, the way he made me beg. But tomorrow, he'll be gone, back to his real life, whatever that is. I'm not naive enough to believe I'm anything more than a one-night stand to a man like him. I touch the wildflower tattoo on my wrist, tracing the delicate lines with my finger. What am I still doing here?
Matteo. I wake to sunlight streaming through the windows. I forgot to curtain last night. My body feels relaxed, satisfied in a way I haven't experienced in years. I reach across the bed, seeking Hazel's warmth, but my hand finds only cool sheets. Hazel, I call, pushing up onto my elbows. The space beside me is empty. I scan the room, noticing the absence of her clothes that were scattered across the floor last night. The door to the bathroom stands open, lights off. Hazel, I call louder, throwing back the sheets and getting out of bed. No answer. I check the bathroom anyway, finding it empty. The living area of the suite is equally deserted, no sign of her anywhere. A knot forms in my stomach as I walk back to the bed, running a hand through my hair. That's when I spot it. A small folded piece of paper on her pillow. I snatch it up, unfolding the hotel stationery to find her neat handwriting. Matteo, thank you for last night. I didn't want to wake you. Have a good flight back to New York. Hazel, no phone number, no call me sometime. Nothing but a polite thank you and goodbye. The paper crumples in my fist as I stare at the empty bed. Last night replays in my mind, her gasps, her smile, the way she trembled under my touch. And now she's gone. Fuck.
Chapter 6. Present day. Hazel. The black silk sheets slide against my skin like cool water as I lie back on the enormous bed. My breath comes fast and shallow, my heart racing with anticipation. Matteo stands at the foot of the bed, his powerful frame silhouetted in the dim light. The muscles in his arms and chest flex as he moves, revealing the intricate lines of his tattoos. The small cross on his wrist catches my eye. Something about seeing that intimate detail makes my stomach flip. You're so fucking beautiful. And then I'm gasping awake in my bedroom, sheets tangled around my legs, my body covered in a thin sheen of sweat. The space beside me is empty. No Matteo, just another dream. I untangle myself from the damp sheets and swing my legs over the side of the bed. My body still aches with phantom pleasure, the dream lingering in my system like a drug. I press my fingers to my temples, willing away the image of Matteo's hands on my skin, his voice in my ear. 3 years since that night, and he still haunts my dreams. The hardwood floor feels cool against my bare feet as I pad across the massive bedroom. Everything in this house is cold. The hand-carved 4-poster bed, the silk sheets, the crystal chandelier hanging from the coffered ceiling. A beautiful prison. I glance at the clock on the nightstand. 3:17 a.m. Elliot won't be back until tomorrow night. At least I can breathe for a few more hours. The hallway stretches before me, all marble floors and museum-quality artwork. I trace my fingers along the wall as I walk, careful not to disturb anything. Elliot notices if even a single item is out of place. The house is exactly as he wants it, perfect, sterile. In the kitchen, I flip on the small light above the sink rather than the main overhead. The marble countertops gleam in the dim light. I remember the first time I saw this kitchen, how impressed I was by the professional-grade appliances, the custom cabinetry, the wine refrigerator stocked with bottles worth more than I could make in a month at the bar. Now I see it for what it is, another showcase of Elliot's wealth, another way to display his power. I fill a glass with water from the refrigerator dispenser. I take a long sip, trying to wash away the old memory of Matteo. It doesn't work. It never does. 2 years ago, I was still tending bar at the Remington when Elliot Montgomery walked in. It was the same hotel bar where I'd met Matteo the year before, though I'd tried my best to forget that night. After Matteo, I threw myself into work, picking up extra shifts and sending more money home to my family. I couldn't afford to get distracted by handsome strangers with dangerous smiles, but I did, and somehow hoped that he would come back. He didn't. Elliot came to the Remington every Tuesday and Thursday for 3 weeks straight, always sitting at the bar, always ordering the same drink. Unlike the other businessmen who frequented the hotel, Elliot was polite. He tipped well, but didn't make a show of it. He asked questions about me, real questions, and actually listened to the answers. "You should let me take you to dinner," he said one night, his perfect smile gleaming under the bar lights. I declined. "I don't date customers." "Then I'll stop being a customer," he replied smoothly. "I'll find another bar." I laughed. There are easier ways to get a date. "I don't want an easy date. I want you." His persistence wore me down. I considered switching bars, getting a new job, just to escape his attention, but something about his charm kept me there. After a month of gentle pursuit, I finally agreed to dinner. He took me to the most expensive restaurant in Austin, where the maitre d' knew him by name. Over wine that cost more than my entire grocery budget, Elliot told me about his family's construction empire, the buildings they'd built across Texas, the legacy he was set to inherit. "You work too hard," he said, reaching across the table to take my hand. His touch was gentle, his manicured fingers smooth against my bartender's calluses. "Someone like you deserves to be taken care of." I pulled my hand away. "I take care of myself." "And your family," he added. "Your father's medical bills, your brother's education." I stiffened. "How do you know about that?" "I make it my business to know about things that matter." His eyes were kind, his voice soft. "It's not right what you're going through. A woman like you shouldn't have to work so many hours just to keep her family afloat." One dinner turned into 2, then 3. Elliot was charming, attentive, generous. He sent flowers to my apartment, gift cards to my mother, a laptop for my brother. When Mom lost her job at the insurance company, budget cuts, they said, Elliot was there with connections and promises. "I know people," he assured me. "We'll find her something better." But weeks turned into months, and no one would hire her. The bills kept coming. Dad's condition worsened, requiring more expensive treatments that we couldn't afford. Jake's college applications were due, but the scholarship he was counting on fell through. Then Elliot proposed. 6 months after our first date, he took me to a private rooftop garden overlooking the city. Under a canopy of twinkling lights, he dropped to one knee and opened a velvet box containing a diamond ring that caught the light like a small sun. "Marry me, Hazel," he said, his voice full of promise. "Let me take care of you. Let me take care of all of you." I stared at the ring, at his hopeful face, at the future he was offering. "Your mother will have a job at Montgomery Industries," he continued. "The best health insurance for your father. A full scholarship for Jake at any university he chooses." My heart hammered in my chest. This wasn't how I'd imagined my life unfolding, but what choice did I have? My family was drowning and Elliot was throwing us a lifeline. "Your family won't suffer anymore," he promised, sliding the heavy ring onto my finger. "Say yes, and everything changes." I looked into his eyes, kind and earnest. I made my choice. Yes, I whispered. The wedding was a lavish affair covered by local society magazines. Elliot spared no expense. My mother wore designer clothes for the first time in her life. Jake looked handsome in his tailored suit. Dad was able to walk me down the aisle thanks to a new treatment Elliot had arranged. As promised, Mom got a position in the HR department at Montgomery Industries. Dad's medical care was covered by the company's premium insurance. Jake received a full ride at UT Austin. Everything changed, just like Elliot said it would. I set my empty glass in the sink and stare out the kitchen window at the manicured garden beyond. I made my choice. I saved my family, and I've been paying for it ever since.
Matteo. I lean back in my chair, studying the blueprints spread across the conference table. The Venetian Rose Casino's new security system is impressive. Maybe too impressive. These camera blind spots are intentional. I tap my finger on 3 separate locations marked in red on the schematics. Daniel nods, his military short hair catching the light from the overhead fixtures. Damiano's orders. Some conversations need privacy, even from our own security feed. Smart. I trace the path from the main gaming floor to the private rooms. But risky. The Sartori family could exploit these gaps if they knew about them. They don't. Daniel's voice is certain. These plans are eyes only for Feretti security leadership. I nod, appreciating the thoroughness. This joint venture with the Sartori family requires a delicate balance. Partnership on the surface with careful protection of our interests underneath. The casino represents millions in legitimate business, plus the additional benefit of having a neutral meeting ground for more sensitive discussions. What about staff rotation? I ask, flipping to the personnel schedules. I'm seeing too many Sartori people on the main floor during peak hours. Daniel's jaw tightens. I noticed that too. Ricardo keeps pushing for more of their dealers during high-stakes play. Unacceptable. I make a note on the margin. We need equal representation at all times, especially when whales are in the building. My phone vibrates against the table. Damiano's name flashes on the screen. I glance at Daniel, who immediately starts gathering the papers. Damiano, I answer, switching to Italian. We were just finishing up the security review. Good. His voice is clipped, all business. I need you in my office once you're done. We need to discuss the charity gala next month. The one at the casino? I check my watch. I'd planned to review the shipment manifest for our Colombian friends this afternoon, but Damiano's priorities always come first. Yes, the guest list needs adjustments. The way he says it tells me this isn't just about adding a few names to the invitations. I'll be there in 20. And Matteo, Damiano continues before I can hang up, once you're finished with Daniel, send him to Lucrezia. She wants to go shopping. Daniel will be thrilled, I say dryly, catching Daniel's grimace as he overhears his assignment. He'll survive, Damiano replies, no sympathy in his voice. My office, 20 minutes. He hangs up without waiting for confirmation. I set my phone down and look at Daniel, who's already standing, resignation written across his face. Babysitting duty, he asks. Lucrezia needs a shopping companion. I stack the blueprints neatly. Daniel runs a hand over his buzz cut. I check that all the security documents are properly gathered. These plans can't leave this room except in the secure briefcase Daniel brought them in. Children's Hospital Annual Gala. The casino hosts it every year. Perfect opportunity to display the legitimate side of our business while rubbing elbows with New York's elite. I slide the papers into the leather portfolio. And an excellent chance to make certain political connections. Daniel nods, understanding the subtext. The casino may be our most visible business, but the real value comes from the relationships we cultivate there. Judges who look the other way, police captains who ensure our territories remain undisturbed, politicians who can be persuaded to vote in our interest. Good luck with Lucrezia, I say, unable to resist a small smile. Maybe take her to Bergdorf first. That usually puts her in a good mood. Daniel grunts, clearly unenthusiastic about his assignment. I'd rather face down a cartel hit squad. No, you wouldn't. I clap him on the shoulder. At least Lucrezia won't shoot you. Probably. Funny. He secures the briefcase with a click of the locks. I follow Daniel down to the underground parking level beneath the Feretti office building. The garage is pristine, polished concrete floors and perfect lighting. No dingy corners or suspicious stains here. The Ferettis keep everything immaculate, whether it's their money laundering or their parking garages. I'll meet you there, I tell Daniel as he heads toward his black Audi SUV, the standard issue vehicle for Feretti security. My Ducati Panigale waits in its reserved spot, gleaming under the overhead lights. I run my hand over the sleek red body, feeling the cool metal beneath my palm. This bike is the one indulgence I allow myself, pure Italian engineering and speed. Daniel gives me a nod as he slides into his car. Try not to get yourself killed on that thing. Where's the fun in that? I grin, swinging my leg over the seat and feeling the machine come alive beneath me. I pull out first, the SUV following behind as we exit onto the street. The mid-afternoon Manhattan traffic is heavy but predictable. I weave between cars while Daniel remains trapped in the gridlock. The bike gives me freedom in a city where space is the ultimate luxury. 20 minutes later, I pull up at the Feretti mansion in the most exclusive part of the Upper East Side. Daniel arrives a few minutes after me, looking annoyed at being left behind. As I remove my helmet, I spot Lucrezia waiting at the entrance. She's dressed in jeans and a leather jacket. Her dark hair falls in perfect waves around her shoulders, and her expression is the usual mix of boredom and irritation. At least that's what she wants to show. We all know that she uses that as a shield. I can't blame her after what she's been through. Finally, she calls out as Daniel parks. I've been waiting 10 minutes. I can't resist. Daniel's really excited about your shopping trip. He was just telling me how much he loves holding your bags while you try on clothes. Daniel shoots me a death glare as he climbs out of the SUV. Lucrezia's lips twitch with amusement. Is that right, Daniel? You enjoy being my personal pack mule? Daniel stands at attention, his face carefully neutral. Whatever you need, Miss Feretti. She laughs, the sound surprisingly light coming from someone who usually projects such a hard exterior. Relax, both of you. I'm not in the mood for much shopping today. I raise an eyebrow. Lucrezia Feretti not in the mood for shopping? That's like saying the Pope isn't in the mood for Mass. I might just go meet Sienna for coffee instead, she continues, pulling out her phone to check something. She's at that new place in Soho. Daniel visibly relaxes and I bite back another smile. Coffee's still a security concern, Daniel says, professional as always. I'll drive you. Lucrezia rolls her eyes, but doesn't argue. In our world, solo outings aren't an option for someone of her status. Too many enemies would love to get their hands on Damiano Feretti's sister. Your brother's waiting for me, I tell her, tucking my helmet under my arm. Try not to torture Daniel too much. No promises, she says with a wicked smile. He's so much fun to mess with. I'm standing right here, Daniel mutters. I know. Lucrezia pats his arm condescendingly. That's what makes it fun. I leave them to their bickering and head inside. The mansion is a fortress disguised as a palace, classic architecture on the outside, state-of-the-art security on the inside. 2 guards nod at me as I enter, not bothering to check my credentials. Everyone knows who belongs and who doesn't in this house. The interior is all Renaissance art and modern Italian design. Old money mixed with new power. I walk through the main hall toward Damiano's office, my footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. Damiano's office is at the back of the house, a massive room with windows overlooking a private garden. I knock twice before entering, not waiting for permission. Few people can get away with that, but Damiano and I have history that predates his rise to power. Matteo, he acknowledges without looking up from his computer. Close the door. I do as instructed and take a seat in one of the leather chairs facing his desk. I wait in silence, knowing better than to rush him. Finally, he looks up. The security plans for the casino are finalized? Yes, though I've noted some concerns about the staff rotation. Sartori's pushing for more of his people on the floor during peak hours. Damiano's expression hardens slightly. I'll speak with Ricardo about it. Now, he continues, about this charity gala. Chapter 7. Matteo. I kick my shoes off the moment I walk into my apartment, dropping my keys in the crystal dish by the door. The tension in my shoulders starts to melt away as the door clicks shut behind me, sealing out the chaos of the day. My place is nothing like the Feretti mansion. No marble floors or priceless artwork. But it's mine. Clean lines, modern furniture, and floor-to-ceiling windows with a view across the city. Worth every penny for the privacy and the escape it provides. I shrug off my jacket, drape it over the back of a chair, and head straight for the bar cart in the corner of the living room. The cut crystal decanter catches the late afternoon light as I pour 2 fingers of scotch into a heavy glass. The first sip burns just right, warming my throat and chest. With drink in hand, I sink into the leather couch and close my eyes. The silence wraps around me like a blanket. No guards, no Damiano, no family business. Just me and the distant hum of the city below. These moments are rare. Moments when I'm not Matteo Caruso, Feretti family enforcer and problem solver. When I'm just me. My phone vibrates in my pocket, shattering the peace. Fuck, I mutter, and consider ignoring it. But in my line of work, ignored calls have consequences. I pull it out and check the screen. Noah Rivera. Even better. I take another sip of scotch before answering. What? Good to hear your voice too, asshole, Noah says, his tone casual but with that underlying edge he always carries. You busy tomorrow? Why? I'm already dreading whatever he's about to say. Need you to come with me to JFK to pick up Evelyn's cousin. I sit up straighter, irritation flaring. You're joking, right? Since when am I your personal chauffeur? Since never. But I need backup. For an airport family pickup, I can't keep the sarcasm from my voice. What, is her cousin some kind of ninja assassin? Funny, Noah says flatly. Look, it's a security thing. Then take Daniel. Or literally any of the other guys whose actual job is security. Damiano specifically asked for you. I pinch the bridge of my nose. Noah, I'm not your fucking problem solver. Go to the airport, pick up the girl, bring her back. How complicated can it be? You think I want to spend my day at JFK with you? There's a hint of amusement in his voice now. I've got better things to do. Then go fuck yourself, I say without heat. I've got plans. Noah laughs, the sound sharp and knowing. No, you don't. I drain my scotch, annoyed because he's right. Still not going. Damiano insisted, Noah says, his tone shifting to serious. I lean back against the couch cushions. When Damiano insists on something, it's not really a request. And if he's concerned about security for a simple airport pickup, there's more to this than Noah's telling me. What aren't you saying? I ask. Nothing you need to worry about now. Just be ready at noon. Her flight lands at 2. I exhale slowly. Fine, but you're buying me lunch. Whatever makes you feel better, princess, Noah says, and I can practically hear his smirk through the phone. Fuck you, I reply automatically. Love you too. See you tomorrow. He hangs up before I can respond. I toss my phone onto the couch beside me and stare out at the city skyline. The sun is starting to set, painting the glass towers gold and orange. It's beautiful in a cold, distant way, like so much of the life I've built. With a sigh, I push myself up and head back to the bar cart for a refill. If I have to spend tomorrow babysitting some civilian with Noah Rivera, I'm going to need to unwind tonight. The scotch pours amber and smooth into the glass. I hold it up to the fading light, watching how it catches and transforms the color. I take my drink to the windows, gazing out at the city lights beginning to flicker on across New York. Family. That's what it all comes down to with the Ferettis. Not just blood, but the bonds we've built, the loyalty we've earned. It's fucking ironic. I kill people for a living, or arrange for them to disappear, solve problems, and make threats that aren't empty. But the Ferettis treat me like one of their own, like family. I take another sip, letting the fine single malt scotch burn down my throat. The Ferettis operate on a code most people wouldn't understand. Honor, respect, loyalty, family above all. It sounds noble until you realize what family business actually means. It means blood. It means dead bodies. It means making sure the right people are scared and the wrong people disappear. And I'm good at it. Too good, maybe. I run my thumb around the rim of the glass, thinking about how I got here. From a Brooklyn kid with no education other than street smarts to Damiano Feretti's go-to problem solver. The climb wasn't pretty, but it was effective. With Alessio, Damiano's right-hand man, taking personal time, I've been picking up the slack. Usually I don't mind. I like being useful, being needed. But babysitting some civilian? That's not exactly in my job description. I drain my glass and pour another. 3 fingers this time. The thing about working for the Mafia, the thing no one tells you, is that it's mostly business. Boring, everyday business. Moving money, making deals, keeping records that will never see the light of day. It's meetings and phone calls and spreadsheets. Until it's not. Until it's a gun in your hand or blood on your shoes or a body that needs to disappear before sunrise. I press my forehead against the cool glass of the window. Below me, the city moves on, oblivious. People going home to families. People who don't have to worry about whether tomorrow's job involves a gun or a handshake. The compass tattoo on my forearm catches my eye, a reminder to stay true to my course, to remember what matters. Family, loyalty, finding my way through the darkness. Fuck, I'm getting philosophical. Must be the scotch. I knock back the rest of my drink and set the glass down harder than necessary. The sound echoes in the empty apartment. It's not that I resent Alessio. The man's earned a break. He's Damiano's shadow, always on call, always in the middle of whatever shit is going down. But his absence means everyone else shifts up a rung, and now suddenly I'm handling things that would normally be his problem, like whatever this airport situation is tomorrow.
Hazel, I keep my sunglasses on even though we're inside the plane. They hide the tears that won't stop falling, no matter how many times I wipe them away. Not that anyone's looking. The businessman beside me is too absorbed in his laptop to notice the woman quietly falling apart in seat 14B. 2 years of marriage, 2 years of slowly disappearing inside my own home. I didn't think it would come to this. Running away with nothing but a hastily packed carry-on and the cash I'd been secretly stashing in my tampon box for months. The one place Elliot would never look. The flight attendant passes along the aisle, her smile faltering when she catches sight of me. I turn to the window, pretending to be fascinated by clouds. I don't need her concern or questions. I've had enough of both to last a lifetime. "Would you like something to drink?" she asks. "Water, please," I murmur, my voice still raw from crying in the airport bathroom. She hands me a plastic cup, her eyes lingering a moment too long on my face. I wonder if she can see past the makeup, the glasses, past the designer clothes that don't belong to the frightened girl wearing them. I take a sip and close my eyes, remembering last night's phone call. "Evelyn?" My voice trembled as I locked myself in the guest bathroom, the only room without cameras. I need to run. There was a pause, then my cousin's voice, sharp with concern. From Elliot? Just her understanding, the fact that she didn't need me to explain, broke something in me. A single tear slides down my cheek at the memory. "Yes," I whispered. "Come to New York," she said immediately. "I'll meet you at the airport. Just tell me when." No questions about why. No lecture about trying to work things out. Just immediate, unconditional help. "I don't want to drag you into this," I'd said, guilt already creeping in. "He has connections. Money." "So do I," Evelyn replied with steel in her voice. "And I have friends who can help. Powerful friends." I didn't ask what she meant. I didn't care. All that mattered was my escape. The plane hits turbulence, jolting me back to the present. My hands grip the armrests, knuckles white. It's nothing compared to the storm I left behind. Last night. Elliot came home in one of his moods. I'd learned to read the signs, the tight jaw, the precise way he hung his coat, the silence that wasn't really silent, merely a countdown to explosion. I'd done everything right. Dinner was gourmet, the house spotless. I wore the dress he liked. I was the perfect, pretty doll he'd married. But it wasn't enough. It never was. I take another sip of water, letting the cool liquid soothe my raw throat. The bruise on my cheekbone throbs beneath the makeup, a constant reminder of what I'm running from. It wasn't always like this. Or maybe it was, and I just couldn't see it. Elliot was charming at first, attentive in ways no man had ever been. He noticed everything, my favorite flowers, how I took my coffee, which earrings I wore most often. I thought it was romantic, the way his eyes followed me across a room, how he always seemed to know where I was and who I was talking to. "I just want to take care of you," he'd say, his fingers brushing my hair back. "Let me handle everything." And I did. God help me, I did. It started small. He'd frown when I wore certain outfits. "That color doesn't flatter you, sweetheart," he'd say, voice gentle but eyes hard. Soon, clothes I liked would mysteriously disappear from my closet, replaced by things he'd chosen. My phone started acting strangely 6 months into our marriage. Battery draining fast, apps opening on their own. When I mentioned getting a new one, Elliot insisted on handling it. "I know people in tech," he said. "Let me take care of it for you." The new phone worked perfectly, and I never questioned why he needed my passwords. The businessman beside me shifts, and I flinch automatically. The reaction is instinctive now, a Pavlovian response to sudden movement. I hate that my husband has taken even this from me, the ability to exist in the world without fear. I think about the cameras he installed throughout our house. "For security," he'd explained, kissing my forehead. "I need to know you're safe when I travel." It seemed reasonable at the time. He was protecting me, loving me. I didn't realize he watched the footage, every second of it, every day. "Why did the pool guy stay for 45 minutes on Tuesday?" he asked casually over dinner one night. "The pool only takes 30 minutes to clean." My stomach had dropped. He was explaining the new chemical system. Elliot's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Next time, don't invite him inside for water. It sends the wrong message." I hadn't invited him in. The pool guy had asked to use the bathroom, but I knew better than to correct Elliot when that look was in his eyes. The flight attendant passes again, and I press myself smaller against the window. My thoughts drift to my friends, or the absence of them. One by one, they fell away after my marriage. Elliot always had reasons. Lisa was jealous of our happiness. Jen was a bad influence. Each time he'd comfort me through the necessary distancing. "You have me," he'd whisper. "I'm all you need." I traced the edge of my wedding ring, the diamond catching light from the sun beyond the airplane window. Elliot always said it was flawless, just like I needed to be for him. Perfect, controlled, his. The truth is that Elliot doesn't love me. He loves owning me, possessing me, controlling every aspect of my existence. And the most terrifying part? He thinks that is love. In his twisted mind, the obsessive control is how he shows he cares.
Chapter 8. Matteo. The sleek black Escalade cuts through morning traffic like a shark through water. I drum my fingers against my thigh, watching the city blur past the window. The leather seat beneath me is butter soft, the car's interior smelling of Italian cologne and new leather, but none of it improves my mood. "You're quiet today, Matteo." Noah's voice breaks through my thoughts. His eyes flick to me briefly before returning to the road. I shrug. Not much to say. Truth is, I'm pissed about this whole situation. JFK airport pickups aren't part of my job description, and I wanted to relax today. In the back seat, Evelyn shifts, the soft rustle of her clothing drawing my attention. She catches my eye and offers a small smile before returning her attention to her phone. The charity gala is coming together nicely, Evelyn says, breaking the silence. Damiano must be pleased with the RSVPs. Noah grunts in agreement. Senator Williams confirmed yesterday. That makes 3 politicians in our pocket. They're not in our pocket, Evelyn corrects gently. They're supporting a good cause. Noah's laugh is dark and amused. Sure, Bella. Whatever helps you sleep at night. I stare out at the gridlocked traffic ahead, my patience wearing thinner by the minute. We should have taken the helicopter. For an airport pickup, Noah scoffs. Bit excessive, even for you. At least we wouldn't be sitting in this shit. I gesture at the sea of cars ahead. Your cousin, I say, turning slightly to address Evelyn. What's her story? Evelyn looks up from her phone, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Hazel? We grew up together. She's more like a sister than a cousin. That's not what I asked. I catch the brief flash of hesitation in Evelyn's eyes before she answers. She's going through a difficult time, that's all. And that's why we're personally picking her up instead of sending a driver, I press, not bothering to hide my irritation. Noah's eyes meet mine, a silent warning to back off. I ignore him. Look, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I'd like to know what I'm walking into. I turn further in my seat to face Evelyn. Is she in trouble? Running from someone? Evelyn's fingers tighten around her phone. Please, Matteo, just let it be for now. I'm about to push harder when Noah cuts in. We're here. The Escalade pulls into the terminal drop-off area. I step out, scanning the crowded entrance. Force of habit. Noah hands the keys to a valet with a generous tip, and we make our way inside. JFK is a fucking nightmare as usual. Masses of people rushing in all directions, announcements blaring overhead, the smell of stale coffee and fast food hanging in the air. We find the arrivals board, and I check the flight from Austin. Delayed, I mutter. Of course. An hour, Evelyn confirms, looking at her phone. I sigh, running a hand through my hair. Perfect. We find a coffee shop near the gate and claim a table. Noah orders espresso for each of us, and I watch as he places a protective hand on Evelyn's lower back. The tenderness in that simple gesture still surprises me sometimes, considering what I know Noah is capable of. After the barista delivers our coffee, I decide to try again. So why the Feretti mansion? I ask, keeping my voice casual. Evelyn stirs her espresso slowly. Lucrezia insisted. Lucrezia. That catches me off guard. How does she even know about your cousin? I mentioned the situation to her, Evelyn says, not meeting my eyes. She was adamant about helping. I nod, even though I'm confused. Evelyn sighs, watching my face and probably recognizing my confusion. I don't know much, honestly. Hazel called me out of the blue asking for help. She sounded scared. She pauses, choosing her words carefully. I told Lucrezia that my cousin needed somewhere safe to stay for a while, and she immediately offered the mansion. And you didn't ask why your cousin suddenly needed a safe house? I can't keep the disbelief from my voice. She's family, Evelyn says firmly. When family asks for help, you help. Questions come later. I lean back in my chair, studying her. Evelyn's usually open face is now a careful mask, but I detect something in her eyes. Worry, maybe fear. Whatever's happening with her cousin, it's serious. Fine, I say.
Hazel, my heart bangs against my ribs as the plane finally touches down at JFK. The past hours feel like a fever dream, sneaking out while Elliot was gone, the taxi to the airport, the feeling that he would somehow know where I was heading even though I left my phone behind. I know he will track the call with Evelyn. Every time the flight attendant walked past, I tensed, half expecting her to lead Elliot's security team. But they didn't appear. I made it. I adjust my sunglasses as passengers start grabbing their bags. My hands shake as I pull my small carry-on from the overhead bin. It contains everything I could safely take. Some clothes, my mother's locket, and the cash. Not much to show for 24 years of life on this earth. The walk through the terminal feels endless. Every security guard makes my pulse spike. Every announcement over the PA system sounds like a warning. I keep my head down, sunglasses firmly in place despite being indoors. Finally, I exit, walking toward the arrivals hall where Evelyn promised she'd be waiting. I scan the crowd, searching for my cousin's familiar face. Then I spot her, waving frantically, her hair bouncing as she jumps to be seen above the crowd. Relief floods through me so powerfully that my knees nearly buckle. "Hazel," she calls, pushing through the throng of people. I rush toward her, dropping my bag as she wraps her arms around me. The familiar scent of her envelops me. For the first time in months, I feel safe. "You made it," she whispers fiercely in my ear. "You're here. You're safe now." My throat tightens as tears threaten to spill. I want to collapse in her arms, to finally let go of the terror and tension I've been carrying. But something makes me look up, past Evelyn's shoulder. And that's when I see him. My body goes rigid. This can't be happening. This can't be real. Matteo. He's standing a few feet away, those intense amber-brown eyes locked on mine, his expression shifting from irritated boredom to shock horror. The same chiseled jaw, the same broad shoulders, the same man who's haunted my dreams for 3 years. "What the hell?" I whisper, my voice barely audible. I can't speak, can't move, can't figure how the man I spent one unforgettable night with 3 years ago is standing in JFK Airport staring at me like he's seen a ghost. Next to him, I briefly scan another man, tall, dark-haired, dangerous-looking, watching this reunion with calculating eyes. My entire body goes cold as I stare at Matteo. The shock of seeing him paralyzes me completely. I'm vaguely aware of Evelyn's hand on my arm, her voice asking if I'm okay, but it sounds distant, underwater. 3 years. 3 years since that night in Austin, the kitchen table, the hotel suite, the way he touched me like I was something precious, the way I slipped away before dawn. And now he's here, in New York, with my cousin. "Hazel, are you all right?" Evelyn's voice finally breaks through my daze. I force myself to nod, unable to tear my eyes away from Matteo. He's even more handsome than I remember, his dark hair slightly longer, his jaw more defined, his presence somehow more commanding. He's wearing a custom-cut suit that fits him perfectly, highlighting the broad shoulders I once dug my nails into. But his eyes, those warm brown eyes that once looked at me with such hunger, show absolutely no recognition. "Hazel, this is Matteo Caruso," Evelyn says, gesturing toward him. "He works with Noah." Matteo steps forward, extending his hand. "Nice to meet you, Hazel." "Nice to meet you." The words hit me like a slap. He doesn't remember me. Not even a flicker of recognition crosses his face as he takes my trembling fingers in his, the same fingers that once traced every inch of my body. "Likewise," I managed to choke out, my voice sounding strange even to my own ears. His grip is firm, professional, completely devoid of any hint that we ever touched before today, that we were once as intimate as two people can be. I was just another one-night stand, a bartender he fucked in a hotel kitchen and then forgot about completely. The irony doesn't escape me. All these years I've carried the memory of that night like a secret treasure, pulling it out for comfort during my darkest moments with Elliot. The way Matteo looked at me, touched me, made me feel. It was my private escape whenever reality became too much to bear. And he doesn't even remember my face. "You look pale," Matteo says, his brow furrowing slightly. "Rough flight?" I nod, not trusting my voice. His accent is exactly as I remember it, that hint of Italian making every word sound like a caress. "Let's get you to the car," Evelyn says, wrapping her arm around my shoulders. "You must be exhausted." I let her guide me, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. The man Evelyn called Noah takes my small carry-on, and Matteo walks ahead, clearing a path through the crowded terminal. My mind races, trying to make sense of this impossible coincidence. How is Matteo connected to Evelyn? What kind of work does he do with this Noah person? Can it really be simple import-export? And why doesn't he remember me? Was I really so forgettable? I study his back as he walks ahead of us, the confident stride, the way people instinctively move out of his path. What world has my cousin gotten herself into? Evelyn was always the sensible one, the violinist with a promising career. How did she end up connected to men like Matteo and Noah, who practically radiate danger? You're going to love the Feretti mansion, Evelyn whispers as we follow the men through the terminal. It's beautiful, and you'll be completely safe there. Mansion? Safe? The words don't compute. I came to New York expecting to crash on Evelyn's couch in some tiny apartment, not stay in a mansion with men who look like extras in a movie about organized crime. Evelyn, I whisper back, who are these people? She squeezes my shoulder. Friends. Powerful friends who can help. I'll explain everything later. My stomach knots with fresh anxiety. What have I done? I've escaped one dangerous situation only to land in another I don't understand. As we approach the exit, Matteo turns back to look at us. Car's waiting, he says to Noah, who nods and takes the lead. Outside, a sleek black SUV with tinted windows idles at the curb. Noah opens the rear door and Evelyn guides me inside. She slides in next to me while the men take the front seats, Noah driving. As we pull away from the curb, I catch Matteo watching me in the side mirror. His eyes are unreadable, dark and deep. He can't see I'm returning his observation because of my dark glasses. I avert my gaze to stare out the window at the unfamiliar New York landscape. I want to laugh at my own naivety. I want to cry at the unfairness of life.
Chapter 9. Matteo. The traffic on the Van Wyck Expressway crawls forward at a snail's pace. Hazel. The bartender from Austin. The woman I fucked senseless in a hotel kitchen 3 years ago. The woman who disappeared before dawn, leaving nothing but a curt note. She's sitting in the backseat right now. And she's Evelyn's fucking cousin. I glance in the side mirror again, catching her profile as she stares out the window. Same honey blonde hair, same delicate features, same woman who's popped into my thoughts at random moments for 3 goddamn years. What are the chances? 1 in a million? 1 in a billion? My stomach twists with suspicion. This can't be coincidence. No fucking way. Is she following me? Did she somehow track me down? Find out who I really am, who I work for? The thought sends ice through my veins. If she's been stalking me, if she knows about the Feretti family. I shift in my seat, fighting the urge to interrogate her right here in the car. My mind races through possibilities, none of them good. Could she be working for our enemies? The Volkovs? Law enforcement? You okay? Noah asks quietly, his voice low enough that the women in the back can't hear. Fine, I bite out, not taking my eyes off the road. But I'm not fine. I think back to that night in Austin. Did I say something? Reveal anything about who I really was, what I really did? I'd been careful, stuck to my cover story about import-export. But what if I slipped up? What if she figured something out and has been planning this all along? What if she knew all along? My jaw clenches as another possibility hits me. What if she's running from something serious? Something that could bring heat down on the Ferettis? I need to get control of this situation. Fast. As soon as we reach the mansion, I'll find a moment alone with her. I'll figure out what game she's playing. Because there's no way this is just some cosmic coincidence. Life doesn't work that way. I need to make a call, I say, pulling my phone out. Business. It's an excuse to think, to calm the rage and confusion boiling inside me. I dial Daniel's number, watching Hazel in the mirror as I do. She's still looking out the window, but her shoulders are tense, her posture rigid. Matteo, Daniel answers on the second ring. Just checking on security for tonight, I say, my voice all business. Any issues with the perimeter? While Daniel gives me a routine update I don't need, I observe Hazel's reaction. Nothing overt, but she's listening closely. I can tell by the slight tilt of her head, What's your angle, Hazel? What the fuck are you really doing here? The memory of her beneath me, around me, flashes through my mind. The way she moaned my name, dug her nails into my back. And now she's back, connected to my world in the most unexpected way. I end the call with Daniel and catch Noah watching me with narrowed eyes. He knows something's off. He always does. Everything good? He asks. Perfect, I lie. When the mansion comes into view, I hear Hazel's soft gasp from the back seat. The sprawling estate tends to have that effect on people seeing it for the first time. The manicured grounds, the imposing stone facade, the obvious wealth and power it represents. But all I can think about is getting her alone, demanding answers, finding out if she's a threat.
Hazel. The Feretti mansion looms before us, sprawling and magnificent against the morning sky. My breath catches as we approach the enormous gates that swing open automatically, revealing Italianate landscaped grounds that stretch in every direction. This isn't a house. It's a fortress disguised as a palace. I press my forehead against the cool glass window, trying to calm my racing thoughts. The proximity to Matteo in the car's confined space has my nerves fraying. His broad shoulders fill the seat in front of me. His strong hand grips the center rest, a hand that once explored every inch of my body. Stop it. That night meant nothing. It was just sex. Amazing, mind-blowing sex, but still just a one-night stand. That's why I left before dawn, slipping out while he slept. I didn't want the awkward morning after conversation, the empty promise to call, the inevitable waiting only to be followed by disappointment. The car rolls to a stop at the huge entrance, where massive double doors of dark wood and ornate iron await. My stomach twists with anxiety. What am I doing here? "We're here," Evelyn announces unnecessarily, squeezing my hand. "You're safe now." Am I? I glance at Matteo as he exits the car, his movements fluid and controlled. He hasn't given any indication he remembers me, which is both a relief and oddly painful. Noah opens my door, offering his hand with a gentle smile that doesn't match his intimidating frame. "Welcome to the Feretti residence." I step out on shaky legs, clutching my small bag to my chest like a shield. The mansion is even more impressive up close. Limestone walls rising 3 stories high, windows gleaming in the sunlight, every detail speaking of old money and power. The front doors swing open and a petite woman with long dark hair rushes out. She's beautiful in an intense way. "You must be Hazel," she calls, approaching with surprising speed on her high heels. "I'm Lucrezia Feretti." Before I can respond, she embraces me like we're old friends. The unexpected warmth catches me off guard, and I awkwardly pat her back with my free hand. "Thank you for inviting me to stay," I manage, my voice smaller than I'd like. "Of course." "Any family of Evelyn's is welcome here," Lucrezia says, pulling back to examine my face. "You must be exhausted from your flight." "A little," I admit, acutely aware of Matteo watching us from where he stands by the car. "Would you like to rest first?" "I can show you to your room," Lucrezia offers, already guiding me toward the porch. "Or are you hungry? Our chef can prepare something." The thought of food makes my stomach turn. What I really need is a moment alone to process everything. "Actually, I'd love to take a few minutes to freshen up," I say, forcing a smile. "The flight was long." "Of course," Lucrezia nods sympathetically. "You need some time to decompress." When we enter the foyer, I try not to gawk at the soaring ceilings, the marble floor, the crystal chandelier. Everything gleams with wealth and power, making me feel even more out of place in my simple jeans and sweater. Elliot is rich, but I have a very different feeling being here in this opulent palace, and I can't explain why. "I'll show you to your room," Lucrezia continues, leading me toward a grand curving staircase. It's in the east wing where you'll have plenty of privacy. I follow her up the stairs, grateful to be moving away from Matteo's penetrating gaze. I need space to think, to breathe, to figure out what I'm going to do next. That night in Austin feels like a lifetime ago. A different Hazel. Before Elliot. Before everything fell apart. Before I fell apart. It didn't mean anything. I repeat this to myself like a mantra as we walk down a long hallway lined with artwork that belongs in a museum. It was just one night. The best night of my life, maybe, but still just one night. And now, somehow, I've ended up in his world. A world that seems far more complicated and dangerous than I imagined. Here we are, Lucrezia announces, stopping at a heavy wooden door. She pushes it open with a flourish. This will be your room for as long as you need it. My breath catches as I step inside. The space is enormous, easily 3 times the size of my bedroom back in Austin. A king-size 4-poster bed dominates one wall, draped in crisp white linens that look cloud-soft. Huge windows showcase the estate grounds with gauzy curtains that filter the morning light. This is too much, I murmur, setting my pathetic little bag on an upholstered bench at the foot of the bed. Lucrezia waves away my concern. Nonsense. It's one of our smaller guest rooms. I nearly laugh. If this is small, I can't imagine what they consider large. The bathroom is through there, she continues, pointing to a door on the right. It's fully stocked with everything you might need. Towels, toiletries, robes. If anything's missing, just let me know. I nod, overwhelmed by the generosity. Lucrezia steps closer, her expression softening. Look, I know we're strangers right now, but Evelyn has told me enough. You can count on this family for anything, Hazel. She takes my hand, her grip surprisingly strong for someone so petite. Something in her eyes tells me she understands more than she's letting on. Has she been where I am? Thank you, I whisper, throat tight with emotion I can't afford to release yet. Get some rest. We can talk later. She squeezes my hand once more before heading to the door. It clicks shut behind her, and I'm alone in this palatial room that feels like a sanctuary and a gilded cage. The silence wraps around me like a blanket. No cameras watching. No Elliot monitoring my movements. Just me and my thoughts for the first time in what feels like forever. I need a shower. Need to wash away the airport grime, the fear, the memory of Elliot's hands on me last night. The bathroom is a marble paradise with a walk-in shower big enough for 4 people and a soaking tub that makes me want to cry with longing. Another time. Right now, I need to be quick. Standing before the massive bathroom mirror, I take a deep breath and begin to undress. I pull my sweater over my head slowly, wincing as the movement stretches tender muscles. The fabric catches on my shoulder and I bite my lip to keep from making a sound. When I finally drop the sweater to the floor, I force myself to look at my reflection. My face is unmarked, of course. Elliot was always careful about that. Can't have my beautiful wife showing up to a charity gala with a black eye, he'd say, as if his restraint was something to be grateful for. But my body tells another story. Purple fingerprint bruises circle both upper arms, 5 distinct marks where he gripped me too hard 2 days ago when I wore a dress he hadn't approved. An older yellowing bruise spreads across my ribs from where I accidentally bumped into the kitchen counter last week. And the newest addition, a patch of angry red skin on my back where he shoved me into the sharp edge of the bathroom door last night. Nothing serious. Nothing that won't heal in a week or 2. Nothing that would raise alarm if a doctor happened to see. Just enough to remind me who was in control. I trace the edge of a bruise with my fingertip, feeling the dull throb of pain. For 2 years, I've hidden these marks under carefully selected clothing. For 2 years, I've smiled through business dinners and charity events, playing the role of the perfect corporate wife while carrying these secret badges of my failure. Not failure, I correct myself. Survival. I made it out. I'm here, breathing, standing in this ridiculously palatial marble bathroom in a mansion belonging to people I barely know. But I'm free.
Chapter 10. Matteo. The meeting with Damiano has gone on for nearly an hour now. I've walked him through every security detail for the casino event, staff positioning, camera blind spots, emergency protocols, but my mind keeps drifting back to the woman currently occupying a guest room in the East Wing. The mayor confirmed his attendance? I ask, though I already know the answer. No one declines an invitation from Damiano Feretti. Yes, along with 2 city council members and the police commissioner. Damiano's mouth quirks up at the corner. all very eager to support our charitable endeavors. I can't help but smirk. Our charitable endeavors certainly benefit the community, especially those parts of the community sitting in Damiano's pocket. We'll need to keep the commissioner away from the back offices, I note. Even bought officials get curious after enough champagne. Agreed. Damiano closes the security file on his desk and changes the subject. Are you staying for dinner tonight? The question catches me off guard. Tonight? Ettore is preparing carbonara, your favorite. We have a guest, as you already know. My stomach growls at the thought. Ettore's carbonara is legendary. Under normal circumstances, wild horses couldn't drag me away from that meal. But these aren't normal circumstances. Not with Hazel under this roof. I'll stay for dinner, I say, keeping my voice neutral. Damiano doesn't need to know my real reason for accepting. Something in my tone must give me away, because Damiano's eyes narrow slightly. Good. He shuffles some papers on his desk before continuing. Speaking of our new house guest, I'm assigning security to her. My chest tightens. You think that's necessary? Evelyn seems to think so. Says the girl is running from something, or someone. He looks up at me. Until we know more, I want eyes on her, for her protection and ours. I nod, trying to appear merely professionally interested. Makes sense. Who are you putting on it? I was thinking Daniel. He's good with the delicate cases. Daniel's already assigned to Lucrezia, I point out, perhaps too quickly. And he's stretched thin with the casino preparations. Damiano raises an eyebrow. You have a better suggestion? I hesitate, knowing I'm walking a dangerous line. Getting personally involved is exactly what I shouldn't do. Not until I figure out who Hazel really is and what she's doing here. But the thought of Daniel watching over her, missing things, being careless, sits wrong in my gut. I can handle it, I say. The words leave my mouth before I can stop them. Damiano's expression shifts to one of genuine surprise. You? Since when do you volunteer for babysitting duty? I shrug, aiming for casual. I'm already involved. I picked her up, brought her here. Might as well see it through. I lean forward slightly. Besides, if she is trouble, I'm better equipped to handle it than Daniel. Damiano nods slowly. Fair point. But don't let it distract you from your other responsibilities. It won't. Fine. She's yours to watch. He gives me a pointed look. Just remember, we're protecting the family first. If she's a problem. He doesn't finish the sentence. He doesn't need to. Understood, I say, rising from my chair. I'll see you at dinner. As I leave Damiano's office, I try to ignore the anticipation coursing through me. I tell myself it's just the thrill of solving a puzzle, of uncovering a potential threat. But deep down I know it's more than that. Much more. I step into the hall, my mind racing with thoughts of Hazel. Before I can get too deep into these thoughts, I nearly collide with Zoe rounding the corner. She's wearing a white sundress that makes her blonde hair seem even brighter against her fair skin. Whoa, sorry, I say, stepping back. Zoe smiles, her green eyes taking in my expression. No problem. You look like you're a million miles away. She glances at Damiano's closed door. Did you piss off my husband in there? Just so I know what mood I'll find him in. I can't help but chuckle. Zoe has that effect, cutting through tension with her directness. It's why she and Damiano work so well together. Where he's all controlled power, she's unflinching honesty. As far as I could tell, he was typical Damiano. I shrug. All business, minimal bullshit. So the usual, she says with a knowing smile. Brooding but functional. Exactly. Though he did invite me to dinner. Ettore's making carbonara. Zoe's eyes light up. Oh, then he must be in a good mood. He knows that's your favorite. See you later then. She tilts her head, heading to the office. I watch her disappear into Damiano's office, envying the easy relationship she and Damiano have built. Despite all the darkness in his past, Zoe somehow found a way to his heart, and more impressively, got him to admit it.
Hazel. I don't remember falling asleep. The last thing I recall is sinking into the most comfortable mattress ever and my body finally giving in to exhaustion after days of fear and tension. A sharp knock jolts me awake. For a terrifying second, I think I'm back in Austin or that Elliot has found me. My heart hammers my ribs as I sit bolt upright. Hazel? You in there? Evelyn's voice filters through the door and relief washes over me. Yeah, come in, I call out, my voice still rough with sleep. The door opens and Evelyn steps inside, looking perfectly put together in a navy blue dress that hugs her curves. Her dark hair falls in soft waves around her shoulders. Hey there, sleeping beauty. She smiles, crossing the room to sit on the edge of the bed. You should start getting ready for dinner. I rub my eyes, trying to clear the fog from my brain. Dinner? Yes, dinner. That meal normal people eat in the evening. She smirks. You must be starving. You haven't eaten anything since you got here. My stomach growls on cue, and I realize she's right. Between the stress of fleeing Austin and the shock of seeing Matteo again, food has been the last thing on my mind. What time is it? I ask, glancing around for a clock. Almost 6. Dinner's at 7. Evelyn stands and walks to the massive closet in the corner of the room. Let's find you something to wear. I push back the covers and swing my legs over the side of the bed, wincing as my bruised ribs protest the movement. The pain is a stark reminder of why I'm here. I brought clothes, I say, gesturing toward my small carry-on. Evelyn glances at my bag with a look that's almost pitying. No offense, but I'm guessing you packed in a hurry. Besides, Lucrezia insisted I help you find something nice from the guest wardrobe. She throws open the closet doors to reveal rows of clothing in various sizes and styles. The Ferettis keep this stocked for guests who need something to wear. That's thoughtful, I say, unable to hide my surprise. It seems excessive to keep an entire wardrobe just for visitors. As Evelyn rifles through the clothing options, a question that's been nagging at me since the airport finally bubbles to the surface. Evelyn, I start, keeping my voice discreet even though we're alone. These people, are they criminals? Her hands pause on a hanger and she turns to face me. For a moment, she just looks at me, her expression unreadable. They're Mafia, Hazel. My jaw literally drops. I knew something was off. The mansion, the security, the way Noah and Matteo carry themselves like men accustomed to, even looking for violence. But hearing it confirmed feels like being doused in ice water. Mafia? I repeat, my voice barely above a whisper. Like actual mafia, with guns and... They're Italian, Evelyn says simply, as if that explains everything. Well, except Noah. He's Mexican-American. But yes, the Feretti family is one of the most powerful crime families in New York. I sink back onto the bed, my legs suddenly too weak to support me. And you're... what? Dating one of them? Noah and I are a couple, yes. She pulls out a dark green dress and holds it up. This would look amazing with your coloring. Evelyn, I hiss. I don't care about the dress right now. You're telling me you brought me to a Mafia compound. She sighs, laying the dress on the bed beside me. I brought you somewhere safe. Somewhere Elliot can't reach you. I can't argue with that logic. Elliot might be powerful in Austin, but even he would think twice before crossing a New York Mafia don. Who exactly am I about to have dinner with? I ask, trying to wrap my head around this new reality. Damiano Feretti is the don, the head of the family. His wife Zoe is lovely, you'll like her. Enzo Feretti is Damiano's brother. He's intense, but he's fair. Lucrezia you met. She pauses. And of course, Noah and Matteo. Matteo. The name sends a flutter through my stomach that has nothing to do with hunger. Matteo Caruso, the man who gave me the most incredible night of my life 3 years ago, is Mafia. What's Matteo's role in all this? I ask, trying to sound casual. Evelyn gives me a curious look. He's Damiano's enforcer, handles security, the things that need handling. The euphemism isn't lost on me. Enforcement, handling things, violence. And you're okay with all this? I can't keep the judgment from my voice. It's complicated, she repeats, but her eyes soften. Look, I know how it sounds, but these people, they've been good to me, and they'll be good to you too. I take a deep breath. Okay, I guess I'm having dinner with the Mafia tonight. I pick up the green dress from the bed, running my fingers over the silky fabric. It's beautiful. The kind of thing that would have cost me 2 weeks' payback when I was bartending. Do you mind if I gesture vaguely toward the bathroom, suddenly self-conscious. Evelyn waves dismissively. Please, we used to change in front of each other all the time at summer camp. Remember the summer we shared that tiny cabin by the lake? The memory brings a small smile to my face despite everything. Evelyn and I had been inseparable that summer, staying up late whispering secrets and giggling until the counselors threatened to separate us. I remember, I say softly. Before I can argue further, Evelyn plops down on the bed, clearly not planning to leave. With a resigned sigh, I turn my back to her and pull my t-shirt over my head, trying to be quick about it. I hear her sharp intake of breath. Hazel, I freeze, shirt clutched against my chest. It's nothing, I say automatically, the lie bitter on my tongue. I hurriedly reach for the dress, but Evelyn is already touching my shoulder. I turn and her eyes widen as she takes in the fingerprint bruises on my upper arms, the yellowish marks on my ribs from last week. Oh my God, she whispers. Shame burns through me. I hate that she's seeing me like this. Broken. Marked. I try to cover myself with the dress, but it's too late. He did this to you. It's not a question. I nod, unable to meet her eyes. I'm not going to make you talk about it, Evelyn says, her voice steady despite the anger I can feel radiating from her. But when you're ready, I'm here. Anytime, day or night. She helps me into the dress, her movement gentle, careful not to press any of my bruises. The dress fits perfectly, the dark green fabric falling just past my knees. You look beautiful, she says, and I can hear the effort it takes to keep her voice light. Let me do your makeup. I nod, grateful for her understanding, for not pushing me to talk when the wounds, both physical and emotional, are still so raw. Evelyn links her arm through mine as we make our way down the grand staircase. My heart plunders my insides with each step. I've spent the last 2 years playing the perfect wife at Elliot's business dinners, but something tells me this will be entirely different. You'll be fine, Evelyn whispers, sensing my anxiety. Just be yourself. Myself is currently a nervous wreck, I mutter back. She squeezes my arm. They don't bite. Well, except maybe Enzo. I shoot her a horrified look and she laughs. I'm kidding, mostly. We follow the sound of voices to a large dining room dominated by a long mahogany table. Crystal chandeliers cast warm light over the space, illuminating artwork. The room falls quiet as we enter and 6 pairs of eyes turn toward us. Everyone, Evelyn announces. This is my cousin, Hazel. A man rises from the head of the table. He's tall with dark wavy hair and intense brown eyes that seem to evaluate everything they see. His presence fills the room, commanding attention without effort. Welcome to our home, Hazel, he says, his voice deep and carrying a hint of an Italian accent. I'm Damiano Feretti, so this is the Don. Despite his welcoming words, there's something about him that makes me want to take a step back. Thank you for having me, I manage, my voice steadier than I feel. Beside Damiano, a blonde woman stands and approaches me with a warm smile that transforms her beautiful face. She's slender but strong-looking, with bright green eyes that crinkle at the corners. I'm Zoe, she says, taking my hands in hers. We're glad you're here. There's genuine kindness in her eyes, and I feel some of the tension leave my shoulders. Lucrezia bounces up next, her dark hair swinging. We've already met, but officially, I'm Lucrezia Feretti. She kisses my cheek. That dress is perfect on you. My eyes drift to the man seated beside where Lucrezia was sitting. He's massive, with a buzz cut and steely blue eyes that miss nothing. His hands rest on the table, and I notice small scars crisscrossing his knuckles. Daniel, he says with a curt nod, not bothering to stand. Evelyn guides me further into the room to where Noah waits with a small smile. Next to him sits a man who can only be Enzo Feretti. The family resemblance to Damiano is clear, though Enzo's features are sharper, more predatory. His hazel eyes darken as they flick over me, assessing before returning to the woman beside him. Enzo. He introduces himself simply, his voice a low rumble. His arm lies possessively around the waist of a slender woman with long dark hair and crystal blue eyes. I'm Sienna, she says softly. I search the room for Matteo, but he's nowhere to be seen. Please sit, Damiano says, gesturing to an empty chair between Evelyn and Lucrezia. I slide into the seat, grateful for the friendly buffer on either side. The table is set with fine china and crystal glasses that catch the light. 3 different forks line the left side of each plate, and I suddenly worry about using the wrong one, trying to recall my hotel training. Matteo will be joining us shortly, Damiano says to Enzo, as if reading my thoughts. He had to take a call. My stomach flips at the mention of his name. I reach for my water glass, needing something to do with my hands. So, Hazel, Zoe says, her voice gentle but direct. Evelyn tells us you're from Austin? Yes, I answer, setting down my glass. Born and raised. I've never been, Lucrezia chimes in. Is it as weird as they say? A small laugh escapes me. Parts of it, yes, but it's a beautiful city. And what did you do there? Enzo asks, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. I was a bartender, I say, deciding honesty is my best approach. At the Remington Hotel. Sienna tilts her head slightly. Was? I swallow hard. Yes, I got married. My husband didn't want me working. A heavy silence falls over the table. I can feel their eyes on me, searching for the things I'm not saying. And now you're here, Damiano states, his gaze intense. Yes. Before he can ask anything else, the dining room door opens and Matteo strides in. His dark eyes immediately find mine, and for a second I forget how to breathe. He's wearing a tailored navy suit that emphasizes his broad shoulders, and his face is set in hard lines. Sorry I'm late, he says, taking the empty seat across from me. Security issue at the casino. Nothing serious, I hope, Damiano says. Matteo shakes his head. Nothing we can't handle.
Chapter 11. Matteo. I take my seat across from Hazel, feeling the weight of the day settling into my shoulders. The casino security issue was minor, just a drunk tourist making threats. Here he is, our resident food snob, Noah says, smirking as he raises his wine glass. Did you have to send back the security guard's coffee because it wasn't single-origin Ethiopian? The table erupts in laughter. I roll my eyes but can't help the slight twitch of my lips. Noah's been giving me shit about my particular tastes since forever. Some of us have standards, Rivera, I fire back, reaching for the wine. The bottle is a Brunello di Montalcino. At least Damiano knows how to set a proper table. Standards? Noah snorts. Is that what we're calling it now? Remember when he made that chef in Miami cry because the risotto was, what did you call it, Matteo? An insult to my ancestors, I mutter, pouring myself a generous glass. An insult to my ancestors, Noah repeats with dramatic flair. The man nearly quit his job. Lucrezia giggles. It's not just food. Remember that girl in Milan who wore the wrong perfume? I thought Matteo was going to break out in hives. She smelled like a department store. I defend myself, feeling the familiar rhythm of family dinner banter washing over me. And her laugh was irritating. Matteo's the same with his women as he is with his food, Noah explains to Hazel, who's watching our exchange with wide eyes. Particular to the point of insanity. I look up then. directly into Hazel's eyes. Those eyes, hazel with amber flecks that catch the light. The same eyes that watched me with such intensity as I moved inside her. She looks away immediately, a flush creeping up her neck. Her fingers fidget with the stem of her untouched wine glass. I don't need to see her eyes to remember them. They've been burned into my memory for 3 years. The way they darkened when I touched her, how they squeezed shut when she came, how they softened in the aftermath. I memorized every detail of her face that night, catalogued every expression, every sound. "You're being uncharacteristically quiet, Matteo," Zoe observes, her perceptive gaze moving between Hazel and me. "Tough day?" I clear my throat. Nothing I couldn't handle. "The first course is here," Damiano announces as servers enter with plates of antipasti. The spread is impressive. Prosciutto di Parma, buffalo mozzarella, marinated artichokes, and olives imported from Sicily. I watch as Hazel eyes the food with uncertainty, hesitating before selecting an olive. She places it in her mouth carefully, and I find myself fixated on the movement of her lips. I remember how they felt against mine, soft and yielding. "Hazel," Damiano says, drawing my attention back to the conversation. "Evelyn tells me you're quite skilled behind a bar." She swallows quickly. I wouldn't say skilled exactly, just experienced. "Don't be modest," Evelyn jumps in. "Hazel could make anything. She worked at one of the top hotels in Austin." "Perhaps you could mix us cocktails sometime," Lucrezia suggests brightly, oblivious to the undercurrent. "I've been trying to perfect my Negroni for ages." Hazel smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes. "I'd be happy to." I watch her as she picks at the antipasti, selecting a piece of prosciutto with careful fingers. She wraps it around a small chunk of melon, the way Italians have done for centuries. Her movements are precise, almost delicate. She's trying hard not to draw attention to herself. 3 years ago, those same fingers dug into my shoulders, my back, my ass. I remember how she gripped me like I was the only thing keeping her from flying apart. The memory sends heat rushing through me, settling low in my gut. She takes a bite, and a tiny drop of melon juice catches at the corner of her mouth. Her tongue darts out to catch it, pink and quick. Fuck. I shift in my seat, thankful for the tablecloth hiding my growing problem. "The wine is excellent, Damiano," Enzo says, breaking through my thoughts. "Brunello?" 2010, Damiano confirms. A good year. I take another sip, barely tasting it. Hazel reaches for her glass, and I notice the slight tremble in her hand. She's nervous. I wonder if she's remembering too, the way I took her against that kitchen table, how I licked her in the elevator, then again in my suite. How many times did she come that night? 4? 5? I lost count. I imagine bending her over this very table, hiking up that green dress, tearing away whatever's underneath. Would she be as responsive now as she was then? Would she still cry out my name when she comes? "So, Hazel," Noah says, "how long do you think you'll be staying with us?" She looks up, startled. I'm not sure. I don't want to impose." "Nonsense," Lucrezia interrupts. "You're welcome for as long as you need." "Thank you," Hazel murmurs, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I drain my wine glass and reach for the bottle again. This is going to be a long fucking dinner. "Matteo will be handling your security while you're here," Damiano says casually, as if he's not just dropped a bomb at the table. Hazel's eyes widen, darting to me then quickly away. I don't think I need..." "It's not up for discussion," Damiano cuts in, his tone gentle but firm. "Everyone in this house has security, standard procedure." She nods, looking down at her plate. I can practically see her mind racing, trying to figure out how to handle being stuck with me. I imagine all the ways I could get her alone, the conversations we could have in private, the way I could back her against a wall, lift her up, and remind her exactly what she walked away from 3 years ago. How I could make her admit she remembers every moment of that night. I'm so focused on her that I almost miss the feeling of being watched. When I look up, Lucrezia's eyes are locked on mine, moving between Hazel and me with calculated interest. A knowing smirk spreads across her face and my stomach drops. Shit. Lucrezia has always been too perceptive for her own good. She tilts her head slightly, raising an eyebrow in silent question. I keep my face neutral, but it's too late. She's figured something out. Maybe not everything, but enough. She leans forward, that smirk still playing on her lips. Hazel, has anyone given you a proper tour of the house yet? I'd be happy to show you around after dinner. That's very kind, Hazel says, clearly relieved to have someone's attention other than mine. Actually, Lucrezia continues, her eyes sliding back to me with mischief, Matteo knows this place better than anyone. Since he's handling your security, maybe he should do the honors. Fuck. I'm going to kill her. Actually, Evelyn cuts in, leaning forward with a tight smile, I already promised to show Hazel around after dinner. I've been looking forward to it all day. The tension at the table shifts. Evelyn's eyes flit between Lucrezia and me, her protective instincts clearly kicking in. She knows something's off, even if she doesn't know exactly what. I take another sip of wine, grateful for the interruption. The last thing I need is Lucrezia playing matchmaker when I'm trying to figure out whether Hazel is a threat. Ginevra brings out the main course, carbonara. The creamy, rich aroma fills the air, but I barely notice. My mind is too busy cataloging the possibilities. Maybe this is just a coincidence. The world is full of them. This isn't about wanting to fuck her again, though my body clearly disagrees. This is about determining if she's a threat. I've had plenty of women since her. None of them left me still thinking about them years later. But that's beside the point. The physical attraction is just muscle memory. My body recognizing something it enjoyed before. What matters now is whether she's here on purpose. Is she working for someone? But if that's the case, why pretend not to recognize me? Unless she's playing a longer game. And why does she need protection? From whom? I need to get her alone, away from Evelyn's watchful eye. I need to figure out what her angle is before she can do any damage.
Hazel. I stare at my plate, pushing the perfectly al dente pasta around with my fork. Everyone at this table is watching me, some with curiosity, others with suspicion, especially Matteo. Every time I feel his gaze on me, my skin heats and my stomach tightens with memories I should have buried years ago. Would you like more wine, Hazel? Zoe asks, already reaching for the bottle. Just a little, thank you. I need something to steady my nerves. Now Matteo's going to be my security detail. The universe has a sick sense of humor. I take a sip of wine, hoping it will calm the storm inside me. Instead, it just reminds me of that night in Austin. The taste of alcohol on his lips as he kissed me. The way his hands felt on my skin. How he looked at me like I was something precious and dangerous all at once. What I need to be doing is figuring out what to do about Elliot. He's probably already discovered I'm gone. He'll be tracking my credit cards, calling everyone I know. I need to contact a lawyer, file for divorce, make sure my family is protected. Instead, my traitorous mind keeps replaying moments from 3 years ago. Matteo feeding me lobster in that hotel kitchen, his mouth on my neck, the way he whispered in my ear as he moved inside me. I glance up and catch him watching me again. His eyes are dark, unreadable. Matteo, Damiano says, you were in Austin for that meeting with the Rodriguez family, weren't you? My heart stops. I focus intently on my plate, afraid my face will give everything away. 3 years ago, Matteo corrects, his voice smooth and controlled, just passing through. 3 years ago, so he does remember. The exact timing, just passing through. This is how he sees what happened between us. A convenient stop along the way. Small world, Noah comments, glancing between us. You have no idea, I think. I force a smile as conversation flows around me. Damiano and Enzo are discussing some business matter I don't bother trying to understand while Zoe and Lucrezia debate the merits of a new restaurant downtown. I'm grateful for the momentary shift of attention away from me. The tiramisu here is incredible, Evelyn says, leaning toward me. Trust me, save room. I nod, though food is the last thing on my mind. My thoughts keep circling between my current predicament with Elliot and the man sitting across from me who's pretending we've never met. Elliot will be furious by now. I imagine him pacing our bedroom making calls. The cameras throughout our house will have recorded my departure, the moment I walked out with just one small bag. He'll have reviewed the footage a dozen times, scrutinizing my every move. My hand trembles slightly as I reach for my water glass. Elliot was always so particular about sex. He approached it like he did everything else in his life, methodical, controlling, focused on his own pleasure. In the beginning, I'd tried to guide him, to show him what I liked. He didn't take the suggestion well. "What's wrong with how I'm doing it?" he demanded, pulling away from me. "My ex never complained." After that, I learned to fake it, to make the right sounds, to clench my muscles at the right moment, to tell him how good it felt. It was easier than dealing with his wounded ego and subsequent sulking. Sex became another performance in a marriage filled with them. Damiano clears his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Tomorrow, I'll need Matteo with me for that meeting with the commissioner. His voice carries the easy authority of someone used to being obeyed. "Daniel will be available if you need to go anywhere, Hazel." I straighten in my chair. "Actually, I will need to go somewhere in the morning, if that's okay." "Of course," Damiano says with a nod. "Daniel will be at your disposal." Daniel, the tall security man with the buzzed haircut, gives me a curt nod from his position near the door. "I'll wait for you after breakfast, Mrs. Montgomery." The name makes me flinch. I haven't been thinking of myself as Mrs. Montgomery since I stepped on that plane. Hearing it now feels like Elliot has somehow found me. "Just Hazel, please," I say, my voice smaller than I intended. Evelyn reaches over to squeeze my hand. "I'll come with you," she says, her voice warm with support. I wait for someone to ask where I'm going or why. With Elliot, I couldn't even go to the grocery store without explaining my exact route, what I planned to buy, and how long I'd be gone. But no one here questions me. The absence of interrogation feels strange, almost unsettling in its unfamiliarity. "Thank you," I say, glancing around the table. These people, these dangerous people, are giving me more support and freedom than my husband ever did. I need to get a phone. I need a way to contact my family, to let them know I'm safe without revealing where I am. And I need a lawyer, someone who can help me file for divorce and navigate the mess that's coming. "You okay?" Evelyn whispers. I nod, although I'm anything but okay. Tomorrow I'll start taking back control of my life, one step at a time. Chapter 12. Hazel. The law office of Maria Ginelli sits on the 32nd floor of a sleek Manhattan high-rise. Floor-to-ceiling windows showcase the city sprawling beneath us, but I barely notice the view. My hands twist nervously in my lap as I sit beside Evelyn on a leather couch, facing the imposing mahogany desk where Ms. Gianelli reviews my situation. Daniel waits outside in the hallway, giving us privacy while maintaining his watchful position. "So, let me make sure I understand correctly," Ms. Gianelli says, her dark eyes sharp with intelligence. She's striking, tall with olive skin and sleek black hair pulled into a tight bun. "You've left your husband of 2 years, Elliot Montgomery, CEO of Montgomery Industries, due to ongoing physical and emotional abuse." I nod, my throat tight. "Yes." "And you've brought no documentation of this abuse? No police reports, hospital records, photographs?" "I have these," I say quietly, pulling up my sleeve to reveal the finger-shaped bruises on my forearm. "And more. But no, I never reported anything." Ms. Gianelli's expression softens slightly. "May I?" she asks, gesturing to my arm. When I nod, she comes around her desk and examines the bruises, her touch professional and gentle. "These are clearly finger marks. Recent. 2 days ago," I confirm, "before I left." She returns to her seat, making notes in an elegant leather portfolio. "Mrs. Montgomery." "Taylor," I interrupt. Please call me Hazel Taylor." She nods, understanding in her eyes. "Ms. Taylor, I won't sugarcoat this. Divorcing a man of your husband's wealth and influence will be challenging. Montgomery Industries is a Fortune 500 company with considerable resources at their disposal." "I don't want his money," I say quickly. "I just want out." "It's rarely that simple," Ms. Gianelli replies, "especially when abuse is involved. Men like Elliot Montgomery don't relinquish control easily." Evelyn leans forward. "Damiano said you're the best. That's why we're here." At the mention of Damiano's name, something shifts in Ms. Gianelli's demeanor, a subtle straightening of her spine, a new attentiveness. "Don Feretti has been a valuable client for many years," she says carefully. "If he sent you to me, then you'll have my full attention and resources. But that doesn't mean it is going to be easy." The way she says Don makes it clear she knows exactly who and what Damiano is. I wonder how many times she's helped the Feretti family navigate legal troubles, extricated them from criminal prosecution via some smart legal maneuvering. "Here's what we need to do immediately," Ms. Gianelli continues, "all business now. First, we document those bruises professionally. I'll have a medical examiner I trust meet us at my private office this afternoon." She opens a drawer and pulls out a sleek smartphone still in its packaging. "Second, you need a secure phone that your husband can't track. This is a burner with a new number. It's clean, but don't use it to contact anyone from your previous life just yet. I've talked with Mr. Feretti regarding this." I take the phone, surprised by her preparedness. "Thank you." "Third, we file for an emergency restraining order. With photographic evidence of your injuries and your testimony, we should be able to secure that quickly." "What about my family?" I ask, the worry that's been gnawing at me since I fled Austin bubbling to the surface. "My parents, my brother. Elliot controls everything. My mom's job, my dad's medical care, Jake's scholarship." Ms. Gianelli's eyes narrow. "Financial abuse is often overlooked but equally damaging. We'll need to document how he's used financial control to isolate you." "He'll hurt them to get to me," I whisper. "Not if we move quickly and strategically," Ms. Gianelli assures me. "I assume you've taken steps to ensure he can't trace you here?" "I only used cash," I confirm, "and I left my phone behind." "Good. Now, regarding your assets." "I don't have any," I interrupt. "Everything's in his name. The house, the cars, the bank accounts. I only have what I managed to save secretly, about $8,000 in cash." Ms. Gianelli makes another note. "We'll file for temporary spousal support along with the divorce petition. Given the circumstances and the disparity in your financial situations, the court should be sympathetic." Evelyn places her hand over mine. "And in the meantime, you're staying with us." Damiano was very clear about that. The lawyer nods approvingly. "That's good. You need a secure location he can't access. Now, let's talk about the divorce filing itself." She pulls out several forms and places them in front of me. "We'll cite irreconcilable differences publicly, but privately document the abuse for the judge's eyes only. This protects you from immediate retaliation while we're building our case." I stare at the papers, overwhelmed by what lies ahead. How long will this take? Honestly, it depends on how hard he fights it. A contested divorce with someone of his resources could take a year or more. A year. The thought makes me sick. A year of looking over my shoulder. A year of fearing for my family. A year of not being truly free. "But," Ms. Gianelli continues, her voice clipped, "the restraining order will provide immediate legal protection, and—" She hesitates, choosing her words carefully. "Having the Feretti family's support offers certain practical advantages that most of my clients don't enjoy." I understand what she's not saying. Mafia protection means something in this city. "What do I need to do right now?" I ask, ready to take the first step. Ms. Gianelli slides the forms toward me. "Start by telling me everything, every incident, every threat, every control tactic. Leave nothing out. The more ammunition I have, the stronger our position." I take a deep breath and begin to unpack the nightmare of my marriage, one painful memory at a time.
Matteo. My head pounds like someone's applying a jackhammer to my skull. That's what I get for mixing bourbon with scotch last night. Not my finest decision, but sleep wouldn't come after seeing Hazel at dinner. Hazel fucking Taylor, sitting at the Feretti table like she belonged there. I rub my temples, sitting in my car outside the casino after wrapping up the meeting. The sun's too bright, slicing through the windshield despite my sunglasses. I need coffee and aspirin. Maybe in an IV drip. Damiano's words from last night keep circling in my head. She needs protection while she gets her divorce sorted out. Divorce? So she got married. After me. I grab my phone and dial Daniel. "Everything good?" I ask when he picks up, keeping my voice neutral despite the throbbing behind my eyes. "All clear," Daniel responds, his voice low. "Still in the lawyer's office. Been there almost 2 hours now." I check my watch. "That long? What the hell are they discussing?" "Not my business to know," Daniel says, ever the professional. "I know Gianelli. She's sharp as a tack and ruthless in court. Damiano wouldn't send Hazel to her unless the situation was serious. What the hell is going on?" "What's the plan after?" I ask, starting the car. "Taking them to meet Lucrezia at some cafe she picked. Said she wanted girl time with the new guest." Lucrezia and her girl time. More like Lucrezia wanting to satisfy her curiosity about our mysterious visitor. Nothing happens in that house without Lucrezia knowing every detail. "Which cafe?" I ask, pulling into traffic. Daniel names a place in Soho, one of Lucrezia's favorites. Overpriced lattes and enough privacy for sensitive conversations. After hanging up, I sit at a red light, drumming my fingers against the steering wheel. Married. Hazel got married. To some asshole she's now running from. The light turns green and I accelerate a little too hard, earning a honk from the idiot in the car beside me. My headache intensifies along with my darkening mood. "What the hell happened to you, Hazel?"
Chapter 13. Hazel. I step out of the sleek black car with Evelyn right behind me, my legs still shaky from the intense meeting with Maria Gianelli. The weight of what I'm doing, divorcing Elliot, sits heavy in my chest, but there's something else there too. Relief, hope, maybe. "This is one of Lucrezia's favorite spots," Evelyn says, guiding me toward a cafe nestled between upscale boutiques. The cafe is nothing like the places I used to frequent. Everything about it screams high-end designer taste. From the huge silvery espresso machine spouting steam behind the counter to the plush velvet boudoir chairs. Crystal pendant lights hang from the ceiling, casting a warm glow over marble-top tables. The combined scent of buttery pastries and rich coffee fills the air. A Taylor Swift song plays softly in the background. Clean, I think. The lyrics about washing someone out of your hair hit a little too close to home right now. There she is. Evelyn points to a corner table where Lucrezia sits, scrolling through her phone. Lucrezia spots us and waves, her dark hair falling in perfect waves around her shoulders. She's dressed in what looks like casual wear for her, jeans and a silky blouse. Daniel takes up a position near the entrance, scanning the room with dominating efficiency. "I already ordered for us," Lucrezia says as we approach. "The lavender lattes here are divine." I slide into the seat across from her, taking in the small vase of fresh wildflowers on the table, the heavy vintage silverware, the overall sense of elite security this place seems to offer. It's worlds away from the coffee shops where Elliot would meet business associates, places where I'd sit silently beside him, careful not to speak unless spoken to. "How did it go with Maria?" Lucrezia asks, her eyes glinting with interest. "She's intense," I admit, running my finger along the cool marble tabletop. "But I think she'll help me." "Maria doesn't take cases she can't win," Lucrezia says with confidence. "And she especially enjoys taking down powerful men who think they're untouchable." A server approaches with a tray of steaming mugs topped with delicate foam art. As I wrap my hands around the warm ceramic, I realize this is the first time in a while I've been with girls at a cafe without Elliot being around. I take a sip of the lavender latte, the sweet floral notes melting on my tongue. It's delicious, but I barely register the taste as my mind races with everything that's happened since I fled Austin. "So," I say, setting down the mug and turning to Evelyn. I've been so caught up in my own drama that I haven't even asked about you. It appears you've been having some adventures these past few years. Did I really say that with an edge of snark? I didn't mean to, and I see Evelyn is disconcerted. Evelyn's fingers tense around her cup. Well, things have changed quite a bit for me, too. Are you still touring? Last I heard, you were heading to Europe for some prestigious concert series. I remember how proud our family had been when Evelyn was invited to perform with the Vienna Philharmonic. She'd been playing violin since forever, destined for greatness from the moment she first picked up the instrument. Evelyn exchanges a quick glance with Lucrezia before answering. Actually, I've taken a break from performing. A rather extended one. What? But you love playing. You've always loved it. I opened a bookshop instead, she says, a small smile forming on her lips. In the village. I nearly choke on my coffee. A bookshop? You, the girl who practiced violin 8 hours a day and dreamed of Carnegie Hall since kindergarten? Life takes unexpected turns, Evelyn says with a shrug that seems too casual. I needed something different. Something quieter. I study her face, noting the shadows that cross her eyes when she mentions her former career. There's a story there, something painful she's not sharing. But you do still play? I ask gently. Her fingers twitch slightly, as if remembering the feel of strings beneath them. Not really. Number, not anymore. Lucrezia reaches over and squeezes Evelyn's hand, a gesture so natural it speaks of a deep friendship I hadn't realized existed between them. The bookshop is wonderful, Lucrezia says. You should visit it while you're here. It has this perfect reading nook by the window. I nod, accepting the clear change of subject. I understand boundaries better than most. Since living with Elliot, I've become an expert at reading when topics are off limits. I'd love to see it, I say. I haven't had much time to read lately. I bet, Evelyn says, her expression softening. How's Uncle Jim doing? I heard his back surgery went well. Dad's better. The surgery helped a lot. I hesitate, not wanting to mention that Elliot paid for everything, that my father's medical care is one of the golden handcuffs keeping me tied to my marriage. But that's why I managed to leave eventually. Since the surgery went well, anything else will be solved as soon as I can work again to provide financial help to them. He's even talking about fishing again. The conversation drifts to safer topics. My brother Jake's college plans, Evelyn's favorite books to recommend to customers, Lucrezia's painting. But I can't stop wondering what happened to make Evelyn abandon her lifelong passion. She was always the dedicated one, the focused one. The violin wasn't just something she did, it was who she was. And then there's the other question burning in my mind. How did my classical musician cousin end up involved with a Mafia family? I wait until Lucrezia excuses herself to the restroom before leaning closer to Evelyn. Can I ask you something? I keep my voice muted, even though Daniel is positioned too far away to overhear. Of course, Evelyn says, stirring her coffee. How did you... I struggle to find the right words. How did you get connected with the Ferettis? I mean, they seem nice and all, but they're... dangerous? Evelyn supplies with a wry smile. Criminals? I nod, relieved she's not offended. Evelyn glances toward the restroom door, then back at me. It's complicated, Hazel. When I stopped performing, I was in a bad situation. Really bad. Her voice drops to a distracted whisper. I made some mistakes, trusted the wrong person. Noah helped me when no one else would or could. I want to ask more. What kind of trouble was she in? What happened that was so terrible she gave up the violin? But I recognize the haunted look in her eyes. It's the same one I see in the mirror. I get it, I say instead. Sometimes we end up in places we never expected. Exactly. Evelyn reaches across the table to squeeze my hand. Life rarely follows the path we plan, but sometimes the detours lead us somewhere better. I'm not sure I believe that yet, but I want to. I need to. Lucrezia returns, sliding gracefully back into her seat. What did I miss? Just catching up on family stuff, Evelyn says smoothly. I take another sip of latte, watching them over the rim of the mug. There's more to Evelyn's story, much more, but for now, I'm just grateful she's here. That she instantly understood what I needed when I called her in desperation from Elliot's bathroom. Some questions can wait. Right now, I'm just trying to breathe through one day at a time. I'm about to take another sip when Evelyn suddenly straightens in her chair, her eyes widening. "Hazel, did you call home yet?" she asks, alarm creeping into her voice. The mug freezes halfway to my lips. "What?" "Your family." "Have you called them since you left?" Evelyn's expression grows increasingly concerned. "They need to know you're safe." My stomach drops. The lawyer's words come rushing back to me. The warnings about Elliot, about protecting my family. In the whirlwind of escaping and meeting with Maria, I'd completely... Number. That's not true. I didn't forget. I know she's right. I've known it all along. But the thought of hearing my mother's voice, of having to explain why I ran, of possibly learning that Elliot has already started making their lives hell, it makes my chest tighten until I can barely breathe. What if he's already been there? I whisper, voicing my deepest fear. What if he's already taken everything away from them? Evelyn reaches across the table and takes my hand. That's exactly why you need to call. They deserve to hear from you first. I nod, knowing she's right. With a shaking hand, I reach into my purse and pull out the sleek black phone Maria gave me earlier. It looks nothing like my rose gold iPhone that Elliot monitored constantly. "I'll give you some privacy," Lucretia says, standing up. "I need another pastry anyway." Evelyn squeezes my forearm once more before following Lucrezia to the counter, leaving me alone at the table with the phone feeling impossibly heavy in my palm. I stare at the keypad. My mother's number is so familiar I could dial it in my sleep. But my fingers won't move. What will I say? How do I explain that I've left my husband, that I'm filing for divorce, that everything I've sacrificed for the past 2 years might have been for nothing? Daniel shifts his position near the door, his eyes constantly scanning the cafe, the street through the window. His presence reminds me that I'm not just hiding from an angry husband. I'm hiding from a dangerous man. A man who might right now be standing in my parents' living room, demanding they tell him where I am. I take a deep breath and dial. Each ring feels like an eternity. My heart bangs so loudly I'm sure everyone in the cafe can hear the drumbeat of fear. What if Elliot answers? What if he's there right now? What if... Hello? My mother's voice. "Mom?" My voice cracks on that single syllable.
Matteo. I step out of the shower, steam billowing around me as I grab a towel from the rack. My muscles ache in that satisfying way that only comes after pushing them to their limits. 2 hours in the mansion's gym, boxing, weights, and a punishing core routine has helped burn off some of the restless energy that's been plaguing me since last night. Since seeing her again. I wipe condensation from the mirror and stare at my reflection. The man looking back at me is tougher than the one Hazel knew in Austin. More scars. More blood on his hands. I dress quickly in dark jeans and a black Henley, rolling the sleeves up to my elbows. My stomach growls, reminding me I haven't eaten since breakfast. I check my phone. No messages from Daniel about Hazel, which means everything's going according to plan. Still, the lack of an update irritates me. The mansion is quiet as I make my way downstairs. Damiano's at the office, Zoe's at some charity committee meeting, and Lucrezia's with Hazel. The only sound is the distant clatter of pots and pans from the kitchen. I follow the noise and the mouth-watering aroma of garlic and herbs. Ettore, our chef, stands at the massive center island, muttering to himself in rapid Italian as he chops something with meticulous expertise. Whatever that is, I want some, I announce as I enter. Ettore looks up, his round face breaking into a grin. Matteo, perfect timing. I need a test subject. I raise an eyebrow as I slide onto one of the bar stools at the island. Test subject sounds dangerous. Bah! He waves the razor-sharp knife dismissively. For you, maybe I should try poison, eh? Save some poor woman from your charm. I smirk at the familiar banter. Ettore's been cooking for the family since before I joined, and he's one of the few people who treats me like a normal human being rather than Damiano's enforcer. "What are you making?" I ask, eyeing the array of ingredients spread across the marble countertop. "Something new for Friday's dinner." He gestures proudly to a pan where golden parcels of pasta are arranged in neat rows. "Cappellacci di zucca con salvia e burro nocciola." "Pumpkin cappellacci with sage and brown butter," I translate automatically. My stomach rumbles in anticipation. "Not just any pumpkin," Ettore corrects, wagging a flour-dusted finger at me. "Special heirloom variety from my cousin's farm in Emilia-Romagna, imported last week." Of course, nothing but the best for the Feretti table. Ettore slides a plate toward me with 3 of the plump pasta parcels, drizzled with glistening brown butter and topped with crispy sage leaves. The rich, nutty aroma makes my mouth water instantly. "Tell me what you think," he demands, crossing his arms over his chest. "Be honest." I cut into one of the cappellacci with the side of a fork. The pasta yields, revealing a vibrant orange filling. I take a bite and close my eyes as the flavors hit my tongue. Sweet, earthy pumpkin balanced with the sharp tang of aged Parmigiano, wrapped in silky al dente pasta and bathed in nutty brown butter. "Cristo," I mutter after swallowing. "That's incredible." Ettore beams with pride. "You think the Don will approve?" "If he doesn't, I'll personally handle his removal as head of the family, then report him to the Culinary Institute," I joke, already cutting into the second piece. I'm halfway through demolishing the 3rd cappellacci when the kitchen door swings open. Lucrezia's voice floats in first, followed by light laughter that stops me mid-chew. And then Noah actually tried to convince the waiter it was a traditional Italian custom. Hazel's laughter, bright and unguarded, sounds like a fucking virtuoso melody. I look up just as they enter, and for a split second, I catch sight of her smiling. It transforms her face completely, softening the wariness I've seen since she arrived. She looks younger, lighter. Then her eyes land on me. The smile vanishes instantly. Her shoulders tense, and she takes an almost imperceptible step back, like a prey animal spotting a predator. Fuck. I force myself to continue eating, stabbing the pasta with more force than necessary. "Matteo," Lucrezia says, surprise evident in her voice. "I thought you'd be at the casino all day." I swallow before answering. "Finished early." Lucrezia rolls her eyes at my brevity, then turns to Hazel. "Don't mind him. He communicates primarily in grunts and glares." Hazel's lips twitch, but she doesn't smile again. Her eyes flick to me, then away, like she can't bear to look at me for more than a second. "What are you eating?" Lucrezia asks, moving closer to peer at my plate. "Ettore's new creation for Friday," I answer, gesturing toward the chef who's watching our interaction with undisguised interest. "Pumpkin cappellacci." "Ladies," Ettore exclaims, wiping his hands on his apron. "Perfect timing. You must taste this." Hazel hesitates, glancing between Lucrezia and me. "I wouldn't want to impose." "Impose?" Ettore looks personally offended. "A beautiful woman eating my food could never be an imposition. Sit, sit." He gestures emphatically to the stools beside me. Lucrezia immediately takes one, leaving the seat next to me for Hazel. I can practically feel her reluctance as she slowly approaches and perches one thigh on the far edge of the stool, keeping as much distance between us as possible. I continue eating in silence, hyper-aware of her presence, the faint scent of lavender, the way she tucks her hair behind her ear, the careful way she holds herself. The kitchen feels 10 degrees warmer with her this close. Ettore places plates in front of both women with a flourish. "Buon appetito." "This smells amazing," Hazel says politely. I watch from the corner of my eye as she takes her first bite. Despite her obvious discomfort, her eyes widen in surprise, and a small sound of appreciation escapes her. "Fuck." "Oh my God," she murmurs. "That's incredible." Ettore beams. "You see?" Food speaks its own language. No translation needed. Lucrezia launches into a story about Ettore's legendary Christmas feast last year, filling the awkward silence. I focus on my plate, but every cell in my body remains attuned to Hazel's body beside me. She eats slowly, savoring each bite, her tongue caressing her lip. But I notice she never fully relaxes. The carefree woman laughing with Lucrezia moments ago has disappeared. Because of me. I drain my water glass, needing something to do with my hands. The 3 Capellacci are gone, and I'm tempted to ask for more just to have an excuse to stay. Which is fucking ridiculous. I've never been the type to linger awkwardly where I'm not wanted. "How was your meeting with Maria?" I ask abruptly, surprising even myself. Hazel's fork pauses halfway to her mouth. Her eyes meet mine briefly before darting away. "It was informative," she says carefully. "Maria's the best," Lucrezia adds. "If anyone can handle Hazel's situation, it's her." I nod, searching for something else to say that won't sound like an interrogation. "Daniel said everything went smoothly." "Yes," Hazel confirms, her voice quiet. An uncomfortable silence falls. Lucrezia glances between us, her brow furrowing slightly. I force myself to look away from Hazel, staring down at my empty plate instead. The silence stretches uncomfortably between us. But not with Lucrezia watching us like we're her favorite reality show. "So," Lucrezia says, clearly trying to ease the tension, "Hazel, I was thinking tomorrow we could—" A soft chime interrupts her. Hazel reaches into her pocket and pulls out a phone. She glances at the screen and something shifts in her expression. The wariness fades, replaced by a small but genuine smile that lights up her eyes. Her fingers move quickly across the screen as she types a response. Fuck me. Is that why she's getting divorced? Some other man? Not that I care who she's fucking. Not my business. Not my problem. I stand abruptly, the stool scraping against the floor. Both women look up, startled by the sudden movement. "Thanks for the taste test, Ettore," I call over my shoulder, already heading for the door. "Best Capellacci I've ever had." I feel Hazel's eyes on my back as I walk away, but I don't look back. Whatever game she's playing, I'll figure it out. Just not now. Not when seeing her smile at a text from some other man makes me want to put my fist through a wall. As I push through the kitchen door, I hear Lucrezia's voice behind me. "Don't mind him. He's always like that." I don't wait to hear Hazel's response.
Chapter 14. Hazel. I watch Lucrezia tap away on her phone as we walk down a long hallway I haven't explored yet. The Feretti mansion is like a maze. I've only seen a fraction of it since arriving yesterday. Evelyn had to run off with Noah for something, Lucrezia says, sliding her phone into her pocket. "So you're stuck with me for a bit." I don't mind. My fingers move instinctively to my ribs and I wince slightly. "I want to show you something that might cheer you up," Lucrezia says, her face brightening. "We're heading to the nursery." Nursery? I hadn't realized there were children in the house. Lucrezia's lips curve into a smile. "Yes, to see Zoe and little Sophia. Did you know Zoe is pregnant?" I blink in surprise. I had no idea. When I met her at dinner last night, I couldn't tell. "She's about 3 months along now," Lucrezia says with a laugh. "She's barely showing yet. Sophia is only 4 months old, so they'll be close in age." We turn down another corridor and Lucrezia lowers her voice conspiratorially. "At this rate, they're going to fill this whole house with little Damiano and Zoe babies. My brother acts all tough, but you should see him with Sophia, complete puddle." The thought of the intimidating Damiano Feretti melting over a baby makes me smile. "It's nice," I say quietly, "seeing a family who actually love each other." Lucrezia's expression softens and she squeezes my arm gently. "Hey, you're family now too. Evelyn's family is our family." I don't know what to say to that. Family hasn't meant safety for me in a long time. My parents tried their best, but they were always struggling. And Elliot, well, he was never family. He was a prison I built for myself. We stop outside a door painted a soft cream color. I can hear a gentle melody playing inside, a lullaby. "Ready to meet the littlest Feretti?" Lucrezia asks, her hand on the doorknob. I follow Lucrezia into the nursery and my breath catches. The room is bathed in soft, natural light from tall windows, with pale yellow walls and delicate cloud patterns painted across the ceiling. A beautiful wooden crib sits in the center, and Zoe stands beside it, gently rocking a tiny bundle. "Look who I brought to meet Sophia," Lucrezia announces softly. Zoe turns, her face lighting up when she sees us. "Hazel, come in." I step forward hesitantly, drawn by curiosity. I've never really been around babies. None of my friends have children, and I avoided the topic with Elliot after his demands became more aggressive. "Would you like to see her?" Zoe asks, noticing my interest. I nod, moving closer. Zoe shifts the bundle in her arms, and I get my first glimpse of Sophia Feretti. "She's so tiny," I whisper, unable to restrain my awe. The baby really is impossibly small, with delicate features that somehow hint at both Damiano and Zoe. Her eyelashes rest against chubby cheeks, and one tiny hand has escaped her blanket, fingers curled into a perfect miniature fist. "Would you like to hold her?" Zoe offers. My eyes widen. "Oh, I don't know if I should. I've never held a baby before." "It's easy," Zoe says, already moving toward me. "Just support her head and cradle her body." Before I can protest, Zoe is transferring Sophia into my arms, arranging my hands to properly support the baby's neck and back. The weight surprises me, so light yet somehow substantial. Sophia squirms slightly at the transfer, her eyes fluttering open to reveal dark irises that stare up at me with unfocused curiosity. "Hi there," I whisper, a strange warmth spreading through my chest. Sophia's tiny fingers flex and stretch, and without thinking, I offer my pinky. Her hand immediately closes around it with surprising strength. "She likes you," Lucrezia says, watching us with a smile. I can't look away from this tiny person, the softness of her skin, the perfect miniature fingernails, the way her chest rises and falls with each breath. It's mesmerizing. I had no idea they were this small, I admit, gently swaying as Sophia's eyelids begin to droop again. Or this perfect. I stare down at Sophia's perfect little face, mesmerized by how peaceful she looks in my arms. The warmth of her tiny body against mine creates a strange ache in my chest, something between longing and fear. "She's absolutely perfect," I whisper, unable to look away from her delicate features. Zoe laughs softly. "They aren't always this perfect, believe me. You're seeing her during a rare quiet moment." "Really?" I glance up at Zoe. "Oh yes, last night she screamed for 3 hours straight. Nothing would calm her. Not feeding, changing, rocking, singing. Damiano and I took turns walking her around the house at 3 a.m. Exhaustion is definitely part of the game as well as perfection. I look back down at the peaceful baby in my arms. It's hard to imagine her screaming for hours. Just wait. She'll show you her lungs soon enough." Zoe smiles, moving to sit in a plush rocking chair near the window. She places a hand on her still flat stomach. "I'm a little terrified about having 2 under a year-old, to be honest." "At least you have help," I say, thinking about how many people live in this mansion. "Lucrezia, even Damiano?" Zoe nods. "I'm incredibly lucky that way. I keep wondering how tough it is for women who don't have this kind of support. Single mothers, women without family nearby, those who can't afford help." Her voice grows thoughtful. "Just trying to take a shower must be impossible." Lucrezia sits on the arm of Zoe's chair. "Remember when Sophia was a couple of weeks old and you hadn't slept more than 2 hours at a stretch? You said motherhood was like being an Olympic athlete, except the event never ends and no one gives you a medal." "It's true, though," Zoe says, looking at me. "The physical demands alone, pregnancy, birth, breastfeeding, sleep deprivation. Then add the emotional marathon on top of that. Mothers are the strongest people I know. I think about my own mother, how she worked multiple jobs to keep us afloat after my dad's factory closed, how she never complained, even when I could tell she was exhausted." "My mom was like that," I say softly. "I don't know how she managed." Sophia stirs in my arms, her tiny face scrunching up before relaxing again. I adjust my hold slightly, suddenly aware of how precious this little life is. Women are incredible, Lucrezia says, watching me with Sophia. We adapt, we survive, we nurture, sometimes all at the same time.
Matteo. I leave Damiano's office with a headache brewing behind my eyes. We've gone over the casino security protocols 3 times already, but the boss wants everything perfect. Can't blame him. Our reputation depends on running a clean operation. We good? I ask, pausing at the door. Damiano nods, already looking at something on his laptop. Just make sure the new dealer on table 6 understands our standards. The mansion feels quiet as I make my way to the side entrance where I parked my Ducati. The sleek black machine waits for me like a loyal friend. I pull the keys from my pocket, ready to escape for a few hours. The casino will be a good distraction. Something makes me pause. That prickling feeling when you know you're being watched. I lift my eyes to the second-floor windows, scanning until I spot her. Hazel, standing at the nursery window with baby Sophia cradled against her chest. She's looking down at me with an expression I can't quite read, wariness or questioning. The baby's hand is wrapped around her finger. For a moment, we just stare at each other. It's fucking ridiculous how beautiful she looks holding that baby. Hazel holds my gaze for a beat longer, then deliberately turns her back to me, shifting the baby to her shoulder as she walks away from the window. The dismissal stings more than it should. I clench my jaw, shoving my helmet on with more force than necessary. The engine roars to life beneath me, and I gun it down the long driveway, taking the turns faster than I should, throwing up gravel fountains. I push the Ducati harder, leaning deeply angled curves into the road as I leave the Feretti estate behind. The engine's vibration beneath me is a living thing, pulsing between my legs like a beast I'm barely controlling. This is what I need: speed, power, the rush of wind tearing at my jacket. The bike responds to the slightest shift of my weight. We're one machine, cutting through traffic like a blade. The growl of the engine drowns out everything else, all the questions, all the confusion, all the fucking complications. I weave between 2 cars, ignoring their angry honks. The danger sharpens my focus. My heartbeat syncs with the rhythm of the engine. This is clarity. This is control. By the time I pull into the casino's private lot, my mind is clearer. I park in my reserved spot near the service entrance, running my hand over the Ducati's sleek body before I leave it. The security guard nods as I approach, punching in the code to let me through the back door. The Venetian Rose Casino pulsates with the sound of money changing hands. Slot machines chime their electronic songs while dealers call out bets at the tables. Even on a weekday afternoon, the place is busy. Exactly how we like it. I move through the back corridors, nodding at staff who know better than to stop me for small talk. My first stop is the security room, where I check in with the team monitoring the floor. Nothing unusual. A couple of card counters they're keeping an eye on. A drunk businessman who might need to be escorted out soon. Any messages? I ask before leaving. There's a woman waiting for you. The female head of the team informs me. My guard instantly goes up. What woman? Redhead, pretty. Said she was a friend of yours. Fuck. I know exactly who she's talking about. Vanessa. The woman Noah's been teasing me about for weeks. I head toward the VIP lounge where she's waiting, my irritation building with each step. Security wouldn't have let her through unless she'd dropped my name. The nerve of this woman. Vanessa sits at the bar, her red hair lying down her back in carefully styled waves. She's wearing a black dress that hugs every curve, the neckline plunging just enough to draw attention without being tacky. Expensive, calculated. Her crimson lips stretch into a smile when she spots me. Matteo, she purrs, sliding off the bar stool with contrived grace. What the fuck are you doing here? I keep my irritation muffled, not wanting to create a scene. She doesn't answer immediately, just steps closer until her body nearly touches mine. Her manicured fingers trace the lapel of my jacket as she leans in, her lips brushing against my ear. I'm horny, she whispers, her breath warm against my skin. Horny enough to want to be fucked. Right now. Just like old times. 3 days ago, those words would have been enough. I would have taken her to my office, bent her over my desk, and given us both what we wanted. No questions, no complications. But now, the thought leaves me cold. Worse than cold, it pisses me off. I step back, breaking contact. I'm working. Confusion flashes across her face, quickly replaced by determination. You've never been too busy for me before. We had sex, Vanessa. I keep my voice flat, emotionless. That's all it was. Nothing else. Her smile falters. You can't be serious. We had something special. We fucked a few times. That's it. I glance around, making sure none of my staff are within earshot. I told you when it ended. Don't show up at my workplace again. Anger flashes in her eyes, transforming her pretty face into something harder. I thought we had an understanding. Her voice sharpens. I thought... You thought wrong. I cut her off, my patience evaporating. What part of it's over wasn't clear. She studies my face, searching for something. Whatever she sees makes her jaw tighten. You'll regret this, she says quietly. We were good together. We were convenient together, I correct her. And now we're done. Security will show you out. I turn away, already reaching for my phone to call the head of security. Behind me, I hear her inhale sharply.
Chapter 15. Hazel. I think green is definitely your color, Lucretia says, holding up a silky emerald dress against my body. It makes your eyes pop. I study my reflection in the full-length mirror of the guest bedroom. The dress is beautiful. The fabric runs like water between my fingers, and tiny crystals catch the light along the neckline. I can't keep borrowing your clothes, I protest weakly, even as I smooth my hand over the delicate material. Lucrezia waves dismissively. Please. Half these things still have tags on them. She tosses the dress onto the bed and pulls open a drawer filled with jewelry. Now for accessories. Something simple, I think. You have that natural beauty thing going on. I blush, still not used to her casual compliments. In the 2 days I've been at the Feretti mansion, Lucretia has taken me under her wing like a long-lost sister. It's confusing. Nothing like what I expected from a Mafia family. Another dinner tonight? I ask, slipping behind the screen to change. We always eat together, Lucretia explains, her voice carrying across the room. It's like, I don't know, a tradition or something. Damiano insists on it, says families that eat together stay together. I pull the dress over my head, careful of my still tender bruises. Every night? Unless someone's away on business. She laughs. Though God help you if you criticize Ettore's cooking. Matteo nearly fired a guy at the casino for saying the tiramisu was too sweet. My stomach flutters at the mention of Matteo. I've been avoiding him since that moment at the nursery window, when I caught him watching me holding baby Sophia. The intensity in his eyes had been too much. I step out from behind the screen. How does it look? Lucretia claps her hands together. Perfect. Now sit. Let me do something with your hair. I perch on the vanity stool while she gathers my blonde waves into an elegant twist, leaving a few tendrils to frame my face. There, she says, stepping back to admire her work. Simple but sophisticated. Thank you, I say quietly, for everything. You've been so kind to me, yet you barely know me. Lucretia's expression softens. I love Evelyn, and she loves you. I hesitate, the question that's been burning inside me finally spilling out. Can I ask you something? Something personal? She raises an eyebrow. Of course. How do you... I struggle to find the right words. I mean, doesn't it bother you? What your family does? The moment the words leave my mouth, I feel my cheeks flush hot with shame. I'm sorry. That was incredibly rude. I didn't mean. You mean the Mafia thing? Lucrezia interrupts, her voice surprisingly calm. She sits on the bed, smoothing her skirt. You're wondering how I can act normal when my family kills people? I swallow hard, feeling like I've crossed an invisible line, but Lucrezia's expression isn't angry, just thoughtful. It's different when you're born into it, she says, twisting a silver bracelet around her wrist. I've never known anything else. This life, these rules, it's all totally normal to me. She looks up, meeting my eyes. I'm not saying it's always been easy, but the Ferettis have a code. People who aren't in our world, they think everything is black and white. Lucrezia continues, her voice taking on an edge. But regular people break their promises all the time. They lie, they cheat, they hurt each other for no reason. At least we have reasons. I think about Elliot, Harvard-educated country club member, CEO of a Fortune 500 company, a perfect upstanding citizen who broke my ribs last year because I spoke to a male server at a restaurant. The world isn't divided into good people and criminals, Hazel, Lucrezia says softly. Sometimes the monsters wear the nicest suits and have the cleanest hands. The truth of her words hits me, and I touch the fading bruise on my arm, evidence of Elliot's pristine reputation and my private hell. I'm sorry, I say quickly. I shouldn't have asked that. It was rude of me. Lucrezia waves away my apology. Don't be sorry. It's a fair question. She stands, moving to the jewelry box again. You're living under our roof. You should understand what that means. She selects a delicate gold necklace with a small emerald pendant. Here. This will complete the look. I turn so she can fasten it around my neck, grateful for the change in topic. It's beautiful. Keep it, she says. It suits you. Oh, I couldn't. Please, she interrupts with a smile. Consider it a welcome gift. The cool weight of the pendant settles against my skin. I'm embarrassed to consider that it would have taken me a month of good tips to even think of buying something like this. Back when I earned my own money, of course. Speaking of welcome, Lucrezia says, how are you settling in? Is everything comfortable? More than comfortable, I assure her. The room is gorgeous. I've never slept in a bed that comfortable before. She laughs. Wait until you try the pool house. The beds there are even better. There's a knock at the door and Evelyn pokes her head in. Are you two ready? Ettore's making that lamb dish tonight and Noah's already downstairs drooling. Lucrezia rolls her eyes. Men in their stomachs. We're coming. As we follow Evelyn into the hallway, I feel a strange mix of gratitude and unease. These people, this family of brutal criminals, have shown me more kindness in 2 days than Elliot did in 2 years of marriage. What does that say about the world? About me? I push the thought away as we descend the grand staircase. 1 day at a time. That's all I can handle right now.
Matteo. I arrive at the mansion 20 minutes early for dinner, parking my Ducati in its usual spot. My blood still boils thinking about Vanessa showing up at the casino like she had any right to be there. The fucking nerve of that woman. After the shit show at the casino, the last thing I need is Damiano on my ass for being late to another family dinner. The main dining room is empty except for Ettore, who's arranging silverware with military precision. Matteo. He nods, surprised. You're early. Miracles happen, I mutter, running a hand through my shower-damp hair. What's on the menu tonight? His eyes light up. Herb-crusted rack of lamb with rosemary juice, truffled potato puree and roasted asparagus, and for dessert, a vanilla bean panna cotta with fresh berries. I nod in approval, though my thoughts are far from food right now. They're stuck on Hazel and whether she'll be joining us tonight. Ettore disappears back to the kitchen, leaving me alone with my concerns. I loosen my tie, feeling on edge. The memory of Vanessa's manicured fingernails on my arm makes my skin crawl. We had a casual thing, just sex, nothing more. I made that crystal clear from the start. But some women hear what they want to hear. You're early? I look up to find Damiano entering, eyebrows raised in mock surprise. Don't get used to it, I reply, as he takes his seat at the head of the table. Enzo enters next, phone in hand as always. He barely glances up as he takes his seat across from me. "The Colombians confirmed for Friday," he says to Damiano. "Their shipment arrives Thursday night." "Good," Damiano responds, then gives his brother a pointed look. "No business at the dinner table, remember?" Enzo rolls his eyes but pockets the phone just as Zoe enters with baby Sophia in her arms. The tension in the room immediately softens. Even Enzo's perpetually annoyed expression eases at the sight of his niece. I hear female voices in the hallway, and my pulse quickens. Lucretia enters first, followed by Evelyn and Noah. And then, Hazel. My breath catches. She's wearing an emerald dress that clings to her curves, her honey blonde hair swept up to expose the delicate line of her neck. A small emerald pendant rests against her collarbone, drawing attention to the smooth skin of her chest. Our eyes meet briefly before she looks away, taking a seat between Evelyn and Lucrezia. "You clean up nice," Noah says to me with a smirk, noticing my attention on Hazel. "Special occasion?" I give him a look that would make most men shut up, but Noah just grins wider. "Asshole." "Etere's lamb deserves respect," I say dryly, which earns a laugh from Lucrezia. "Only Matteo would dress up for a piece of meat," she teases. "Some things are sacred," I reply, my eyes involuntarily drifting back to Hazel. She's listening to something Evelyn is saying, nodding along with a small smile. The emerald dress makes her eyes appear more green than amber tonight. Damiano raises his glass. "To family," he says, his standard toast. "To family," everyone echoes, except Hazel, who simply raises her glass with a polite smile. The first course arrives, a small plate of arancini with truffle aioli. Enzo leans forward with that shit-eating grin of his. "So, I heard you had an unwelcome visitor at the casino today," he says, cutting into his appetizer. "Redhead, with legs for days, wouldn't take no for an answer." I shoot a glance at Daniel, who suddenly becomes very interested in his wine glass. Fucking gossip. "Nothing I couldn't handle," I say, keeping my voice even. Enzo snorts. "That's not what I heard. Security said she was practically climbing you like a tree before you had her escorted out." I feel Hazel's eyes on me from across the table but don't look her way. Instead, I take a slow sip of wine. "She has boundary issues," I say finally. Nothing new there. "Some women can't take a hint," Lucrezia says, twirling her wine glass. "Especially with you, Matteo. You've got that whole mysterious, dangerous thing going on." I roll my eyes. I'm about as mysterious as this arancini. That incites a laugh around the table, even from Damiano. There was a time when we'd all talk shit like this, Damiano included, before he took over as Don after his father's death, before the weight of family matters settled on his shoulders. "Remember when Matteo had that stalker?" Enzo continues, apparently determined to embarrass me tonight. "The senator's daughter?" "She wasn't a stalker," I protest. "She was persistent. She showed up at your apartment at 3 a.m. with not a stitch on under her coat," Enzo reminds me. "And you called me to handle it," Damiano adds unexpectedly, a rare smile playing at his lips. "Because you were too much of a gentleman to tell her to fuck off." "I wasn't being a gentleman," I correct him. "I was being smart. Her father was on the oversight committee for the Port Authority. Last thing we needed was trouble there because I hurt her feelings." "Always thinking of the family business," Damiano says with a nod of approval.
Hazel. I stare down at my plate, trying to focus on the arancini in front of me instead of the conversation ricocheting across the table. But it's impossible not to listen as Enzo teases Matteo about some redhead at the casino. Redhead, legs for days, wouldn't take no for an answer. My eyes flick up before I can stop myself. Matteo's jaw tightens almost imperceptibly, the only sign that Enzo's words bother him. I shouldn't care. I have no right to care. But something hot and uncomfortable settles in my stomach as I imagine some gorgeous woman with endless legs throwing herself at him. I take a sip of wine, hoping it will douse whatever this feeling is. Jealousy. Number. That's ridiculous. I barely know this man. Well, I know his body intimately, every hard plane, every scar, the way his muscles flex under my fingertips. But I don't know him. Matteo doesn't look my way. His focus remains on his wine glass, his expression unreadable except for the slight tension around his mouth. I study him across the table, seeing what Lucrezia means. Even in this casual family setting, Matteo radiates controlled power. The crisp white shirt stretches across his broad shoulders, sleeves rolled up to expose strong forearms. His dark hair is slightly damp, curling at the edges as if he just showered. The shadow of stubble along his jaw makes him look villainous, as well as irresistibly attractive. Remember when Matteo had that stalker? Another woman. Of course. How many are there? I shouldn't be surprised. Men who look like Matteo, who kiss like Matteo, don't stay lonely for long. The thought of him with other women shouldn't bother me. I'm married, for God's sake. Well, technically, and escaping an abusive relationship. The last thing I should be worrying about is Matteo's romantic history. Chapter 16. Hazel. Back in my room, I close the door and lean against it, finally letting my shoulders slump. The dinner was exhausting in ways I hadn't anticipated. Between Matteo's smoldering presence and the conversation about his romantic exploits, my emotions are in chaos. I reach behind to unzip the emerald dress, struggling with the zipper. My fingers tremble slightly as I tug it down. The weight of my situation settles on me. The lawyer, the phone call to my mom, and now this confusing jealousy over a man I have no claim to. The dress pools at my feet, leaving me in just my bra and underwear. God, the bruises look more violent on my skin, not less. The initial dull blue has turned every tone of purplish black, edged with army green. My fingers travel gingerly over the marks. Each one carries a vivid image playing in my head like a horror film of a woman facing peril. Is this what love means to a man? Or is what I inspire in him? I just don't know anymore. I step carefully out of the emerald silk pond, and as I bend to pick it up, a brief tap at the door is immediately followed by it flying almost off its hinges. Matteo stands in the doorway, his broad frame filling the space. His confused eyes lock with mine for a second before dropping to my exposed body. I grab the dress from the floor, then clutch it against my chest, but not before Matteo's gaze catches the purple bruises lining my ribs, the obvious fingerprint marks on my upper arms. His expression transforms. The confident, controlled man from dinner vanishes, replaced by something terrifying. His eyes darken, jaw clenches, features pulsing with rage while his entire body goes rigid. It's the look of a killer preparing to strike. "What the fuck?" he growls, voice barely above a whisper. I back up awkwardly until my legs hit the bed. "Matteo, you can't just..." He's across the room in 3 strides, standing inches from me, his huge hands raised but not quite touching me. The cedar scent of his cologne envelops me. The warmth of him radiates against my skin, but his eyes are Satan cold with fury. "Who did this to you?" His voice is diabolically quiet as his gaze examines and catalogs every mark on my body. I clutch the dress tighter, trying to cover myself, but I don't dare move from under his scrutiny. He's seen everything. Elliot's handprints, the bruises from being shoved against countertops, the marks from the belt. It doesn't matter. My voice comes out small, nothing like the strength I told myself to project. It's all right. Doesn't matter? All right? His eyes snap to mine, blazing with an intensity that makes me shudder. Someone put their hands on you. Someone hurt you. He reaches out, fingers hovering over a particularly nasty bruise on my shoulder without touching it. "Your husband?" The word hangs between us. I look away, and that's answer enough. "Cazzo," he swears, running a hand through his hair. "That bastard did this to you." I clasp the wildflower tattoo on my wrist, seeking courage. "Please, just go." "No." The word is final, brooking no argument. "I'm not going anywhere until you tell me exactly what that piece of shit did to you." "Why do you care?" I challenge, suddenly finding my voice. "You didn't even recognize me when I got off that plane." Who the fuck touched you like that? Matteo demands again, shouting and ignoring what I just said. His hand reaches out, fingers lightly grazing the biggest purple bruise on my shoulder. Take your hand off me, I snap, jerking away. Matteo's hand pulls back like I scalded him, his expression darkening. Hazel! No. I find my voice, pulling the dress tighter around me. As far as I'm aware, we're nothing more than two people who once had sex. That's all. The words taste bitter on my tongue, but I force them out anyway. My problems are mine alone, and I need you out of here, now. A flash of light hardens his eyes, hurt maybe, before icing over. His mouth curves up into a feral smile that doesn't reach his eyes. That one night of sex? He tilts his head, voice a silky rumble. I bet you remember it well, Bella. I certainly do. Heat floods my cheeks as unwanted memories surface, his hands on my skin, his mouth against the side of my neck, the way he'd made me feel things I never felt before or since. Even now, half naked and vulnerable, my body betrays me with a shiver that has nothing to do with the cold. Get out, I whisper, hating how weak I sound. To my surprise, Matteo steps back, giving me space, but his eyes never leave mine, and the intensity in them makes my breath catch. I'll go, he says quietly. But know this, I will make that bastard pay for what he did to you. The casual way he says it sends ice through my veins. Not a threat, but a promise, stated with the same certainty someone might mention tomorrow's weather. Matteo, don't... But he's already turning away, moving toward the door with predatory grace. At the threshold, he pauses, looking back at me over his shoulder. Lock your door, Hazel. Then he's gone, pulling the door closed behind him with a soft click that somehow sounds more final than a slam. I stand frozen for several heartbeats before rushing to turn the lock, fingers trembling against the metal. Only when I hear it click into place do I sink to the floor, still clutching the emerald dress against my chest, trying to process what just happened.
Matteo. The phone's shrill ring tears me from a restless sleep. I grab it from the nightstand, squinting at the screen that reads 5:37 a.m. Daniel's name flashes across it. What? I growl, my voice rough with sleep. We need to talk, Daniel says, his tone clipped and professional. About Montgomery. I sit up immediately, sleep falling away. After leaving Hazel's room last night, I called Daniel with explicit instructions to dig up everything on Elliot Montgomery. Those bruises on Hazel's body have been burning in my mind all night. I'm listening. I swing my legs over the side of the bed. It's extensive, Daniel says. You want this in person? Number now. I stand, moving to the window. Dawn is just breaking over the city, painting the skyline in shades of gray and pink. Give me what you have. I hear papers rustling on his end. Elliot Montgomery, 30 years old, heir to Montgomery Construction, one of the largest commercial builders in Texas, based in Austin. Family's old money, Daniel continues. Father, Richard Montgomery, is on the board of several major companies. Mother, Caroline, is from banking money. Elliot graduated from Harvard with honors, took over East Coast operations of Montgomery Construction 3 years ago. Criminal record? I ask, though I already suspect the answer. Clean, Daniel confirms. But that's where it gets interesting. Several complaints filed against him over the years, 2 from ex-girlfriends, all mysteriously withdrawn. My jaw tightens. Money. Exactly. His family's connected to half the judges in Texas. One of the girlfriends suddenly received a full scholarship to study abroad. Another's family business got a major investment right before she dropped charges. I paced the length of my bedroom, energy coursing through me. What were the complaints? Assault, stalking, threatening behavior. Daniel's voice remains neutral, but I can hear the undercurrent of disgust. There's more. A woman named Melissa Winters went missing 2.5 years ago. They had a relationship at the time. And nothing. Case went cold. No body found. Montgomery was questioned but never charged. The timing makes my blood run cold. 3 years ago, right around when I met Hazel in Austin, when she was still bartending at the Remington. What about his marriage to Hazel? I ask, my voice tight. Married 2 years ago. Big society wedding. Since then, she's barely been seen in public without him. No social media presence. Classic isolation tactics. My hand tightens around the phone. Financial situation? I ask. That's where it gets more complicated, Daniel says. Montgomery's got Hazel's family locked down tight. Her father had a workplace injury about 8 years ago, multiple surgeries, all paid for by Montgomery Industries after the marriage. Her mother works for one of their subsidiaries, good position, benefits, brothers in a private school on Montgomery's dime. I close my eyes, understanding washing over me. The perfect trap, financial control of her entire family. No wonder she stayed as long as she did. His current whereabouts? I ask, already calculating travel time to Austin. That's the other thing, Daniel says, his voice dropping slightly. He filed a missing persons report yesterday, claims his wife has disappeared, possibly kidnapped. Austin PD is investigating. He's got private investigators working the case too. And according to my source, he's telling people she's mentally unstable, that she stopped taking medication. My grip on the phone tightens until the case creaks. Classic abuser playbook. Discredit the victim before they can speak out. Keep digging, I tell Daniel. I want everything, his schedule, his habits, his weaknesses, and get someone watching the family in Austin. Already on it, Daniel says. And Matteo? This guy's dangerous, but not in our way. He's the kind that hides behind money and respectability, the kind that hurts women and gets away with it. I end the call and stand at the window, watching the city wake up. The early morning light casts long shadows across the skyline, but they're nothing compared to the darkness gathering inside me. I grab the phone and dial Daniel again. Yeah, he answers on the first ring. The missing girlfriend, Melissa Winters. I need more details. I move to the closet, pulling out clothes with my free hand. Everything you've got. Daniel clears his throat. According to her medical records, which weren't easy to access, she was pregnant when she disappeared. I freeze, shirt half buttoned. Pregnant? About 8 weeks along. His voice is grim. Her mother, Karen Winters, never stopped looking for her. Even created one of those social media campaigns. Find Melissa. Got thousands of followers. People are still actively searching. And Montgomery? I ask, resuming dressing. Claimed they had an open relationship. Told police she was seeing other men, that the baby was unlikely to be his. My jaw tightens. Convenient. Very. But her mother denies it completely. Says Melissa told her everything about her life, and she was exclusively with Montgomery. According to friends, she was excited about the pregnancy, had started looking at baby stuff online. I close my eyes, the picture becoming clearer. Let me guess. She disappeared right after telling him. 3 days later, apparently, Daniel confirms. Last seen arguing with him in a restaurant. Witnesses say she left upset. He stayed, finished his meal, chatted with the owner. Perfect alibi. I pace the length of the bedroom, energy coiling tight in my muscles. Her body was never found. Her car was discovered at a mall parking lot 3 days after she vanished. Security cameras conveniently malfunctioned that day. Of course they did. I grab my watch from the nightstand, strapping it on with unnecessary force. What's your assessment? Daniel is silent for a moment. Off the record? Either Montgomery or his father made her disappear. The timing, the pregnancy, the way the investigation was handled, it all points to them. But they covered their tracks well, used their money and connections to make it go away. I hang up and stand by the window, willing the rage coursing through my veins to dissipate. So Elliot Montgomery thinks his money makes him untouchable. He's about to learn how wrong he is,
Chapter 17. Hazel. I stare at the perfectly poached egg on my plate, watching the golden yolk ooze across the artisan sourdough toast. "You haven't touched your food," Lucretia says, eyeing me over her espresso cup. "Ettore will be devastated." I force a smile and cut into the egg. Sorry, just lost in thought. "How about shopping today?" Lucrezia grins, excitement dancing in her eyes. "Because I know all the best places. Fifth Avenue, obviously, but there's this little boutique in Soho that has the most incredible printed chiffon dresses. The egg tastes rich and savory on my tongue. I appreciate it, but I need to be practical. Just some basics to get me through until... Until what? Until Elliot stops hunting me? Until the divorce is final? Until I figure out what the hell I'm doing with my life? Until you have your own place," Lucretia finishes for me, her voice gentle. "But that doesn't mean you can't have nice things now." I set my fork down. "I have $800 to my name, Lucrezia. That's all I managed to save." Her perfectly manicured hand waves dismissively. "Consider it a loan, then. Or better yet, a gift." "I can't." "You can and you will," she interrupts. "Think of it as my personal rebellion against assholes who control women through money." The fierce determination in her eyes reminds me that beneath her polished exterior, Lucretia surely has her own battles. I'm starting to understand why she and Evelyn bonded so quickly. "Evelyn," I say, changing the subject. "Shouldn't she be here by now?" Lucrezia checks her phone. She texted that the morning rush at the cafe is keeping her. She'll meet us there. I nod, thinking about my cousin. In the 3 days I've been here, I've noticed the shadows under her eyes, the way she throws herself into work with almost desperate energy. "She works too hard," I murmur. "It keeps her mind busy," Lucretia says, understanding immediately. "After everything with Ivan." She trails off, realizing she might have said too much. "She hasn't told me much about what happened," I admit. Lucretia's face softens. It's her story to tell. But yes, she pushes herself. That little bookshop cafe is her sanctuary. "I'd love to see it," I say, then hesitate. "But I'm afraid to go there." "Why?" I twist my napkin in my lap. "He knows that Evelyn is here and he is aware that we had a great relationship. I called her from the phone he's tracked since we got married, so I know that he will search for me eventually somewhere near her." Understanding dawns on her face. "He might check the cafe." The sound of the front door opening echoes through the hallway, followed by heavy footsteps. My pulse quickens before I can control it. Matteo appears in the doorway, his presence immediately filling the room. He's dressed in dark jeans and a black button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up to the elbows, revealing the compass tattoo on his forearm. His eyes find mine immediately, and the intensity in them makes me look away. "Morning," he says, his voice deceptively casual. After last night's confrontation in my bedroom, nothing between us feels casual anymore. "Coffee?" Lucrezia offers, seemingly oblivious to the tension crackling between us. "Already had some." Matteo moves to the sideboard, helping himself to a piece of toast. "What's the plan for today?" "Shopping," Lucrezia announces brightly. "Hazel needs clothes." I stare intently at my plate, feeling Matteo's eyes on me. The memory of standing in my room without clothes, as he stared at my bruises, makes heat rise to my cheeks, not only from embarrassment, but from the raw fury I'd seen in his eyes. "I'll drive you," he says, his tone making it clear this isn't an offer but a statement of fact. Lucretia raises an eyebrow. "Daniel was going to take us." "I'm handling Hazel's security in case you forgot," Matteo says, his voice firm. I finally look up at him. Is that really necessary? For a shopping trip? His eyes lock with mine, and for a moment I see the dangerous man beneath the civilized exterior. "Your husband filed a missing persons report, claims you're mentally unstable. He's got private investigators looking for you." The room seems to tilt slightly. "How do you know that?" "I have my sources." He takes a bite of toast, chewing deliberately. "So yes, security is necessary." Lucrezia looks between us, her expression thoughtful. Well then, it's settled. Matteo will drive us. She stands, smoothing her jeans. I'll get my purse. Hazel, finish your breakfast. We need to leave soon if we want to meet Evelyn at 11. She departs, leaving me alone with Matteo. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken words. I swallow hard. What happens now? Now I know exactly what needs to be done about him. A chill runs through me, not entirely from fear. Matteo ... Don't worry about him. He cuts me off. Focus on getting what you need today. And stay close to me. The intensity in his voice makes my heart race. Part of me wants to argue, to insist I can handle myself. But another part, the part that spent 2 years in constant fear, feels something perilously close to relief. I push my plate away, appetite gone. The idea of Elliot hunting me down with private investigators makes my stomach clench. He'd been tracking me for so long, my phone, my car, cameras in our house, that I'd almost forgotten what privacy felt like. Now I'm free, but still hunted. You should eat more, Matteo says, his eyes dropping to my half-finished breakfast. I'm not hungry. I twist the napkin in my lap, unable to meet his gaze. The silence between us grows thick and uncomfortable. I can feel him watching me, assessing, calculating. Whatever Matteo is thinking, he keeps it locked behind those fierce eyes. Matteo, I finally say, my voice barely above a whisper, whatever you're planning. I'm not planning anything, he interrupts, but the tight set of his jaw tells me otherwise. I just don't want anyone getting hurt because of me. Something flashes across his face, anger maybe, or frustration. The only person getting hurt will be... The click of Lucretia's heels cuts him off. She sweeps back into the dining room, Jimmy Choo purse hanging from her forearm, Prada sunglasses perched on top of her head. Ready to go? She asks brightly, looking between us. I nod quickly, grateful for the interruption. Yes, definitely. Matteo pushes away from the buffet, his muscles fluid and controlled. Cars out front. Lucrezia links her arm through mine as we follow him through the mansion's grand foyer. Don't mind him, she whispers, leaning close. He always gets grumpy when he's worried. He's not worried about me, I murmur back. He's just doing his job. She gives me a sidelong glance that says she doesn't believe me for a second. Outside, the morning sun bathes everything in golden light. The driveway curves elegantly around a fountain, and parked beside it is a sleek black Audi with tinted windows. Not the motorcycle I'd seen him riding yesterday. This is clearly for business. The boutique is unlike any store I've ever shopped in before. Lucrezia leads me down racks of clothes while a sleek-looking sales associate hovers nearby, ready to assist at a moment's notice. The price tags make me wince every time I dare peek at one. Stop looking at the prices, Lucrezia says, catching me in the act. Just pick what you like. I finger the soft fabric of a cream sweater. I can't help it. This costs more than I used to make in a week before getting married. Lucrezia rolls her eyes and plucks the sweater from the rack, adding it to the growing pile draped over her arm. You need basics first. Then we'll find you something fun. My gaze drifts to the entrance, where Matteo stands like a sentinel, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes constantly scanning the street before returning to me. Every time our eyes meet, I quickly look away, pretending to be fascinated by whatever garment is nearest. He takes his job very seriously, I murmur. Lucrezia follows my gaze and smirks. Oh yes, very dedicated to his work. I grab a pair of jeans from a nearby display. These look comfortable. Try them on. The fitting rooms are in the back. As we move deeper into the store, I feel Matteo's eyes following me. It's not an uncomfortable feeling exactly, more like being wrapped in something warm and dangerous at the same time. The sales associate unlocks a fitting room for me, and Lucrezia hands over the pile of clothes she's collected. Start with these. I'll find you some more options. Inside the small, elegant room with its plush velvet bench and flattering lighting, I begin trying on clothes. The jeans fit perfectly. The cream sweater feels like cotton next to my skin. I step out to show Lucrezia, who claps her hands in delight. Perfect. You look amazing. Across the store, Matteo's eyes glitter as he takes in my appearance, and something flutters in my stomach. I duck back into the fitting room, cheeks burning. After trying on several more outfits, I reach for a simple black dress that Lucrezia insisted would be essential. As I pull it over my head, the air around me shifts. A cold sensation crawls up my spine. I freeze, dress half on, suddenly certain I'm being watched. Not by Matteo. This gaze feels different, threatening. My heart pounds against my ribs as I yank the dress down and peer around the fitting room. There's no one here but me, yet the feeling persists. Eyes on me, hostile and possessive. I step out of the fitting room, scanning the store. Lucrezia is chatting with the sales associate near a display of scarves. Matteo remains by the door, his posture alert. "You okay?" Lucrezia calls, noticing my expression. "Fine," I manage, but my voice sounds strange even to my own ears. I move toward a rack of coats, trying to shake off the sensation. The store suddenly seems too large, too open, too many places someone could hide. My hands shake as I pretend to examine a camel-color coat. Breathe, I tell myself. Just breathe. You're safe here. But the feeling intensifies. Someone watching, waiting. My skin prickles with rising goosebumps. I turn slowly, scanning the store again. A man browsing ties, 2 women by the shoes, the sales associate helping Lucrezia, Matteo by the door. Nothing unusual, no one looking at me. Yet the sensation crawls over me like insects, making me shiver violently. He found me. Elliot found me. The thought slams into me with such force that I gasp. My vision narrows, tunneling to pinpricks of light. I can't breathe. I can't think. I half stumble to one side, colliding with a display. Clothes tumble to the floor, but I barely notice. My eyes dart frantically around the store, searching for him in every shadow, behind every rack. Breathe, control, maintain control. But panic rises like a tide, drowning rational thought. My chest heaves as I struggle for air. Suddenly, hands grip my shoulders from behind, large male hands. I scream, twisting away violently. "No!" "Hazel, it's me!" Matteo's voice cuts through the fog of terror, but I can't stop, can't process. All I feel are hands on me, restraining me. "Don't touch me!" I shriek, backing away. "Don't touch me!" Matteo immediately steps back, raising his hands. "Okay, I'm not touching you. You're safe." My back hits the wall and I slide down it, hugging my knees to my chest. The store has gone silent, everyone staring. "Hazel." Lucrezia's voice now, gentle and close. She kneels beside me, not touching, just present. "You're okay. You're with us." I stare at her, trying to anchor myself in her calm eyes. "He's not here," she continues, her voice steady. "You're safe." Slowly, the panic recedes enough for me to draw a proper breath. I realize I'm trembling violently, my clothes damp with cold sweat. "I'm sorry," I whisper, mortified by my outburst. Lucrezia shakes her head and, carefully telegraphing her movements, puts her arms around me. "Don't apologize. Not ever for this." I lean into her embrace, letting her warmth seep into my frozen limbs. Over her shoulder, I see Matteo watching us, his face a mask of restrained fury. I swallow hard. I felt like someone was watching me. "Just us," Lucrezia assures me, stroking my hair. "Just us."
Matteo. I'm across the boutique in 3 strides, every muscle in my body rigid with fury. Seeing Hazel collapse, trembling, terrified, trapped in some private hell, ignites something primal inside me. A killing rage. "Get the car," I tell Lucrezia, my voice barely recognizable. I fish the keys from my pocket and toss them to her without looking. "Pull it up in the back alley." She catches them one-handed, her eyes flicking between me and Hazel. "What about now?" The word comes out like a gunshot. Lucrezia nods once and hurries toward the exit, stopping only to whisper something to the sales associate, who immediately begins ushering the other customers toward the front of the store. I stand perfectly still, hands clenched at my sides, watching Hazel shake against the wall. Her face is ashen, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Every instinct screams at me to go to her, to gather her against my chest and shield her from whatever demons are tormenting her. But I saw how she recoiled from my touch. "Don't touch me." Her terrified plea echoes in my head, fueling the inferno building inside me. I've killed men for less than what Elliot Montgomery has done to her. But this is different. This is personal in a way nothing has ever been. I want to find this bastard and make him suffer. I want to take my time with him. Make him feel every ounce of fear he's instilled in her. Make him beg for a mercy that will never come. Hazel's breathing has slowed, but she still hugs her knees tightly to her chest, her eyes vacant and red-rimmed. A single tear tracks down her cheek, and something twists painfully in my chest. "Everyone's gone," I say, keeping my voice soft, controlled. "Just us now." She blinks, slowly coming back to herself, and nods. "Lucrezia's bringing the car around. We'll take the rear exit. No one will see you." Another nod. She swipes at her tears with trembling fingers. "Can you stand?" I ask. She takes a deep breath and pushes herself up, using the wall for support. Her legs wobble and I step forward instinctively, then force myself to stop. "I won't touch you, I promise, but I'm right here if you need me." Hazel's eyes find mine, and the raw vulnerability there makes me want to burn the world down. "I'm sorry," she whispers. "Don't." The word comes out sharper than I intended. I modulate my tone. "You have nothing to apologize for." "Nothing." She wraps her arms around herself, still shaking slightly. "I ruined the shopping trip." Fuck the shopping trip. I glance toward the door where the sales associate hovers anxiously. "We can have anything you want delivered to the house." My phone buzzes with a text from Lucrezia. "Car waiting." "Time to go," I tell Hazel. "Think you can make it to the door?" She nods, straightening her shoulders with visible effort. Even now, after everything, there's a core of steel in her that refuses to break. It makes me want to protect her more fiercely. I lead the way to the rear exit, clearing a path and keeping a careful distance. The sales associate unlocks the door for us, and I give her a nod of thanks as we step outside into the alley where the Audi waits, engine running. Lucrezia sits behind the wheel, and I open the back door for Hazel. She slides in without a word, and I follow, sitting beside her, giving her space. As we pull out onto the street, I finally let myself observe her properly. Her face is pale, her eyes red and swollen. She stares out the window, still trembling slightly. The rage rises again, hot and violent. I want to put my fist through something, preferably Elliot Montgomery's face. I want to make him pay for every tear, every moment of fear, every fucking bruise on her body. I want to take it all away, I say, not giving a damn if Lucrezia hears me. Hazel turns and locks her beautiful eyes on mine. Every fear, every nightmare, every bad memory. I want to erase him from your life completely. A tear spills down her cheek and I have to grip the door handle to keep from reaching for her. "You can't," she whispers. "Watch me." Chapter 18. Matteo. I stand under the icy spray, letting it thunder on my shoulders and back. The water's so cold it stings, but it's still not enough to drown out the image of Hazel collapsing against that boutique wall, eyes wide with terror. 3 days have passed since that day. She avoids me, like I am the one she needs to be protected from. Fuck. I slam my palm against the marble tile. This wasn't supposed to happen. I wasn't supposed to care this much. 3 years ago, I walked away after a one-night stand without a backward glance. I'd had women before her, after her. None of them mattered. So why does she? I turn the temperature colder, gritting my teeth as my skin tingles with an exquisite burn. The shower in my apartment is state-of-the-art, Italian, of course, with enough pressure to strip paint. Right now, I wish it could strip away whatever this is that's crawling under my skin. Hazel Taylor. No, Hazel Montgomery. A married woman. A woman running from her husband. I scrub my hands over my face, water streaming through my fingers. It doesn't matter how much I want her. It doesn't matter that I can still taste her on my tongue 3 years later. It doesn't matter that seeing those bruises on her body made me want to commit murder. She's off limits. I should be focused on security for the casino, on 100 other things that actually matter to the family business. Instead, I'm standing here like some lovesick teenager, thinking about the way she looked at me across the dinner table, the way she gasped when I walked in on her changing, the way her skin felt under my fingers in that Austin hotel kitchen. Madonna mia. I reach for the soap. I scrub harder as if I could wash away the want. It doesn't work. The rage comes next, building in my chest like a gathering storm. I'm angry at her for walking out without a word that morning, for showing up here of all places, for getting married to that piece of shit who put his hands on her. But mostly, I'm furious with myself, for caring, for wanting, for not being able to shut it off. What the hell is this feeling anyway? I slam the water off and grab a towel, roughly drying myself. In the mirror, my reflection stares back, eyes dark with anger, jaw clenched tight. I look like a man on the edge. I scrub the towel over my hair, leaving it damp and tousled, then wrap the towel around my waist and step into the bedroom. The phone vibrates against the nightstand. Again. The screen lights up with Daniel's name for what must be the 5th time in 10 minutes. I ignore it, pulling on a pair of black boxer briefs instead. Focus on what matters. The family. The business. Not Hazel Taylor with her honey blonde hair and eyes that haunt me. Not the way she looked in that emerald dress or how she trembled under my touch when I tried to calm her. The phone buzzes again. Daniel. Persistent bastard. What? I snap, finally answering. Where the hell have you been? Daniel's voice comes through tight and controlled. I've been calling for 15 minutes. Taking a shower. What's so urgent? Montgomery's in New York. The words go through me like a bullet. My body goes rigid, every muscle tensing at once. The Ducati roars to life beneath me, and I weave through midday traffic like it's standing still. My mind races faster than the bike. Elliot Montgomery is here, the man who put those bruises on Hazel's body, the man who terrorized her into flinching at shadows. I park the bike in the circular driveway of the Feretti estate and take the front steps 2 at a time. The door opens before I reach it. Giovanni, one of our security guys, must have seen me coming on the cameras. Where's Damiano? I ask, not breaking stride. Nursery with the Donna and baby. I take the stairs, my footsteps echoing against marble. The West Wing is quiet, except for the faint sound of a lullaby playing in Sophia's room. I knock once, then push the door open. Damiano stands by the window, Sophia cradled against his chest. Zoe sits in a rocking chair nearby, looking tired but content. The scene is so peaceful it feels wrong to disturb it with what I'm bringing. Montgomery's in town, I say without preamble. Damiano's expression doesn't change, but his eyes sharpen. When? 2 hours ago. Private jet to JFK. He's looking for Hazel, Zoe says. It's not a question. Where is she? I ask, scanning the room as if she might materialize from behind the changing table. At an art gallery with Lucrezia, Zoe says, rising from the chair. Some new exhibition in Chelsea that Lucrezia was raving about. The words are a punch to the gut. What? She's out? My voice rises and Sophia stirs against Damiano's shoulder. He gives me a warning look, and I force myself to lower the volume. She shouldn't be out in public. Not with him in the city. Lucrezia insisted, Zoe explains. Said Hazel needed society after being cooped up. And no one thought to tell me? Heat rises in my chest, my hands curling into fists at my sides. I'm supposed to be handling her security. Your job is handling family business security, not babysitting house guests, Damiano says, his voice quiet but firm as he pats Sophia's back. I sent Fabio with them. He's perfectly capable. Fabio, I spit the name like a curse. He couldn't protect a ham sandwich. He's one of our best, Damiano counters, giving me a curious look. Unless there's another reason you're so invested in Mrs. Montgomery's whereabouts. I drag a hand down my face. Fuck. This moment has been coming since I first saw Hazel step off that plane. There is something, I admit, my voice lower than before. I know her. Zoe's eyebrows lift. Damiano's expression remains unchanged, but his focus sharpens. Knew her how? He asks. Austin, 3 years ago. The words feel like gravel in my throat. The business trip. I met her at the hotel bar where she worked. Understanding dawns in Damiano's eyes. You slept with her. It's not a question. He knows me too well. One night, I confirm, pacing now, unable to stand still. And now she's here, Zoe says softly, married to a monster. Did you know she was married when you saw her at dinner? Damiano asks. Number not until later. My jaw clenches. I thought maybe she was working an angle, that it was too much of a coincidence. Damiano shifts Sophia to his other shoulder, his movements gentle despite the gravity of our conversation. And now I've seen what that bastard did to her. The memory of those bruises makes my blood boil all over again, purple and yellow marks everywhere, fingerprints on her arms. Zoe inhales sharply, her hand moving protectively to her stomach where their second child grows. And this Montgomery, Damiano says. He's here in New York looking for her. Yes. I stop pacing and face him directly. I need to handle this. By handle, you mean? Damiano lets the question hang unfinished. Whatever's necessary. I meet his gaze without flinching. He won't stop. Men like him never do. Damiano's eyes darken with an emotion I recognize all too well. He places Sophia gently in her crib, tucking a blanket around her tiny form. When he straightens, his face has hardened into the expression his enemies fear. After what happened to Lucrezia, he says quietly, I made a promise. No one touches our family. No one hurts the women under our protection. Zoe moves to stand beside her husband, her hand on his arm. Evelyn brought her to us for help. We don't turn our backs on that. Damiano nods, his decision made. Handle Montgomery, whatever means necessary. Relief floods through me, though I try not to show it. I'll take care of it. No loose ends, Damiano adds. Nothing that comes back to the family. Clean and quiet, I agree. He won't be a problem after today. I pull out my phone and call Fabio as I head back down the stairs. He answers on the third ring. Yeah, Matteo. Where are you? I demand, not bothering with pleasantries. Chelsea, a new art gallery on 24th Street, the one with all the weird shit hanging from the ceiling. I can picture it. One of those pretentious places where people pay millions for splattered paint and call it genius. Are they still with you? Both of them? My boots slap marble as I stride through the foyer. Yeah. Lucrezia's talking to some artist guy with blue hair. Mrs. Montgomery's looking at paintings on the far wall. My jaw clenches at the name. Mrs. Montgomery, like she belongs to that piece of shit. Listen to me very carefully, I say, my voice dropping. I need you to stick to them like glue. Don't let either of them out of your sight. Not even to piss. You understand me? Got it. I'm on my way. 20 minutes, tops. Should we leave? Head back to the mansion? Fabio asks. I consider it for a moment. Moving targets are harder to hit, but the mansion is secure. Numbers stay put. Too exposed during transport. Keep them inside until I get there. Copy that. And Fabio? I pause at the door, my hand on the handle. If anything, and I mean anything, feels off, You call me immediately. Someone looks at them wrong. Someone follows them around the gallery. Anything. I got it. Nothing's gonna happen on my watch. It better not. The threat in my voice is clear. I'll be there soon. I hang up and head for my bike. The Ducati roars to life beneath me, the vibration traveling up my spine. I weave through traffic with single-minded focus, cutting between cars and running yellow lights. Elliot fucking Montgomery is a dead man walking.
Chapter 19. Hazel. Lucrezia moves through the gallery as though the art speaks directly to her. I hang back, watching her transform before my eyes. Her face lights up, her hands gesture animatedly as she discusses brush techniques with a blue-haired artist whose installation dominates the center of the room. The juxtaposition of industrial materials against organic forms creates this beautiful tension, she explains, her voice passionate and knowing. I nod, pretending to understand, but truthfully, I'm just trying to blend into the background. The abstract paintings swirl with colors that might mean something profound to others, but remain mysterious to me. What do you think of this one? Lucrezia asks, gesturing to a large canvas splashed with red and gold. It's interesting, I offer lamely. She laughs, not unkindly. You don't have to pretend. Art is subjective. I wish I could see what you see, I admit, studying her face instead of the painting. You come alive in here. Lucrezia's eyes soften. I've always found refuge in galleries. Even when everything was falling apart, I could lose myself in someone else's vision of the world. I drift toward a quieter corner of the gallery, away from the cluster of people admiring the main installation. A small painting catches my eye. A simple scene of a woman sitting alone by a window, her face turned away. Do you paint? I ask when Lucrezia joins me. Yes, she says, a hint of shyness in her voice that I haven't heard before. Nothing like these masters, but it helps me navigate things. I feel a pang of envy, not bitter or resentful, but wistful. I don't think I have anything like that. No passion or hobby. You never found something you love to do? I shake my head. I was always working. 3 jobs sometimes. Then when I married Elliot and stopped working, my voice trails off. He had opinions about how I should spend my time. Lucrezia's expression darkens momentarily before she composes herself. Well, now you get to discover what Hazel likes. It's never too late. I nod, not sure if that is completely true. I can't imagine finding a hobby when I've never had one. I've called my family twice since the first call I made to them. Each time my mother's voice carried the same worried edge, asking if I'm really okay. Elliot hasn't contacted them, a small mercy, but I know it's just a matter of time. He won't let it go like this. My eyes catch on the gallery entrance where Fabio stands, scanning the room with vigilance. His presence reminds me of my reality. I'm hiding, running, afraid. Let's look at the sculptures, Lucrezia suggests, guiding me toward another room. I follow, grateful for the distraction, but my mind keeps circling back to Matteo. Every time I close my eyes, I see his face when he discovered my bruises. I can't be around him without feeling completely undone, without remembering how his lips felt against my skin, how his hands knew exactly where to touch. I drift behind Lucrezia into the sculpture room, where abstract forms twist in metal and stone. The pieces reach toward the ceiling like frozen dancers, casting strange shadows across the polished floor. Each sculpture tells a different story, some violent, others peaceful, but all commanding attention. This artist works primarily with reclaimed materials, Lucrezia explains, gesturing to a towering piece made of twisted copper pipes and salvaged gears. She believes in giving discarded things new purpose. I nod, trying to focus on her words, but something shifts in the air around me. A prickle crawls up my spine, that unmistakable sensation of being watched. Again. My breathing stalls as I scan the room, pretending to admire the art. Nothing seems out of place, just other gallery patrons moving between exhibits, sipping complimentary champagne, murmuring appreciatively about the sculptures. You're being paranoid, I whisper to myself, gripping my purse strap tighter. He doesn't know where you are. but the feeling intensifies, wrapping around my throat like invisible fingers. I've felt this gaze before, cold, calculating, possessive. Elliot's eyes. I turn slowly, scanning faces more carefully now. The room suddenly seems too bright, too loud. A tall man in a dark suit moves between two large sculptures, his back to me. Then he turns slightly, and my blood freezes. That profile, the set of those shoulders, the way he holds his head. Elliot. No, I gasp, stumbling backward until I bump into a pedestal supporting some priceless piece. No, no, no. I squeeze my eyes shut, willing the image away. He can't be here. He can't have found me. Not yet. Not when I've barely begun to breathe. Hazel? Lucrezia materializes beside me, her hand gentle on my arm. What's wrong? I can't speak, can't breathe. My lungs refuse to work properly. He's here, I finally manage, my voice a broken whisper. Elliot, by the metal sculpture. Lucrezia's grip tightens on my arm as she scours the room. Where exactly? I force my eyes open, pointing with a trembling hand toward where I saw him. But the space is empty. I blink rapidly, searching frantically. The man in the dark suit is nowhere to be seen. Did he duck behind something? Leave the room? Was he ever there at all? Lucrezia exchanges a look with Fabio, who is beside us now, before turning back to me. Let's step outside for a moment, get some air. I shake my head. No, I'm fine. I'm just being paranoid. The last thing I want is to ruin Lucrezia's day with my fear. She's been so kind, so generous. Please, enjoy the exhibition. I'm okay. Hazel, Lucrezia says firmly, your safety isn't something we take lightly. But I didn't actually see him, I insist, doubt creeping in. I mean, I thought I did, but when I looked again, I trail off, confusion muddling my thoughts. The certainty I felt moments ago wavers. Was it really Elliot, or has fear twisted my perception? Fabio moves slightly, positioning himself to better survey the room while maintaining proximity to us. His hand rests casually near his jacket button, and I suddenly wonder whether he's armed. I'm sorry, I whisper to Lucrezia. I don't want to be this person, jumping at shadows, imagining threats everywhere. Her eyes soften. Don't apologize for protecting yourself. Your instincts kept you alive this long. I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself. The room no longer feels threatening, just filled with art and strangers appreciating it. No Elliot, no danger. Let's stay, I decide. But maybe we could move to a different section? Lucrezia nods, looping her arm through mine. A photography exhibit just opened in the East Wing. I've been dying to see it.
Chapter 20. Matteo. I cut off a taxi, ignoring its blaring horn as I accelerate through a yellow-red light. The gallery comes into view, modern glass facade gleaming in the afternoon sun. I park the Ducati haphazardly near the entrance, not giving a fuck about parking regulations. I tug off my helmet, running a hand through my hair as I survey the street for any sign of Montgomery. Nothing obvious, no suspicious cars, no men watching the entrance. Fabio stands near the door, his eyes meeting mine as I approach. Boss, he nods. They're in the East Wing. Photography exhibit. Any sign of Montgomery? Nothing confirmed. But Ms. Taylor thought she saw him in the sculpture room about 15 minutes ago. My blood runs cold. And we checked. No one matching his description. Could have been her imagination, or he slipped out. I push past him into the gallery. The space is filled with New York's elite pretending to understand what they call art. Champagne flutes in hand, designer clothes marking them as people who've never had to fight for anything in their lives. I spot them immediately. Lucrezia's dark hair, Hazel's honey blonde waves. They stand before a large black and white photograph, Lucrezia gesturing animatedly while Hazel nods. Even from here, I can see the tension in her shoulders, the way her eyes dart around the room between glances at the picture. She's scared, looking for him, I move toward them, observing her face. There's something about her expression that makes my chest tighten, a vulnerability mixed with determination. She's terrified but refusing to break. As I get closer, I decide to ease the tension. No need to scare her more. You know, I say, keeping my voice light as I approach. I've never understood why people pay millions for pictures of other people's garbage. Hazel jumps, spinning around with wide eyes before recognition hits. Relief washes over her face for a split second before her expression hardens again. Matteo, she greets me with a knowing smile. I didn't expect you to join our cultural expedition. Change of plans, I say, my eyes never leaving Hazel's face. She looks away, focusing intently on the photograph in front of her. Lucrezia glances between us. I think I'll check out the installation in the corner. Fabio can accompany me. She walks away before either of us can object, leaving me alone with Hazel in the crowded gallery. The silence between us stretches, heavy with unspoken words. You can't ignore me forever, Bella, I say quietly, stepping closer to her. She keeps her eyes fixed on the photograph. I'm not ignoring you. I'm appreciating art. That's a picture of a broken window in an abandoned building. It's about urban decay and the transient nature of man-made structures, she quotes, clearly repeating something Lucrezia told her. Sounds like Lucrezia's description of whatever she thinks she sees in these things. I move to stand directly beside her. Hazel. She finally looks at me, eyes flashing. What do you want, Matteo? I'm trying to keep my distance from someone who happens to have fucked me once. Is that so difficult to understand? The crude language sounds wrong coming from her lips, deliberately provocative. I lean in, close enough that only she can hear me. 4 times, actually, I correct her, watching color flood her cheeks. Once in the kitchen, once in the elevator. Well, there, I just ate your sweet pussy, then 3 times in my suite. And you came 5 times if we're keeping score. She turns away sharply, but not before I catch the flare of heat in her eyes. That's not what? Not relevant? Not important? I step around to face her again. Then why are you blushing? Because you're impossible, she hisses, clutching her purse tighter. I'm married, Matteo. To a man who puts bruises on your body. My voice drops, all teasing gone. A man who's in New York right now looking for you. The color drains from Hazel's face. What? She whispers, her voice barely audible over the pretentious chatter around us. Elliot's in New York, I say, keeping my voice low but clear. I didn't want to do this here, surrounded by Manhattan's elite sipping champagne and pretending to understand modern art. But she needs to know. I've never been one to sugarcoat things, and I won't start now. Not with her safety at stake. How? How did he find me? Her breathing quickens, eyes darting around the gallery like a cornered animal. I don't know yet, but we're not waiting around to find out. Her hands start to tremble, the slight shaking quickly spreading through her entire body. Her eyes go distant, that same vacant look from the boutique starting to take over. Hazel. I catch her face between my hands, forcing her to look at me. Her skin is soft under my palms, but I can feel the tension vibrating through her. Look at me, Bella. Right at me. Her hazel eyes lock with mine, filled with terror. No one is going to hurt you, I tell her, my voice firm and steady. Do you understand me? No one. A tear escapes, sliding down her cheek and onto my thumb. Something inside me snaps at the contact, that single drop of her fear igniting a rage so pure it momentarily blinds me. I brush the tear away with my thumb, gentler than I thought myself capable of being while fury burns through my veins. I want to leave, she whispers, her voice small but determined. Please, Matteo, I need to get out of here now. I drop my hands from her face and nod once to Fabio, who's been watching from a discreet distance. He immediately moves toward the exit, speaking quietly into his comm unit to alert the driver. "Stay close to me," I tell Hazel. We move through the gallery, weaving between clusters of people. Lucrezia falls in step beside us without a word, her usual playfulness replaced by alertness. The three of us move as one unit toward the exit, Fabio clearing a path ahead. I scan every face we pass, every corner and doorway. My right hand stays free, ready to reach for the gun holstered under my jacket if needed. The weight of it is comforting, a guarantee that I can keep Hazel safe no matter what. The gallery's glass doors slide open, and sunlight hits us as we step outside. The Audi is waiting at the curb, engine running. Fabio opens the back door, and I guide Hazel inside, then Lucrezia sliding in after her. "Back to the estate," I tell the driver. "I'll be right behind you." I close the door and head to the Ducati.
Hazel. The car pulls away from the curb, leaving the gallery behind. I press my forehead against the cool window glass, trying to steady my breathing. Elliot is in New York. The thought makes my stomach twist into knots. The bruises on my body seem to throb in response, phantom pain from memories still too fresh. Lucrezia sits beside me, silent for once. I can feel her eyes on me, but I can't bring myself to meet her gaze. The driver navigates expertly through Manhattan traffic, the soft hum of the engine the only sound inside the luxury vehicle. "I'm sorry," I finally whisper, still staring out the window at the blur of buildings. "I never meant to bring this chaos into your lives." Lucrezia shifts beside me. When I finally turn to look at her, I'm startled by the expression on her face. The usual sharp wit and confidence have drained away, leaving something raw and vulnerable in their place. "It's not you," she says quietly. "It's just..." She trails off, her delicate fingers twisting in her lap. "I'm so tired of this. All of this." "What do you mean?" I ask, genuinely confused. From what I've seen, Lucrezia has everything: wealth, beauty, a family that adores her. She lets out a bitter laugh that sounds nothing like her usual musical one. This life, this constant cycle. She gestures vaguely with one hand. Do you know what the worst part is? It's not the danger or the violence or even the secrets. It's watching it happen over and over again. Her voice cracks on the last word, and I'm shocked to see tears gathering in her dark eyes. Lucrezia, who always seems so composed, so effortlessly in control, suddenly looks like she might shatter. "What happened?" I ask softly. She turns to look out her own window, profile sharp against the passing scenery. "Last year, something happened to me." Her voice is barely audible. "I was taken, kidnapped by men who wanted to hurt my family." My breath catches. "Lucrezia," I dash. "No, please." She holds up a hand. "Let me finish or I won't be able to." She takes a deep breath. After that, everything changed. I changed. And part of me thought, stupidly, that maybe it was just me, that my experience was isolated. The car stops at a red light, and for a moment we're suspended in time, her confession hanging in the air between us. "But then, I started seeing it everywhere," she continues, her voice stronger now, but hollow. "Women being controlled, being hurt, not just by enemies or criminals, but by the men they love too, by the men who are supposed to protect them." Her laugh is harsh, like broken glass. I'm stuck watching it happen again and again. Women suffering under controlling, abusive bastards who think they own us. Shame washes over me in a hot wave. Here I am, bringing my mess to her doorstep, forcing her to relive her own trauma through mine. "I'm so sorry," I whisper. "I shouldn't have come here. I didn't know." "No." Lucrezia reaches over, her hand finding mine. Her grip is surprisingly strong. "That's not what I meant at all. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you got out." Lucrezia's fingers tighten around mine, her eyes glazed as she stares at nothing. "It's not just you, Hazel," she says, her voice hardening. This past year alone, I've watched 5 women, including myself, suffer at the hands of men who claimed to love them. She turns to face me fully, her eyes blazing with a fierceness I haven't seen before. 5 women, Hazel. All different backgrounds, different circumstances, but the same story. Control, pain, fear. She counts each one off on her fingers. Me, Sienna, Zoe, Evelyn, and now you. Sometimes I wonder how many women around the world are living in their own private hell right now, Lucretia continues, her voice dropping to nearly a whisper. Thousands? Millions? How many are trapped with nowhere to go? No chance of escape. Evelyn? What happened to her? She laughs bitterly. You know, I was never what you'd call a feminist. Growing up in this family, this life, it's all about the men, the business, the power, the decisions. All of it belongs to them. That's just how it is. She shakes her head, but even as a little girl, I remember thinking how unfair it all seemed. The car turns onto a quieter street, the rhythmic passing of lights from buildings casting alternating shadows across our faces. Sienna was just a kid when it started for her, Lucretia says, her voice breaking. A child. She should have been playing with friends, going to school dances, worrying about homework. Instead, she was learning how to hide bruises and walk silently so she wouldn't disappoint her asshole father. She swallows hard. She lost the most precious years of her childhood to that monster. I think about the quiet, dark-haired young woman I met briefly at dinner. And Zoe, Lucretia continues. Her suffering was different, but no less real. Manipulated, lied to, used as a pawn. She trails off, shaking her head. The details don't matter. What matters is that another woman's life was treated as disposable. The weight of her words presses down on me. My own pain suddenly feels like part of something larger, a terrible pattern repeated endlessly across time and place. I think about Elliot, his groomed smile, his charming public persona, the way he convinced everyone, including me, that he was a good man. I stare at Lucretia, watching as the fire in her eyes gradually dims. Her shoulders drop and she leans back against the leather seat. The passion that fueled her words seems to drain away, leaving her looking smaller somehow. I'm sorry, she says, her voice barely above a whisper. I didn't mean to dump all of that on you. No, please don't apologize. I squeeze her hand, still wrapped in mine. Thank you for telling me. Lucretia nods, but doesn't speak again. Her gaze drifts to the window. The silence between us isn't uncomfortable. It's filled with a shared understanding that doesn't need words. I study her profile in the dim light of the car. For the first time since I've met her, Lucretia looks truly tired. Not just physically, but soul-deep exhausted. The perfectly applied makeup can't hide the shadows under her eyes or the tightness around her mouth. Her usual vibrant energy has vanished, leaving behind a woman who's carrying a weight I hadn't noticed before. She catches me looking and attempts a smile, but it doesn't infuse her features. Then she turns away again, leaning her head against the window. Chapter 21. Hazel. The car finally pulls up to the Feretti mansion. I barely wait for it to stop before pushing the door open, desperate for space, for air, for anything that isn't the suffocating weight of Lucretia's words mixing with my own fears. Hazel, wait! Lucretia calls after me, but I'm already halfway up the steps to the front door. Inside, the house is mercifully quiet. I don't stop to see who else might be around. My feet carry me straight up the staircase, taking the steps 2 at a time despite my exhaustion. I don't look back, don't check to see if Matteo's bike has arrived. I can't face him right now. When I reach my room, I close the door behind me and lean against it, my breath coming in short gasps. The elegant guest room feels too big, too exposed. I slide down the door until I'm sitting on the floor, knees pulled to my chest. I don't know how long I sit there before I hear a soft knock. I don't answer, but the door pushes open anyway, forcing me to scoot forward on the hardwood floor. Matteo stands in the doorway, his broad frame blocking the light from the hallway. His eyes find me immediately, huddled on the floor. Without a word, he steps inside and closes the door behind him. I expect him to help me up, to guide me to the bed or a chair, something a normal person would do. Instead, he slides down the wall opposite me, sitting on the floor with his long legs stretched out in front of him. We sit in silence, facing each other across the expanse of polished hardwood. His dark eyes never leave my face, but he doesn't speak, doesn't demand explanations or offer platitudes. He just waits. The silence stretches between us, not uncomfortable, but heavy with all the things we aren't saying. I study him, the sharp line of his stubbled jaw, the powerful way he holds himself even sitting on the floor, the watchful intensity in his eyes. "I'm not leaving," he finally says, his voice low and certain. "Not until you kick me out." A laugh bubbles up from my chest, not amused, but bitter and cutting. It sounds foreign to my own ears. "That's rich," I rasp. "You can't leave me alone for a minute, can you?" He doesn't flinch at my tone, doesn't look away. "No," he answers simply. I shake my head, another harsh laugh escaping. "You know what's funny? I'm not afraid of you." I meet his gaze directly. "Not anymore. Not after." I don't finish the sentence, but I don't need to. Elliot's presence hangs between us like a ghost. "Elliot appeared to be such a nice guy," I continue, the words spilling out now. Perfect smile, perfect manners, perfect life. Everyone loved him. My parents thought he was a miracle. I press my palm flat against the floor. But you, everyone sees exactly what you are. The danger, the violence. You don't hide it. Matteo remains still, his expression unreadable. Is that supposed to be a compliment? I don't know what it is. I lean my head back against the wall. I just know that right now I'm more afraid of men who hide what they are than the ones who show it honestly. His jaw tightens, but he doesn't move from his spot on the floor. "I would never hurt you, Hazel." I know. The certainty of that assertion surprises even me. That's the strangest part. I've known you for what? A week? And yet somehow I trust you more than the man I was married to for 2 years. Matteo's eyes darken. He's never going to touch you again. The quiet promise in his voice should frighten me. Instead, it wraps around me like a shield. "Lucrezia told me about what happened to her," I say, after another long silence. "And about the others. Sienna, Zoe, Evelyn. I haven't even asked my cousin if she wants to talk to me." I meet his eyes. Matteo's expression shifts, something like grief passing over his features before he masters it. "Yeah." "How do you stand it?" I whisper. "Knowing what happens to women in your world? In any world?" He doesn't answer immediately. When he does, his voice is rough. "By making sure it doesn't happen again. At least not to the women under our protection." I take a deep breath, the weight of secrets pressing against my chest. Somehow, sitting here on the floor with Matteo feels safer than any chair or couch could. Maybe because we're both on the same level. Maybe because it feels like a confession. Elliot wasn't always... I pause, searching for words. He wasn't always like this. Matteo's expression doesn't change, but his eyes never leave my face. He's listening, really listening, in a way Elliot never did. When we met at the Remington, I was working double shifts, trying to help my parents after Dad's back surgery. I draw a pattern on the floor with my fingertip. Elliot came in with some business associates, left me a $100 tip on a $30 tab. The memory feels like it happened to someone else. He came back the next night, and the next, always polite, always charming, asked about my family, remembered details about my brother's school, my dad's health issues. Matteo's jaw tightens, but he doesn't interrupt. My mom lost her job. Dad needed another surgery. I laugh without humor. Then Elliot swooped in like some fairy tale prince, offered Mom a position at Montgomery Industries, paid for Dad's surgery, set up a fund for Jake's lessons. I pull my knees tighter to my chest. Everyone thought I'd hit the jackpot. The wealthy businessman falling for the bartender, like some movie. "And you fell for it," Matteo says quietly. I was grateful. I correct him. There's a difference. I thought maybe love would grow later. I close my eyes, remembering. The wedding was perfect. Everything that Elliot wanted. I just had to show up. He'd already chosen my dress, the flowers, the venue, said he wanted to spare me the stress. When I open my eyes, Matteo's watching me with an intensity that should be uncomfortable but somehow isn't. It started small. Comments about my clothes, suggestions about my hair, always with a smile, always just trying to help. Then it was my friends. He didn't like this one's attitude or that one's influence. Said they were using me to get close to his money. My throat constricts. Then my phone. He needed to know where I was, who I was with. For my safety, he said. The cameras came next, all over the house. For security, he said. Matteo's expression darkens. And no one noticed. I shake my head. We barely saw anyone by then. My family was grateful to him. My friends had all drifted away. I had nowhere to go, no money of my own. I swallow hard. And then he started, when I didn't follow his rules exactly. The words stick in my throat. Matteo doesn't push, just waits. The first time he hit me, he cried afterward. Bought me jewelry, swore it would never happen again. My laugh sounds hollow. You know what's crazy? Part of me was relieved when the physical stuff started. At least then I could point to something real. The bruises proved I wasn't imagining things. Hazel, Matteo's voice is rough. It got worse, I interrupt, needing to get it all out now that I've started. If I wore something he hadn't picked out, if I spoke to someone he didn't approve of, if dinner wasn't perfect, there was always a reason. Always my fault. I tug at the sleeve of my sweater. He was careful, though. Never my face, nothing that would be noticeable when I was dressed. And afterwards, always the same pattern. Tears, apologies, gifts, promises. Then the cycle would start again. I heave at the air, determined to continue. I couldn't leave, I say simply. He made sure my family depended on him completely. One word from him and they'd lose everything. I meet Matteo's eyes directly. But that's not the whole truth. I was scared, terrified of what he'd do if I tried to leave. And somewhere along the way, I started believing him when he said I was worthless, that no one else would want me, that I was lucky he put up with me. Matteo's hands clench into fists, then deliberately relax. What changed? Why did you leave now? I look down at my hands. Last week I bought a dress. Nothing fancy, just something I liked. When Elliot found it. I shake my head. The physical pain doesn't matter, although it hurt. It was what he said to me. Everything you have is because I give it. I look at him again. It felt like a switch flipped inside me. I've been through a lot, working instead of studying, partying or flirting, or just living without anxiety gripping my whole existence. I couldn't stand anymore after all that. A man allowing me to wear a dress or drink a second martini. It's not just that. I know that if I stayed, I might have ended dead. Every time he punched me was rougher than the previous time.
Matteo. I watch Hazel worm her way into the floor, her words hanging in the air between us. The rage inside me is a living thing, clawing to get out. But I keep it leashed. She doesn't need my anger right now. Monsters like Elliot don't come with a health warning, I tell her, my voice just barely controlled. They don't snarl or threaten in the open. They smile. They wear tailored suits. They move through the world collecting trust, not suspicion. She looks up at me. That's what makes them so dangerous, I continue. The worst predators are the ones who look like protectors. I should have known, she whispers. How? I challenge her gently. Did he introduce himself as Elliot Montgomery, future abuser? Did he show you his true face before he had you trapped? She shakes her head, a tear sliding down her cheek. You survived, I tell her. That's what matters now. I'd rather work 3 jobs again than go back to him, she says. I'd rather sleep on the street than spend another night under his roof. Respect surges through me, unexpected and fierce. This woman has a spine of steel beneath her bruises. You won't have to, I tell her. Hazel wipes away a tear with the back of her hand, composing herself. Her eyes meet mine, a question forming in them. Did you really not recognize me at the airport? She asks, her voice soft but steady. When Evelyn introduced us. I study her face. Her eyes with flecks of amber that haunted my mind for 3 years. The small constellation of freckles across her nose that I'd memorized. I would have recognized you among a million other women with the same hair color, I admit, my voice rougher than intended. Her eyebrows shoot up. You're a liar, Matteo Caruso, she slams, though she tries to hide the smile playing at the corners of her mouth. I shuffle closer, closing some of the distance between us on the floor. I'm many things, Bella, I tell her, my eyes never leaving hers. A criminal, an enforcer, a man with blood on his hands. My voice husks lower, but I'm not a liar. The air between us changes, charged with electric sparks. Her eyes drop to my lips, her own parting slightly. The memory of how she tasted floods my senses. I lean in, pause, giving her time to pull away. When she doesn't, I close the final inches between us to capture her mouth with mine. For one heart-stopping moment, she hesitates, her body rigid. I'm about to pull back when she suddenly melts against me with a soft sound that travels straight to my core. Her hands come up to grip my shoulders, fingers digging into each bicep as though dropping an anchor. I kiss her slowly, deliberately, relearning the shape of her mouth. She tastes of tears and a uniquely hazel flavor that I've never forgotten. My hand cups her face. She pulls back slightly, her breathing uneven. Matteo, she whispers, my name a question on her lips. I remembered everything, I confess, resting my forehead against hers. The way you laughed when I showed you that Harley, how you looked proudly perched on that kitchen table, the note you left. Her eyes pop wide. Then why did you pretend? Because I needed to know why you were here, I tell her honestly. If it was really just coincidence, or if you were using Evelyn to get to me, to the family. You thought I was some kind of spy? She asks, disbelief coloring her voice. In my world, coincidence usually ends with someone dead, I say. And you? I trace the line of her lip with my finger. You were the one woman I couldn't get out of my head despite 3 years of trying.
Chapter 22. Hazel, I need to rest, I whisper, suddenly aware of how bone-deep tired I am. The panic attack at the store, the fear at the gallery, and now laying my soul bare about Elliot. It's all caught up with me. I'm exhausted. I push myself up from the floor, my legs shaky. Matteo rises in one fluid motion, towering over me. His eyes search mine, concern etched across his features. Do you want me to stay? He asks, his voice low and careful. Or would you rather be alone? The thought of being alone in this room makes my lungs knot. After spilling everything about Elliot, the shadows seem even darker, more threatening. Stay, I say. Please. Without thinking, I step forward and wrap my arms around his waist, pressing my cheek against his chest. His heartbeat thunders there, strong and steady. His arms come around me, one hand cradling the back of my head, the other spread across my lower back. I melt into him, drawing strength from his solid warmth. This is different from Elliot's embrace, which always felt like being caged. Matteo holds me like I'm something precious but not fragile. Then I feel it. The unmistakable hardness pressing against my hip. I pull back slightly, my eyes dropping down before I can stop myself. The evidence of his arousal is impossible to miss. Heat floods my cheeks as I take a step back. Sorry, he says, his voice rough. That's not something I can control right now. The honesty he emits launches fluttering in my stomach. You could sit in the armchair, I suggest, gesturing to the plush chair by the window. He shakes his head and moves to the side of the bed. lowering himself to the floor once more. He leans his back against the mattress, stretching his long legs out in front of him. "I'm good here," he says simply. I grab PJs from the dresser and retreat to the bathroom. I splash cold water on my face and take several deep breaths. I change quickly into cotton shorts and a soft t-shirt borrowed from Lucrezia. When I emerge, Matteo is still sitting on the floor, scrolling through his phone. He glances up and his eyes narrow as they sweep over my bare legs. I clear my throat. "I'm going to lie down now." A smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth. "You seem nervous, Bella. I can leave if I'm making you uncomfortable." "No," I say too quickly. I need the company. I don't think I could sleep otherwise." The smirk softens into gentle acceptance. He nods once and returns his attention to his phone, giving me space. I climb into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin despite the warmth of the room. With Matteo sitting guard on the floor, I feel safe for the first time in years. "Matteo." I moan his name as his weight pins me to the mattress, his body covering mine like a shield. His skin burns against mine, our bodies slick with sweat as he moves inside me with slow, deliberate thrusts. His dark eyes never leave mine, intense and possessive. "You're mine now," he whispers, his voice rough with desire. "Say it, Bella. Tell me who you belong to." "You," I gasp as he hits a spot deep inside me that makes stars burst behind my eyelids. "Only you, Matteo." He groans, burying his face in my neck, his stubble scraping deliciously against my sensitive skin. "That's right," he murmurs. "No one else gets to touch you like this. No one else gets to see you come apart." His rhythm changes, becomes more urgent, more demanding. I wrap my legs around his waist, pulling him deeper, wanting to feel every inch of him. My fingers dig into the muscles of his back as pleasure builds, coiling tighter and tighter in my core. "Open your eyes," he commands. I blink, disoriented as reality crashes in. The weight on my chest isn't Matteo. It's the winter duvet I've clutched to myself in my sleep. My body thrums with unfulfilled desire, my skin flushed and sensitive. And Matteo? He's not in bed with me at all. He's still on the floor where he positioned himself, sitting up straight, watching me with an expression that makes heat pool low in my belly. "Must have been some dream," he says, his voice husky with sleep and some darker emotion. "You were moaning my name." Mortification floods me. Had been dreaming about him, about us, and apparently making quite the noise. I don't, I stammer, unable to form a coherent sentence as I realize my t-shirt is twisted around my waist, exposing my stomach. Matteo's eyes drop to where the sheet has fallen away, revealing a sensitive part of my body. His jaw flexes, and when he speaks again, his voice is unsmoothed gravel. "You want to know what I think?" He shifts to his knees beside the bed, bringing his face level with mine. "I think you were dreaming about me fucking you." My breath catches at his crude words, but I can't deny it. The evidence is written all over my face, in my flushed cheeks and dilated pupils. "Tell me I'm wrong," he challenges, his eyes never leaving mine. I swallow hard, unable to lie. "You're not wrong." A slow, ravenous smile spreads across his face. He leans closer, his breath warm on my lips. "Was I good?" he asks, his finger coming up to lift a strand of hair from my face. "In your dream?" My skin tingles where his fingers touch me. "Yes," I whisper. His thumb traces my bottom lip, sending shivers down my spine. Better than that night in Austin. The memory of our night together 3 years ago floods back, his hands on my body, his mouth everywhere, the way he'd made me feel things I'd never felt before or since. "I don't know," I admit. "It's been a long time." "What do you want, Hazel?" His voice is barely above a whisper, but it fills the room. The question hangs between us, heavy with meaning. My heart leaps and skips. My body still tingles from the dream, aching for his touch. For 2 years, I've been controlled, told what to want, what to wear, what to say. But now, in this moment, I'm being asked what I want. And I know exactly what that is. I want to be fucked, I whisper, the words feeling foreign and thrilling on my tongue. In an instant, Matteo's hand wraps around my throat, not squeezing, just holding, his thumb pressing gently against my pulse point. His eyes glitter, savage and untamed. Wrong answer, he says, his voice a dangerous rumble. You don't want to be fucked. You want me to fuck you. The correction sends a bolt of heat straight through me. He's right. It's not just anyone I want. It's him. Yes, I breathe, arching my spine, lifting into his hand. I want you to fuck me, Matteo. Matteo stares at me for a long moment, conflict raging in his eyes. His hand still rests at my throat, his thumb tracing small circles against my skin. Fuck it, he growls finally, releasing me and pulling his shirt over his head in one motion. My breath catches as I take in his bare chest. He's even more beautiful than I remember. All hard muscle and smooth olive skin. A tattoo I don't recall from before marks his right forearm, a detailed compass rose. He stands to push down his pants and I can't tear my eyes away. Every movement is controlled power, the body of a man who knows exactly what he's capable of. When he's naked, he pauses, letting me look my fill. Last chance to change your mind, he says, his voice straining with restraint. I look up at him, drinking in every inch of his powerful body. The moonlight filtering through the curtains casts shadows across his muscled chest, highlighting the defined ridges of his abdomen. My mouth goes dry at the sight. I'm not changing my mind, I whisper. Something primal flashes in his eyes.
I lie in bed with Hazel curled against my arm, her breathing steady and warm on my skin. The room feels suspended in time, just us, tangled in sheets, the rest of the world locked outside. My fingers draw lazy circles on her shoulder while my mind tumbles with questions. The silence between us stretches, comfortable but loaded with everything unsaid. I can't hold it in anymore. Why did you leave that morning? Hazel laughs, a soft sound that vibrates against my chest. What reason would there have been to stay? You were leaving town that day anyway. She shifts slightly, looking up at me. We had sex. You told me you only do one-night stands. That's what it was. I never said I didn't want to see you in the morning. My tone is harsh. At least for a goodbye? She stares at me, those hazel eyes searching mine. Why? Would it have mattered? The question slams me square in the chest. Why did it matter? Why has it bothered me for 3 years that she slipped away without a word? Why did I keep that memory of her locked away when I've forgotten countless other women? I open my mouth, then close it. The words don't come. That's what I thought, she says, not unkindly. No, it's not that. I run a hand through my hair, frustrated with myself. I don't know. And that's the truth. I don't know why it mattered. I don't know why I remembered her when I shouldn't have. I don't know why finding her again feels significant when it should just be convenient sex with someone I've already had. I've never been good with words that matter. I can negotiate business deals, threaten enemies, charm information out of people. But this, explaining something I don't understand myself. I just wanted to see your face again, I finally admit. In the daylight. I watch Hazel's expression change, a mixture of curiosity and something else I can't quite read. Why don't you just have relationships like all normal people do? She asks, her fingers tracing an idle pattern on my chest, instead of all these one-night stands. The question catches me off guard, and a genuine laugh escapes me. A real laugh that feels strange coming from my throat. Normal people? I repeat, shifting to look at her directly. Hazel, do you really think I'm a normal guy? She studies me for a moment, those unique eyes taking in every detail of my face. No, she finally says. You're not normal, but that doesn't answer my question. I exhale slowly, considering how much to tell her. I've never explained this to anyone before. In my line of work, relationships are a liability, I say, my voice low. Any person close to me becomes a potential target, a weakness someone can exploit. A girlfriend, that's just a hostage waiting to happen. I pause, remembering Lucrezia's kidnapping and the hell the family went through. I've seen what happens when enemies take the people you care about. I won't put someone through that risk. I run my thumb along her jawline. And even if I could keep them safe, what kind of life would that be? Constantly looking over your shoulder, never knowing if today's the day someone decides to get to me through you. I shift my gaze to the ceiling. Besides, I'm not built for the normal shit. The anniversaries, the meeting the parents, the compromising. I work for Damiano. I'm on call 24/7. My life isn't mine to share. The admission feels heavier than I expected, like I've revealed more than I intended. So I keep it simple. One night, maybe two. Everyone knows the rules going in. Nobody gets hurt. I look back at her. Nobody is disappointed when I have to leave in the middle of dinner because Damiano calls. Nobody has to lie to their friends about what I really do. I watch the emotions play across Hazel's face as she processes everything I've just said. There's understanding there, as well as an unreadable emotion she's working through, something that makes my chest loop in knots. That's sad, she finally says, her voice soft and horrible. The words ram harder than they should. I've never thought of my life choices as sad before. Necessary, practical, smart, but not sad. It's just reality, I counter. She shakes her head slightly, hair spilling across the pillow. No, it's a choice. A choice you've made because of your reality, but still a choice. I clench my jaw, not liking how easily she cuts through my bullshit. Most people don't challenge me like this. They either want something from me or they're too afraid to push back. It's more complicated now anyway, she continues, her fingers still tracing patterns on my chest. Between us, I mean. How so? I ask, though I already know the answer. I'm technically still married to a man who's actively hunting me down. I'm staying in your boss's house. You're my security detail. She gives a small, humorless laugh. Not exactly the setup for anything simple. True. Besides, she adds, her voice taking on a forced casualness that doesn't quite ring true. I don't want anything else either. A relationship is the last thing I need right now. A cold boulder settles in my stomach at her words. They're perfectly reasonable, logical even. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. She's right. Of course she's fucking right. This thing between us can't be anything more than what it is. Temporary relief, physical comfort in the middle of a storm. So we're on the same page, I say, the words feeling shallow as they leave my mouth. Completely. She smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes. The silence that follows feels heavier than before. I should feel relieved. This is exactly what I want. Sex without complications, no expectations, no promises I can't keep. So why does it feel like I've lost something I never had? I stare at the ceiling, watching shadows dance across it from the moonlight filtering through the curtains. There's a weight on my chest that has nothing to do with Hazel's head resting there. She shifts slightly, her breath warm against my skin. What are you thinking about? Nothing important, I lie. We should get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. She makes a small sound of agreement, settling herself closer against me. Within minutes, her breathing evens out as sleep claims her. I remain awake, my mind racing with thoughts I don't want to examine too closely. Thoughts about what it might be like to wake up to her every morning. About how she fits against me like she was made to be there. About what Elliot Montgomery's face will look like when I finally find him.
Chapter 24. Hazel. I wake with a start, my hand automatically reaching across the bed. Empty sheets greet my fingers, still warm but vacant. Of course Matteo isn't here. Sunlight streams through the curtains we forgot to close properly last night, painting golden stripes across the rumpled bedding. I sit up slowly, pulling the sheet to cover my naked body despite being alone in the room. Stupid, I whisper to myself. What did I expect? That he'd still be here, watching me sleep? That we'd have breakfast together like some normal, loving couple? After our conversation last night, I should have known better. We both agreed this was just physical, nothing more. A small, traitorous part of me had hoped anyway. I press my palms against my eyes, willing away the sting of disappointment. This is better, cleaner. I don't need another complicated relationship right now. I slide out of bed, wincing slightly at the pleasant soreness in my muscles. In the bathroom, I turn the shower on as hot as I can stand it. Steam fills the space as I step under the spray, letting the water pound against my shoulders. The shampoo smells like jasmine and vanilla, and I love it. As I wash away the evidence of last night, I try to organize my thoughts. Elliot is here in New York. My lawyer is working on divorce papers. I'm staying with a crime family. And I just slept with a man who kills people for a living. My life has become unrecognizable in just a few days. After showering, I wrap myself in the plush robe hanging on the back of the door and pad back into the bedroom. I put on a sweater and jeans, simple and comfortable. My new burner phone sits on the nightstand where I left it. Maria Ginelli gave it to me during our meeting, explaining that Elliot couldn't track this one. I pick it up and check the time. 8:47 a.m., not too early to call my lawyer. I dial her number, sitting on the edge of the bed as it rings. Ginelli, she answers, her voice crisply professional. Maria, it's Hazel Taylor. Hazel, good morning. I was planning to call you later today. Papers rustle in the background. I have some updates for you. My stomach tightens. Good news or bad news? A bit of both, I'm afraid. She pauses. The good news is that I've filed the emergency restraining order. The judge granted it based on the photos of your injuries in your statement. Relief washes through me. And the bad news? Your husband has hired Stanley Blackwell. The name means nothing to me. Who is that? Only one of the most ruthless divorce attorneys in New York, Maria says, her voice grim. He specializes in high-profile divorces where the wealthy spouse wants to pay as little as possible. He's known for aggressive tactics and character assassination. My throat tightens. So Elliot is going to try to make me look bad. It appears so. Blackwell has already filed a response to our petition, claiming you're mentally unstable and that you've been having an affair. A bitter laugh escapes me. That's rich coming from him. We have a preliminary hearing scheduled for next week. In the meantime, stay where you are. Thank you, I say, and end the call. I stand at the window for a moment, watching a gardener trim the hedges that line the expansive Feretti property. The normality of it strikes me as surreal against the chaos of my life. My stomach growls, reminding me I haven't eaten in hours. Coffee. I need coffee and maybe something to eat. I slip my feet into the cozy slippers Lucrezia lent me and head downstairs. The mansion is quiet this morning. I follow the faint scent of coffee, letting it guide me to the kitchen. As I push open the swing door, I find Zoe sitting at the island counter, baby Sophia cradled in one arm while she sips from the coffee cup in her free hand. She looks up and smiles when she sees me. Good morning, she says, her voice soft, probably to avoid disturbing Sophia. Morning, I reply, heading straight for the coffee pot. Is it okay if I... Help yourself. Mugs are in the cabinet to the right. I pour myself a cup, the rich aroma making my mouth water. The first sip burns slightly but tastes heavenly. Did you sleep well? Zoe asks, a knowing glint in her eye that makes me wonder if she's heard about Matteo spending the night in my room. Fine, thanks, I say, trying to keep my voice neutral. I take another sip of coffee to hide any telling expression. Sophia makes a tiny sound, somewhere between a coo and a sigh. I can't help but smile at the little bundle in Zoe's arms. Is everything okay? Zoe asks, her tone gentle but direct. You seem a bit distracted this morning. I consider brushing it off, but something about Zoe's open expression makes me want to be honest. Just got off the phone with my lawyer. Elliot's hired some hotshot attorney who's apparently going to try to make me seem crazy. Zoe nods, unsurprised. Stanley Blackwell. How did you know? She shrugs one shoulder, careful not to disturb Sophia. It's what I would do if I were him. Blackwell's reputation precedes him. You know him? Not personally, but I know of him. She shifts Sophia to her other arm. Don't worry too much. Maria Gianelli is excellent at what she does. Thanks, I say, leaning against the counter. It's just a lot, you know? I do know, she says with a sincerity that makes me believe she truly does understand. But you're not alone in this. Sophia starts to fuss a little, and Zoe stands, gently bouncing her. I should get her changed. Help yourself to anything in the fridge if you're hungry. Thanks, Zoe. After she leaves, I make some toast and finish my coffee in the quiet kitchen. The conversation with Zoe has calmed me somewhat. There's something reassuring about her practical approach. Once I've eaten, I head back upstairs to my room. I need to talk to Evelyn. I haven't seen her in days. Not since before. Well, before Matteo. Back in my room, I pick up the burner phone and dial Evelyn's number. It rings several times before she answers, sounding slightly out of breath. Hello? Ev, it's me. Hazel. I was just thinking about you. How are you doing? I sink onto the edge of the bed. I'm okay. Haven't seen you in a few days. I was getting worried. I know, I'm sorry. The cafe's been crazy busy, and I've been helping Noah with some stuff, too. There's a pause. Are you really okay? I consider telling her about Matteo, but something holds me back. Just dealing with lawyer stuff. Elliot's hired some shark attorney. That bastard, Evelyn says with feeling. What does Maria say? She says not to worry, but it's hard not to. I twist a strand of hair around my finger, a nervous habit from childhood. How's the cafe? Chaotic, but good. Listen, I'll try to come by tonight, okay? We can catch up properly. I'd like that, I say, realizing how much I've missed her. Great. I've got to run, literally in the middle of inventory, but I'll see you tonight. See you then.
Matteo. I pace the length of the living room, checking my watch for the 5th time in as many minutes. Daniel should be here by now. Every second we waste is another second that bastard Elliot Montgomery breathes. My apartment feels too small suddenly, the sleek modern furniture and floor-to-ceiling windows doing nothing to contain the restless energy surging through me. I stop at the window, staring out at the Manhattan skyline without really seeing it. Last night with Hazel plays on repeat in my mind. The way her body moved above mine, taking control in a way that showed she was reclaiming something that bastard had stolen from her. The moonlight catching the fading bruises on her skin, each one refueling the rage simmering just beneath my surface. Fuck. I need to focus, but all I can hear is her breathless gasps when I pushed deeper, the way she whispered my name like a prayer when she came. The memory of her heat around me, her nails digging. The doorbell cuts through my thoughts. About damn time. I cross the room in long strides and yank open the door. Daniel stands there, his face grim, a folder tucked under his arm. You're late, I say, stepping aside to let him in. Traffic, he replies simply, heading straight for the dining table. He sets down the folder and opens it, revealing photographs and printed documents. Montgomery's been busy. I join him at the table, forcing my mind to shift gears. Tell me. He made some calls while having dinner alone in the restaurant. Daniel taps a surveillance photo showing Elliot in the hotel lobby. This morning he met with his attorney, Stanley Blackwell. Blackwell, I repeat, the name vaguely familiar. Divorce specialist? Daniel nods. Known for playing dirty. Very dirty. What else? Montgomery's hired 2 private investigators. Daniel slides another photo across the table. Ex-cops. They've been asking questions at the airport, showing Hazel's picture around. I run a hand over my face, trying to think clearly. Images of Hazel keep intruding. Her smile, her tears, her body trembling beneath mine. Matteo, Daniel says, his voice pulling me back. You good? Fine, I snap, then immediately regret it. Sorry, just didn't get much sleep. Daniel's phone rings, cutting through our conversation. He answers with a curt, yes? And listens, his expression shifting to concern. Hold on, he says, then looks at me. It's Fabio. Mrs. Montgomery is asking for a ride. A ride? Where the fuck does she think she's going? I demand. Daniel puts the phone on speaker. Fabio's voice comes through, tense and uncertain. She's insisting, sir. Says she needs to leave immediately. Absolutely no, I bark into the phone. Tell her to stay put. I tried, sir. She's determined. Something cold slides down my spine. Put her on the phone. Now. There's a rustling sound. Then Hazel's voice comes through, defiant despite the slight tremor. I don't need to talk to you, Matteo. I just need a car. You're not fucking going anywhere, I say, my voice dropping dangerously low. Your husband is out there with private investigators looking for you. I know that, she snaps. I grip the edge of the table, knuckles turning white. Give the phone to Fabio and wait for me. No. The single word is cutting. You don't have the right to tell me what to do. I need to get the hell out of New York now. My patience snaps. Why? What happened? The silence stretches for a beat too long. Hazel, answer me. Instead of answering, the line goes dead. Fuck. I slam my fist against the wall, leaving a dent in the drywall. I grab my jacket and keys, already moving toward the door. Call Fabio back. Tell him not to let her leave the fucking property. If she tries to walk out, physically restrain her. Daniel's already dialing. I'm halfway out the door when I turn back. And Daniel, if Montgomery makes a move toward the estate, shoot him in the fucking knee. I don't wait for his response. My mind races faster than my feet. Something spooked her. After everything she shared last night, after the way she melted into me, something happened to make her bolt. The thought of her running from me twists painfully in my chest. I slam onto my Ducati, engine roaring to life beneath me. Traffic laws become suggestions as I weave through cars, the needle pushing well past legal limits. My watch reads 11:43 a.m. If she leaves the estate, finding her becomes exponentially harder. I push the Ducati to its limits, the engine screaming beneath me as I weave through traffic like a man possessed. I cut off a delivery truck, ignoring the blaring horn as I accelerate through a gap that barely fits the bike. The mansion is just ahead, its wrought iron gates already open as if expecting me. I skid to a stop in the circular driveway, gravel spraying beneath the tires. I'm off the bike before it fully stops, not bothering to properly park it as I take the front steps two at a time. The heavy front door slams against the wall as I burst in. Hazel! My voice echoes through the marble foyer. Lucrezia appears at the top of the grand staircase, her face tense. Matteo. Where is she? I demand, already moving toward the stairs. Lucrezia descends quickly, blocking my path with surprising determination for someone half my size. Stop. She doesn't want to see you. I freeze, her words hitting me like a physical blow. What the fuck are you talking about? She specifically asked that you not go to her room. Lucrezia crosses her arms, her dark eyes studying my face. She was very clear about it. The rage and confusion must show on my face because Lucrezia takes a small step back. Get out of my way, Lucrezia. No. She stands her ground, chin lifted. You need to respect her wishes. Something happened. She called Fabio asking for a car, wanting to leave New York. Now you're telling me she's locked herself in her room and doesn't want to see me? That's exactly what I'm telling you. Her voice softens slightly. She's upset, Matteo. No shit. I pace the foyer like a caged animal.
Chapter 25. Hazel. I slam the door behind me and lean against it, my chest heaving. My hands shake so badly I can barely hold the phone that's just destroyed whatever fragile thing was building between Matteo and me. Breathe, I whisper to myself, sliding down until I'm sitting on the floor, knees pulled to my chest. I glance back at my phone, the screen still open to the Facebook. I wanted to check on whether Elliot had made any post after I left, message that arrived 15 minutes ago, from a profile with no picture and a generic name, Jane Smith, real original. Stay away from him. He's not yours, he never will be, and attached. A photo that burns into my retinas even with my eyes squeezed shut. Matteo, his muscled back bare lined by white sheets, sleeping next to a stunning redhead whose arm is draped possessively across his torso. The timestamp shows 4:17 a.m. this morning, right after he left my bed, apparently. I'm such a fool. Last night I thought we had something real. The way he looked at me touched me, how he listened to my story about Elliot. But I was just another conquest. He left my bed to go straight to hers. I stare at the phone in my hand, the screen now dark. Part of me wants to hurl it against the wall, but it's my only lifeline right now. The message makes it clear I'm not the only woman in Matteo's life. Not even the only woman in his bed on the same night. I'm not even angry at him, not really. He never promised me anything. We both agreed to keep things casual. I'm angry at myself for believing, even for a moment, that I might be special to him. My lungs ache with humiliation. I thought I was reclaiming my power, my sexuality, after Elliot's abuse. Instead, I've just found another way to be used. A soft knock breaks the silence, and I jerk my head up, quickly wiping at my eyes. Hazel, can I come in? Lucrezia's voice filters through the door. I hesitate, not wanting anyone to see me like this. But I need someone right now, someone who isn't Matteo. Yeah, I call out, my voice cracking. I scoot away from the door, pulling myself up to sit on the bed. The door opens and Lucrezia slips in holding a steaming mug. Her dark eyes soften when she sees my face. I brought you some tea, she says, closing the door behind her with her hip. Chamomile with honey. The simple kindness makes my throat lump again. Thank you. I cradle the warm mug between my hands, staring down at the gold liquid as if it might hold answers. The grassy scent wafts up, soothing but not nearly enough to calm the storm inside me. What did he say? I ask, not looking up. I don't need to specify who. Lucrezia settles beside me on the bed, her weight shifting the mattress slightly. He said he's staying until you're ready to talk to him. A laugh escapes me, bitterly ironic. Then he'll be waiting a very long time because I'm not going to be ready. Not ever. I take a sip of tea, wincing as it burns my tongue. I don't want to be ready. Everything is over, and the best solution is for him to stop pretending that he cares. You have every right to not want him around, Lucrezia says softly, but he does care, Hazel. I shake my head, feeling tears threatening again. He doesn't. Not really. Lucrezia watches me for a long moment. What's happening between you two? I mean, I know there's something, but... I set the mug on the nightstand before I spill it with my trembling hands. The words tumble out then, about Austin 3 years ago, the night we shared that I never forgot, how he pretended not to know me at the airport. I pull the phone from my pocket and stare at the screen. Still black now, but I know what lurks there. My stomach twists into knots just thinking about it. So, you had a night together in Austin, and now... Lucrezia prompts, her eyes fixed on my face. I wrap my arms around myself, trying to hold it together. And now I need to leave. I can't stay here with him. I just can't. But why? She leans forward, her brow furrowed with concern. What happened between last night and now? I shake my head, unwilling to share the photo. It's too humiliating, and I don't want to drag Lucrezia into whatever this mess is between Matteo and the redhead. It doesn't matter. This was all a mistake. A mistake? Lucrezia's voice rises slightly. Hazel, I've never seen Matteo look at anyone the way he looks at you. And I've seen him with plenty of women. That's part of the problem, I mutter. getting up to pace the room. The walls feel like they're closing in on me. I can't do this again, Lucrezia. I can't be with someone who... I stop myself before I say too much. Who what? She presses. I turn to face her, my resolve hardening. Who isn't fully available to me? I just got out of a controlling relationship. The last thing I need is to jump into something equally complicated. Lucrezia watches me for a long moment, her dark eyes thoughtful. You know, sometimes I think destiny has a way of bringing people together at exactly the right time, even if it seems like the wrong time. A harsh laugh escapes me. Destiny? You think destiny brought me and Matteo together? 3 years ago in Austin, and now here. She raises an eyebrow. That's quite a coincidence, don't you think? I shake my head firmly. No, that's not destiny. That's just bad luck. The words taste bitter on my tongue. Bad luck? Lucrezia looks genuinely shocked. Hazel, you came to us needing protection, and it turns out the man assigned to protect you is someone you already shared a connection with. Someone who understands you, who makes you feel safe. He doesn't make me feel safe anymore, I whisper, and I hate how my voice breaks. Lucrezia stands up and takes my hands in hers. Whatever happened between last night and this morning, I can see it's hurt you. But I also know Matteo. He's not perfect, far from it. But he's not the kind of man who would intentionally hurt someone he cares about. I pull my hands away. That's just it. He doesn't care about me. Not really.
Matteo. I squeeze the trigger, feeling the familiar kickback against my palm as the bullet tears through the paper target. The sound echoes through the underground shooting range beneath the Feretti property, but I barely register it. My mind is somewhere else entirely. Fuck, I mutter, ejecting the magazine and slamming in a new one. I've been down here almost 2 hours, burning through ammo like it's popcorn. The targets at the end of the range are shredded, most showing tight grouping center mass. My hands work automatically, reloading, aiming, firing. It's muscle memory at this point. What isn't muscle memory is dealing with the storm inside my head. Hazel. I fire 3 rapid shots, all hitting the bullseye within an inch of each other. This is where I come when I need to think, when I need to get my shit together. The concentration required to shoot well forces everything else out of my mind, at least temporarily. Each breath, each squeeze of the trigger, each recoil, it's all I focus on. I rip off my ear protection and toss it on the counter. You planning to leave any targets for the rest of us? Daniel's voice comes from behind me. I don't turn around. There's plenty. Not at the rate you're going. He steps up beside me, scanning the devastation downrange. Something on your mind? Nothing worth talking about. Daniel nods, knowing better than to push. I glance at him, taking in his solid frame. 6'4", all muscle, with that military buzz cut that never seems to grow out. His blue eyes don't miss a damn thing. The small scars on his knuckles tell stories he never shares. He's the kind of guy you want beside you when shit hits the fan. Steady, methodical, loyal to a fault. Any word on Montgomery? I ask, holstering my gun. Still at the hotel? Had breakfast sent up about an hour ago. Daniel leans against the counter, arms crossed. Marco's got eyes on him. I nod. Good. You know, shooting the entire armory isn't going to solve whatever's eating at you. Says who? I snap, then immediately regret it. Sorry, not your problem. Daniel shrugs. It is when you're distracted. Distracted gets people killed in our line of work. He's right, and we both know it. I run a hand through my hair. It's the Taylor woman, isn't it? Daniel asks, his voice neutral. I need to talk to her. Lucrezia said to give her space. I start packing up my gear. I know what Lucrezia said. But you're going up there anyway. It's not a question. I'll give her space after I know what the hell is going on. I zip up my bag. 5 minutes, that's all I need. Daniel sighs. Your funeral. Just don't come crying to me when Lucretia tears you a new one. Noted. I head toward the door. Keep me posted on Montgomery. Always do. I take the stairs 2 at a time, my mind racing. The hallway to her room seems longer than usual. I pause outside her door, knuckles raised. Part of me knows I should respect her wishes, give her the space she needs. But the other part, the part that spent the night with her body wrapped around mine, needs answers. I knock on Hazel's door, 3 sharp raps that echo down the hallway. Hazel, we need to talk. Silence. I try again, a little louder this time. Hazel, come on. Just 5 minutes. I don't want to talk, Matteo. Her voice sounds flat, distant through the door. Please, just go. I should walk away. I know I should. But something's wrong, and walking away isn't in my nature when there's a problem to solve. I'm coming in, I remember to announce, unlike last time, before turning the handle. The door isn't locked. A small mercy. I step inside to find Hazel sitting on the edge of the bed, her back straight, shoulders rigid. Her eyes meet mine, and the iciness there hits me like landing at the North Pole. She rolls her eyes dramatically. You're such an annoying man. Did you not hear me say I don't want to talk? I heard you. I closed the door behind me. I just chose not to listen. I try for a smile, aiming to lighten the tension crackling between us. Selective hearing. It's a tricky condition. Doctors are baffled. Nothing, not even a glimmer of a smile. Her expression remains frozen, eyes hard and unreadable. This is worse than I thought. Tough crowd, I mutter, crossing my arms. The playful approach clearly isn't working. Time to be direct. What's going on, Hazel? Last night was a mistake, she cuts in, her voice sharp enough to slice. One I don't intend to repeat. She may as well have rammed my gut, but I keep my face neutral. Why the sudden change? Did I do something? I take a step toward her but stop when she visibly stiffens. Talk to me, Bella. Don't call me that. She stands, creating more distance between us. I need to go back to my parents' house, that's all. I blink, trying to process this sudden shift. Your parents' house? In Austin? Where Montgomery will immediately come for you? Yes. That's insane. You can't go back there. It's not your decision to make. Her fingers twist together, the only sign of the anxiety she's trying to hide. I've made up my mind. Is this about the divorce? Did Blackwell threaten you somehow? I rack my brain for what could have changed since last night. Whatever it is, we can handle it. The Feretti name carries weight, even with sharks like Blackwell. She shakes her head. I need to go back to my parents' house. That's all I'm going to say about it. Actually, you do owe me an explanation. My voice comes out harder than I intended. Her eyebrows shoot up. Excuse me? I don't owe you anything, Matteo. According to whom? According to common decency and personal autonomy, she fires back, crossing her arms. I force myself to take a breath, to find some lightness in this suddenly heavy room. Not according to the relationship guidebook by Matteo Caruso. Her expression shifts from anger to confusion. What? Yeah, it's a bestseller in my head. I tap my temple. Very exclusive reading. Page 43, paragraph 2 clearly states that when a woman has mind-blowing sex with a man twice, I hold up 2 fingers for emphasis, and said man still wants to fuck her senseless all day long, she absolutely owes him an explanation before disappearing. Again. Her mouth opens slightly, caught off guard by my ridiculous claim, or maybe the reminder that she's good at bolting without goodbyes. I grab my small advantage. It's right there after the chapter on sharing sexy cooking duties and before the section on not making the same mistake twice. I shrug as if it's common knowledge. I don't make the rules, I just wrote them, in my head, last Tuesday. For a moment, I think I've miscalculated completely. Her face remains frozen, and I prepare for an incoming missile when she throws something at me. Then I see it, the tiniest twitch at the corner of her mouth, fighting her determination to stay mad at whatever I've done. "That's the meanest thing I've ever heard," she says, but there's a crack in her icy demeanor. Oh, it gets worse. There's a whole appendix dedicated to communicating after intimacy and not leaping to conclusions. Very controversial stuff. I take a cautious step closer. "Look, I know something happened. Last night it meant something. To both of us. Then I get up in the morning and suddenly you're planning to flee the state. Something doesn't add up." She looks away, the brief moment of humor evaporating. "It's complicated." I specialize in complicated, Bella. It's literally my job description. I sweeten my voice. "Talk to me. Whatever it is, we can figure it out."
Chapter 26. Hazel. I feel my resolve weakening under Matteo's ridiculous yet insightful book comments. The man is infuriating, somehow finding a way to make me want to smile when all I want is to stay angry. But he's nailed my behavior, and I can't deny I'm acting childishly. "I never had you down for a literary gentleman," I say, trying to keep my voice firm despite the crack in my armor and failing, because for some reason I cannot resist dropping into a Southern Belle Scarlett O'Hara accent. "Never said I was." Matteo grins as he takes another step closer, and I fight the urge to back away. I'm just trying to understand what changed. "What changed is I woke up and came to my senses," I say, lifting my chin. "Whatever this was between us," I gesture between us, "it stopped the moment I opened my eyes this morning." His brow furrows. "I don't believe you." "That's not my problem." I cross my arms tighter, creating a barrier between us. "I made a mistake. I was vulnerable and emotional after everything with Elliot, and you were convenient." The lies taste bitter on my tongue, but I force them out anyway. Better to hurt him now than let myself be hurt again. I don't want to drag that redhead into this. He hurt her too, apparently, but she won't fix their relationship. "Convenient?" His voice drops dangerously low. "Is that what last night was to you?" "Yes." The deceit burns my throat. And now I need to focus on getting my divorce and rebuilding my life. I can't do that surrounded by complications. Complications. He repeats the word like he's testing its weight. I look away, unable to meet his eyes. "I need to be left alone, Matteo. Please." "Look at me, Hazel." Something in his tone makes me turn back to him. His eyes delve deep into mine, searching for the truth I'm trying so hard to hide. "What aren't you telling me?" "Nothing." I swallow hard. I can't do this. Any of it. I need space to figure out my life without Elliot, without jumping into something else that's going to hurt me. A flash of understanding crosses his face. "You think I'm going to hurt you?" "I know you will." It blurts out before I can stop it, raw and honest. "Men like you always do." "Men like me?" His jaw tightens. "You don't know what kind of man I am." "Don't I?" I let out an empty laugh. "I know enough. I know you're dangerous. I know you have women throwing themselves at you. I know this," I gesture between us, "means something different to you than it does to me." "And what does it mean to you?" he challenges, the interest sparking in his eyes. I shake my head, feeling tears threatening. "It doesn't matter. Please, Matteo, I'm begging you to leave me alone." His expression shifts, a hardening, a closing off. It's a look I haven't seen from him before, cold and distant, like metal shutters coming down over a window. "Fine." The word comes out clipped. "If that's what you want." "It is." He steps back, opening a gulf between us. "I respect your wishes, Hazel. You won't have to worry about me complicating your life anymore." The coldly formal tone cuts deeper than anger would have. I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly shivery despite the warmth of the room. "Thank you," I whisper. Matteo moves to the door, his stride stiff and controlled. He pauses with his hand on the doorknob, keeping his back to me. "For what it's worth," he says without turning around, "I would never have hurt you." I open my mouth to respond, but he's gone, the door closing with a soft click that somehow sounds more final than if he'd slammed it. I pick up the burner phone and scroll to Mom's number. I need to hear her voice, to comfort myself in something familiar. She answers on the third ring. "Hello?" "Mom, it's me." I keep my voice low, though I know Matteo is gone. "Hazel, I'm so glad to hear you, sweetie." Relief floods her voice. I swallow hard. "How's Dad doing?" She hesitates, and my stomach drops. "He's okay." "Elliot called yesterday saying there might be some issues with the insurance coverage for his next procedure." "Of course he did." I press my fingertips against my closed eyelids. Mom continues tentatively. "It's just that this procedure, it's the one that he really needs. That might just fix his back at last." I'm silent for a long moment, working out what to tell her. "He's trying to get to me, control me through you, Mom." "I'm working with a lawyer. We'll figure something out." "Don't you worry about us," Mom says, though I can hear the worry in her voice. "We'll be fine. Your father would rather lose his treatments than know you're being hurt." "I know, Mom. My phone beeps with another call. I pull it away from my ear to check the screen. It's Evelyn. "I should take this." "Okay, honey. Call me soon. We love you." "Love you too, Mom." I hang up and switch to Evelyn's call. "Hey, Ev." "Hello, Hazel." The blood freezes in my veins. It's not Evelyn's voice. Elliot. His name escapes my lips in a horrified whisper. There she is. His voice is smooth, pleasant even. The same voice that charmed my parents, my friends. The same voice that would whisper apologies after leaving bruises on my skin. "My runaway wife, I've been looking everywhere for you, darling." I can't breathe. My fingers go numb around the phone. "Nothing to say, darling?" Elliot's tone remains light, conversational. "After all the trouble you've caused me?" My brain kicks into survival mode. I need to keep him talking. I need to get help. I move toward the door on shaky legs. "You hurt me, Elliot." I keep my voice quiet, trembling. Not difficult to fake with the terror coursing through my veins. "I disciplined you," he corrects, as if explaining to a child. There's a difference. I open the bedroom door as silently as possible, stepping into the hallway. I couldn't take it anymore. The bruises, the domination, the cameras watching my every move. "You're being dramatic as usual." His sigh sounds genuinely disappointed. "I only installed the surveillance because you can't be trusted to make good decisions. Look at where you are now." I scan the hallway, desperate for anyone. The mansion feels vast and empty. I start walking toward the stairs, keeping my footsteps light. "How did you get Evelyn's phone? What might he have done to my sweet cousin? I hardly dare consider it." "Does it matter?" he chuckles. "What matters is that I found you, sweetheart. And you've been very, very naughty." I spot movement at the bottom of the stairs, Matteo and Lucrezia in deep conversation. Relief washes over me. "The restraining order wasn't very nice," Elliot's voice hardens. "Neither was hiring a lawyer. You know how I feel about airing our private business." I descend the stairs, frantically waving to catch their attention while pressing a finger to my lips. "I was scared," I say, injecting a note of apology into my voice. "You hurt me so badly that night." "You provoked me to it," Elliot replies smoothly. "You always do. But I forgive you." Matteo looks up, his stony expression changing instantly when he sees my face. I point to the phone and mouth Elliot while continuing down the stairs. "It wasn't clever getting divorce lawyers involved, Hazel." Elliot's voice turns menacing. "Now I might be forced to take actions I'd rather avoid. Your father's next surgery, your mother's position at the company. Such fragile things. Lucrezia's eyes widen as she comprehends what's happening. Matteo's face transforms into something deadly. "Please don't hurt them," I whisper, and the fear in my voice is entirely real. "They have nothing to do with this." "They have everything to do with this," Elliot counters. "They're the reason you married me, aren't they?" "Not love. Simple convenience. Security." I reach the bottom of the stairs. Matteo holds out his hand for the phone, but I shake my head. I need to keep Elliot talking. "I did love you," I lie, "in the beginning. And you will again," Elliot says with complete confidence. "Once you're home where you belong." Matteo's jaw clenches so hard I can see the muscle working beneath his skin. He turns abruptly and strides toward the front door, moving with terrifying purpose. Lucrezia reaches for the phone, mouthing, "Give it to me." "Elliot, I need time," I say, my voice breaking. "Can't you understand that?" I tighten my grip on the phone, watching Matteo's retreating figure with a mix of fear and confusion. Where is he going? What is he planning? "Elliot, I need time," I repeat, trying to keep my voice steady. "Time's up, Hazel," he says spitefully. "You've had your little adventure. Now tell me where you are so I can come get you." My mind races. I can't give him any information that might lead him here. Lucrezia stands beside me, her eyes stretched with concern as she gestures for me to hand over the phone. I don't know exactly where I am," I stammer, "and it's not entirely a lie. I've been staying with Evelyn, but I get confused here in New York. All the streets look the same to me." "Don't play games with me," Elliot warns, his voice dropping to that dangerous whisper I know too well. "I know you aren't with Evelyn. So where are you? What's the address?" I honestly don't know. We took a cab from her place. I force a nervous laugh that doesn't sound fake because I really am terrified. You know how bad I am with directions. I couldn't tell you if we went north or south or... You think I'm stupid? The pleasant facade cracks and the real Elliot emerges, vicious, calculating, destructive. You think I don't know what you're doing right now? "Elliot, please." "You're stalling." He cuts me off. "You know exactly where you are. You're just too much of a conniving little bitch to admit it." I hear a commotion in the background, a door slamming, footsteps. "Get away from me." Evelyn's voice, distant but unmistakable, rises behind the grunts. "How dare you touch my phone?" My blood turns to ice. "Evelyn? What did you do to her? If you hurt her..." "Nothing yet. Nothing compared to what I'll do to her if you don't come home right now," he says, eerily calm despite the chaos I can hear. "Your cousin made some poor choices today." "Let me talk to her," I demand, panic rising in my throat. "Elliot Montgomery, you get out of here right now," Evelyn shouts, her voice closer now. There's a scuffle, muffled sounds of struggle, a repressed scream. "You've made your choice," Elliot says to me, his voice flat and final. "Remember that when your family starts suffering the consequences." The line goes dead. Lucrezia's face drains of color. "We need to tell Damiano." She grabs my wrist and pulls me down the hallway. "Come on!" I stumble after her, my mind scrambling with horrible possibilities. Elliot's voice echoes in my head, that calm, reasonable tone he uses right before he does something truly vile. The same silky voice he used the night he broke my rib. Lucretia practically runs down the corridor, her grip on my wrist tight enough to hurt. We burst through a set of double doors without knocking. "Damiano!" Lucrezia's voice cracks with urgency. Don Feretti looks up from his desk, his expression shifting instantly from annoyance to alert concern. "What's happened?" "Elliot Montgomery has Evelyn," Lucretia explains breathlessly. "He just called Hazel on Evelyn's phone." Damiano stands immediately, reaching for his own phone. "Where?" "Her bookshop, I think," I say, my voice trembling. Damiano presses a button on his phone. "Noah, Montgomery has Evelyn." He listens for a moment, then hangs up and looks at me. What exactly did he say? I try to organize my scattered thoughts. "He ordered me to come back. threatened my family. Said I'd made my choice and they would suffer the consequences. Then Evelyn was shouting at him to get out, and there was some kind of struggle, a scream. Did he hurt her? Damiano's voice is deadly calm. I don't know. The call ended. Panic rises in my throat. We need to send an ambulance, or call the police, if he hurts her. Police and ambulances are not options, Damiano cuts me off, his tone final. What? But she could be hurt, I protest, disbelieving. We can't just... Noah is already on his way, Damiano says. Matteo called him the moment he heard what was happening. Matteo and Daniel are headed there as well. But what if she needs medical help? I persist, unable to comprehend their refusal to involve the authorities. Damiano's eyes meet mine, stony, calculating. We have our own doctors, Hazel. Professionals who understand discretion. Discretion? I repeat incredulously. This is Evelyn's life we're talking about. And we will handle it, Damiano says firmly, without complications. I look to Lucrezia, hoping for support, but her face is set in grim understanding. Of course, the police means questions, investigations, attention they can't afford. Even with someone they care about in danger, the family's criminal operations take priority.
Chapter 27. Matteo. I floor the gas pedal, forcing through gaps in the traffic like a missile locked on target. Every second counts. How the fuck did we miss this? Montgomery was supposed to be under constant surveillance, I asked Daniel. I don't understand it either. Daniel's voice is tense and focused. Our guys swear he hasn't left the hotel. They're adamant that he's still in his room. Well, they're fucking wrong. I swerve around a taxi. He's got Evelyn at the bookshop. That's impossible, Daniel says. I just got confirmation. 30 minutes ago, room service delivered his lunch. I grip the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turn white. What the hell are you saying? That this piece of shit can be in two places at the same time? My mind races through possibilities. A decoy? Someone helping him? Whatever the trick, it doesn't matter. What matters is getting to the bookshop before Montgomery hurts Evelyn or uses her to drag Hazel into his trap. The image of Hazel's face when she got that call flashes in my mind. The terror in her eyes. The monster has already taken so much from her, I won't let him take more. Check if Montgomery has a twin or some shit, I say, only half joking as I blow through a red light, causing a swerving mess of blaring horns. Already looking into associates, family members, anyone who could be helping him, Daniel says, tapping on his phone rapidly. Good. We're closing in. I take a sharp turn, tires screeching, ignoring the startled pedestrians jumping back from the crosswalk. I screech to a halt outside Evelyn's bookshop. Daniel and I hurl ourselves into the cafe. The place looks like a hurricane hit it. Books scattered across the floor, shelves toppled, glass shattered everywhere. Evelyn! I shout, scanning the chaos for any sign. The place seems deserted, then I spot them in the back corner. Noah's holding Evelyn tight against his chest, her body heaving with sobs. The look on Noah's face freezes my blood. I've seen him irate before, but this is different. This is the face of a man about to unleash hell. What happened? I ask, holstering my weapon as I approach them. Noah's eyes lock to mine. That motherfucker is going to suffer. His voice is terrifyingly calm, the kind of calm that comes before someone gets buried. I look over Evelyn, checking for injuries. Is she hurt? No, thank God, Noah says, his arms tightening protectively around her. But he had his hands on her, threatened her. That's enough. Daniel circles the shop, checking every corner, guns still ready. Clear, he calls out. No sign of him. He's not an amateur, Noah says, stroking Evelyn's hair as she cries. He knew exactly what he was doing. Came in through the back, disabled the security cameras first, wore gloves, face covered. This doesn't make sense, I mutter, pacing through the wreckage. Montgomery's a rich pussy prick who beats women. Since when does he have tactical skills? He planned this, Evelyn says between sobs. He knew exactly what to say to make me think he was a customer. Then he just changed. like flipping a switch. I scrape my hand through my hair, frustration building. Daniel, call Marco. I want every inch of surveillance footage from within 10 blocks. Traffic cams, ATMs, everything. Already on it, Daniel replies, phone to his ear. I look back at Noah and Evelyn, thinking of Hazel at the mansion, the terror in her eyes when she realized Montgomery had gotten to Evelyn. We need to get back to the compound, I say. If he's this organized, he might have more planned. Noah continues to comfort Evelyn, his normally unreadable face a mask of barely controlled rage. I've seen that look before. It's the face of a man calculating the most painful way to end someone's life. You're staying at the Feretti compound until we neutralize him, he tells Evelyn, his tone leaving no room for argument. Evelyn pulls back slightly, wiping tears from her face. Hazel won't want you to kill him, she says. She's not. She wouldn't want that. Noah's laugh is void of all feeling. I don't care what she wants. You could have been killed by this psycho. He put his hands on you. His voice drops dangerously. Nobody touches you, Evelyn. I step forward, my own rage bubbling just beneath the surface. He's already a dead man walking, I say, my voice hard as steel. Has been since the day I saw Hazel's body and what he'd done to it. Evelyn's eyes lift to study my face with a strange fervor. Her tears have stopped, replaced by a vehement look I wouldn't have expected. Why do you care? She asks, eyes narrowed. About Hazel, I mean. The question catches me off guard. I feel Daniel and Noah both examining me now. We need to move, I tell Noah, ignoring Evelyn's question. Now, if he's coordinated enough to pull this off while having someone maintain his cover at the hotel, he must have more planned. Noah nods, helping Evelyn to her feet, but she doesn't break her stare, like she's trying to read something written in small print on my face. Let's go, I say, turning to the door. Daniel, you drive Evelyn's car back. Noah and Evelyn are with me. I feel Evelyn's eyes drilling into my back as I walk out. She knows. Somehow she knows there's something between Hazel and me. But right now, that's the least of my problems.
Hazel. I pace circles around the living room, unable to keep still. My heart pounds at my chest wall like it's trying to break out. This is all my fault. If I hadn't come here, if I'd just disappeared somewhere else, Elliot wouldn't have gone after Evelyn. Hazel, please sit down. You're making me dizzy, Lucretia says from the couch. I can't. My voice sounds strange, stretched thin with panic. Damiano said 20 minutes. It's been 23. I check my phone again. No messages. They'll be here any minute, Lucretia assures me. Noah would die before letting anything happen to Evelyn. I cross my arms over myself, trying to hold in the guilt that threatens to tear me apart. Elliot went after her because of me. He used her to get to me. No, Elliot went after her because he's a monster, Lucretia says firmly. This is not your fault. I hear tires crunching gravel outside and my heart leaps into my throat. I rush to the window, pushing the heavy curtain aside to see headlights cutting through the darkness. They're here. I don't wait for Lucretia as I bolt for the front door, yanking it open and running down the steps. The black car rolls to a stop. Noah emerges first from the driver's side, his face grim. Then the back door opens and Evelyn steps out, looking shaken but unharmed. Her hair is disheveled and there's a small tear in her sleeve, but she's standing without support. I exhale so deeply I feel lightheaded, relief raining over me in a dizzying wave. Evelyn! I throw my arms around her, holding her tight. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. She hugs me back, her body trembling slightly. Stop that. This is not your fault, Hazel. He went after you because of me. No, Evelyn pulls back, gripping my shoulders. He went after me because he's a controlling psychopath who can't stand losing what he thinks he owns. Daniel and Matteo emerge from the car last. Matteo's face is stone-etched, his jaw chiseled as he scans the surroundings. Even in the dim light from the house, I can see the treacherous glint in his eyes. Let's get inside, Noah says, placing a protective hand on Evelyn's back. We move toward the house where Lucretia waits at the door. Once inside, Damiano and Zoe join us in the foyer, their expressions concerned. Matteo steps closer to me, his voice low and intense. We didn't catch him. He was gone before we got there. But we know where he's staying, Daniel adds. We'll get him soon, Matteo says, his eyes diving deep into mine. I promise you that. His tone makes my skin crawl. I take a step back, putting distance between us. You can't kill him. The words tumble out of my mouth before I think it through. Matteo's expression darkens. The fuck I can't. Matteo, Damiano warns, but Matteo cuts him off with a raised hand. No, I want to hear this. He steps toward me, closing the space again, as his voice rises in frustrated rage. You think this is kindergarten? That I'm going to give him a lollipop and tell him he must not continue hunting you and whoever you love. He attacked Evelyn to get to you. He's not going to stop because you're divorcing him. His words are like a slap. Heat rushes to my cheeks and suddenly I see red. Don't you dare talk to me like I'm stupid, I snap, stepping into him instead of backing away. I know exactly what Elliot is capable of. I lived with him for 2 years. Then you should know. What I know, I cut him off, my voice trembling with anger, is that killing someone, even the filthiest man alive, makes you no better than him. The room goes silent. Matteo's face goes completely blank, a mask sliding into place. His eyes, usually so expressive, turn to granite. He nods once, a sharp military gesture, then turns and walks out of the room without another word. The silence that follows feels suffocating. I suddenly realize everyone is looking at me. Damiano steps forward, his presence filling the room. Unlike Matteo's hot rage, Damiano's anger is ice cold, controlled, but no less deadly. Hazel, he says, his voice deceptively calm. Come with me. It's not a request. I follow him into his office with trembling legs. He gestures for me to sit. I perch on the edge of a leather chair, feeling like a scolded child. Damiano doesn't sit. He stands by the window, looking out into the darkness for a long moment before turning to face me. You need to understand something about this house, he says finally. About us. I swallow hard but don't speak. In this house we deal with men who disrespect children, women, or those weaker than themselves. His Italian accent grows thicker with emotion. Men who abuse power. Men who believe they own people. He moves to his desk, resting his fingertips on its polished surface. This might look to you the same as what your husband was doing to you, he continues, but it fucking isn't. The curse word snaps like a whip in the quiet room. Elliot hurt you because he enjoyed it, because he believed he owned you. We eliminate men like him because they will never stop. They cannot be reasoned with. They cannot be rehabilitated. I wrap my arms around my waist, feeling cold although the room is warm. You need to rest, Hazel. You've been through hell. His tone softens, just slightly. But we need to do what we know best. Because today it's you, and you're lucky to have Evelyn, who happens to be part of this family. He straightens up, his eyes hard as flint. But tomorrow, it might be another woman in your position, and she may be killed because her husband would take pleasure in beating the life out of her. And she might not have us to protect her. His statement drops like a bomb. I hadn't thought about it in that way. When you spoke rudely about Matteo, Damiano says, you included all of us. Shame washes over me. I hadn't meant to, but he's right. I lumped them all together with Elliot. I'm sorry, I whisper, barely audible. I didn't mean... You did, Damiano cuts me off, and I understand why. Your world has been black and white. Elliot showed you the darkest black possible, so you believe anything resembling violence must be the same shade. He walks around the desk and leans on its edge, directly before me now. But there are many shades of gray between black and white, Hazel. We live in those shades. I look up at him, trying to assimilate his meaning. The men in this family protect what is theirs. Yes, sometimes with violence, but never for pleasure, never for control, always for protection. I think about Matteo's face when he saw my bruises. The rage in his eyes wasn't for himself, it was for me. Matteo cares for you, Damiano says, reading my thoughts. More than he should, perhaps. He wants to protect you. By killing Elliot? I ask, my voice small. By eliminating a threat that will never stop hunting you. Damiano's voice is matter of fact. Elliot has already shown he will hurt anyone to get to you. Next time, it might not be just a threat. Next time, someone might die. The truth of his words sinks in. Elliot will never stop. He proved that by going after Evelyn. I understand if you cannot accept this, Damiano continues. Not everyone is meant for our world. But do not mistake what we do for what Elliot did to you. I sit there, absorbing his words, feeling his chastening force a shift inside me. The black and white world I've lived in starts to blur into shades of gray. I should apologize to Matteo, I say finally. Damiano nods. Yes, you should. But not tonight. Give him time to cool off. He stands. Rest now. We'll handle things from here. As I rise to leave the Don's office, a strange calm settles over me. I've spent 2 years living in fear of a monster wearing a respectable face. Maybe what I need now isn't respectability. Maybe what I need are monsters who admit their failings as well as their powers.
Chapter 28. Matteo. I stand outside the mansion, cigarette burning between my fingers as I stare into the darkness. The night air is cold, but I barely feel it. My mind keeps replaying Hazel's words. Killing someone, even the filthiest man alive, makes you no better than him. The cigarette burns down to my fingers and I curse, flicking it away. I pull another from the pack, lighting it with hands that aren't quite steady. She thinks I'm like him, like Montgomery. The thought makes my stomach turn. I take a long drag so the smoke fills my lungs. I understand her fear of violence. Christ, after what she's been through, how could she not be afraid? But to compare me to that piece of shit who beat her, controlled her, terrorized her. I exhale slowly, watching the smoke dissipate into the night air. Maybe she's right. Maybe there's something so broken in me that I can't see it anymore. Violence has been part of my life for so long that I don't question it. It's just a tool, like a hammer or a wrench. You use what works for the job. And for men like Montgomery, only one thing works. The sound of footsteps on gravel pulls me from my thoughts. Daniel approaches, his face serious in the dim light from the mansion windows. Matteo. His voice is calm, professional. Damiano wants to talk. They're waiting for you inside. I exhale the last of the smoke. All right. We walk in silence back inside the mansion. Just before we reach the door, Daniel pauses. For what it's worth, he says quietly, I would have done the same thing. Montgomery crossed a line going after Evelyn. I give him a short nod, appreciating the sentiment but not trusting myself to speak. My emotions are too raw, too close to the surface. The warmth of the mansion is enveloping as we step inside. I follow Daniel through the foyer, past the living room where Lucretia sits with Evelyn, both of them looking up as we pass. Evelyn's eyes are red-rimmed, but she gives me a brave smile. I nod in acknowledgement but don't stop. Damiano's office feels different at night. The warm wood paneling seems darker, more imposing. The lights are dimmed, casting long shadows across the room. Noah leans against the wall near the window, arms crossed, face unreadable. Damiano sits behind his massive desk, fingers steepled in front of him. Sit, Damiano says, gesturing to the chairs across from him. I take a seat, the leather creaking beneath me. Daniel sits in the chair beside mine, his posture military straight. Tell me what we have on this piece of shit, Damiano says, his voice deceptively calm. I know that tone. It's the quiet before the storm. We know where he's staying, but somehow he managed to leave the hotel while making it look like he was still in there. I shake my head, annoyed at being outplayed. He's got someone working with him. Someone with skills. You didn't grab him when you had the chance? Damiano's question isn't accusatory, just gathering information. No. I meet his eyes. We could have, but I wanted to see what he'd do first. Find out who he's working with, what his endgame is. I clench my jaw. That was before he went after Evelyn. Noah pushes off from the wall. We've put resources into digging up information about that missing girlfriend, Melissa Winters. His voice is hard. The pregnant one. Daniel nods. Initially, we thought we could use that intel to pressure him into leaving Hazel alone. He glances at me. But now I'm just going to kill him. I finish, the words coming out flat and final. Damiano studies me, his dark eyes giving nothing away. The only sound in the room is the soft ticking of the antique clock on the bookshelf. You know what Montgomery is, just a rich boy playing gangster. I keep my face neutral, waiting for him to continue. These silver spoon types think they're untouchable. Daddy's money bought them out of every consequence for their actions their whole lives. Damiano's eyes harden. So they learned the wrong lessons. They think they can kill pregnant women because I'm sure he did. Beat their wives. Terrorize anyone weaker than them. My fingers tighten on the armrests. I don't really care about him, Matteo. Damiano spreads his hands. Feed him to sharks. Throw him off the Empire State Building and watch his brains splatter on the sidewalk. Do whatever you want with him. Noah shifts against the wall, a small smile playing at the corner of his mouth. The only problem, Damiano continues, is that I don't want our name anywhere near this. He leans forward. We can't afford the attention right now. Not with the casino expansion. Not with the relationship we're building with the commissioner. I nod, understanding completely. Clean and untraceable. Exactly. Damiano's eyes bore into mine. I'll handle it personally, I say. Do it fast, Damiano adds. He's desperate, and desperate people are unpredictable. We don't know who he's working with or what he's planning next. The room falls silent for a moment. I feel Noah watching me, calculating as always. I want details on how you'll do it, Damiano says finally. I need to know there won't be blowback. I lean forward, my mind already working through the possibilities. I have a few ideas. Good. Damiano nods. Work with Daniel on the logistics. Noah will provide whatever resources you need. I rise from the chair, my mind already mapping out the most efficient way to handle Montgomery. No witnesses, no evidence, no connection to the family, just a problem that disappears. I'll draw up the plan tonight, I tell Damiano. Have it on your desk by morning. He nods, dismissing us with a wave of his hand. Noah pushes off the wall, falling into step beside me as we leave the office. The hallway feels too bright after the dimness of Damiano's sanctuary. I blink, adjusting to the light, and that's when I see her. Hazel stands in the entrance hall, arms wrapped around herself like she's cold. Her honey blonde hair falls loose around her shoulders, and she's changed into jeans and a soft sweater. She looks small, vulnerable, but her chin is lifted with that stubborn determination I've come to recognize. Our eyes connect, and something passes between us, an electric current of unspoken words. Noah notices her too, slowing his pace. I'll catch up with you later, he murmurs, nudging Daniel to follow him. They peel off toward the kitchen, leaving Hazel and me alone in the marble-floored hall. The grandfather clock in the corner ticks loudly in the silence. Can we talk? She asks, her voice soft but steady. I nod, keeping my distance. The last thing I want is to make her uncomfortable again. Not here, she says, glancing around. Somewhere private. I lead her to a small drawing room off the main hall. It's rarely used. Just another elegant space in a house full of them. Cream linen furniture, abstract artwork, a view of the garden through French doors. I close the door behind us, giving us privacy from curious ears. Hazel doesn't sit. She stands near the window, moonlight casting half her face in a luminous glow. I wanted to apologize, she says, the words coming out in a rush, for what I said earlier, about you being no better than Elliot. I stay by the door, keeping space between us. You don't need to apologize. I do. She turns to face me fully. It was unfair and cruel. I was upset about Evelyn, and I lashed out at you. The soft light catches in her hair, making it glow like honey. I want to cross the room, pull her into my arms, tell her everything will be okay. But I stay rooted to the spot. You were scared, I say. Anyone would be. She shakes her head. That's not an excuse. I know you're nothing like him. Elliot hurts people because he enjoys it, because it makes him feel powerful. Her eyes meet mine, steady and clear. You're protecting your family. There's a difference. I don't know what to say. Her words loosen the tight bind in my chest, a knot I didn't realize was there until it started to unravel. I take a step toward her, drawn by some invisible force. She immediately lifts her hands, palms out. Don't. Her voice is firm. Please don't touch me. I freeze, the rejection hitting like a physical blow. I just wanted to tell you I'm sorry, she continues, her voice gentler now. But nothing's changed. We still can't. I nod once, sharply. I understand. And I do. She's in the middle of a nightmare. Her husband is hunting her. Her life has been torn apart. The last thing she needs is me complicating things further, even though I don't like it. I want my arms closing around her like she is the most precious human in the entire multiverse, because she fucking is. I nod once more, then turn to leave. I am a monster to her. That's how she sees me. And she's not wrong.
Hazel. I watch Matteo walk away, his shoulders rigid with tension. My heart aches, but I know I made the right decision. I can't get involved with someone else right now, especially not someone like Matteo, not when I'm still trying to escape Elliot. Well, that looked intense. I spin around to find Evelyn standing in the French door to the garden. She's wrapped in an oversized cardigan, her dark hair pulled back in a messy bun. There's a bruise forming on her cheekbone from Elliot's attack. How long have you been standing there? I ask. Just caught the end. She steps into the room, closing the door behind her. You okay? I sink onto one of the sofas, suddenly exhausted. Not really. Evelyn sits beside me, tucking her feet underneath her. The moonlight streaming through the windows catches on her face, highlighting the worry in her eyes. What's going on with you and Matteo? She asks softly. And don't you dare say nothing. I stare down at my hands, at the wildflower tattoo on my wrist that I got to remind myself to be brave. Right now, I don't feel brave at all. It's complicated, I say finally. Most things worth talking about are. She nudges my knee gently. Come on, Hazel. We used to tell each other everything. The concern in her voice breaks something loose inside me. Before I know it, words are spilling out. I met him once before, I admit. Evelyn's eyes widen. What? When? He came into the Remington one night, 3 years ago in Austin. We connected. My cheeks flush at the memory. I spent the night with him. Wait, you slept with Matteo Caruso 3 years ago? Evelyn's voice rises in disbelief. And you never told me? It was a one-night thing. He was just passing through. I twist my fingers together. I left before he woke up. Oh, I nod. He pretended he didn't recognize me at first. Said he needed to make sure I wasn't using you to get to the family. Evelyn lets out a low whistle. That's wow. And now? Now, everything's a mess. I press my palms against my eyes. We slept together again last night. You what? Evelyn nearly shouts, then lowers her voice. Hazel, you're still handling a messed up relationship. I know. My voice cracks. That's why I told Matteo it was a mistake, that we can't happen. But that's not all, is it? Evelyn's always been able to read me too well. I hesitate, then pull out my phone and show her the photo. I got this today. Evelyn takes the phone, studying the image of Matteo with the red head. When was this taken? This morning, right after he left my bed. The bitter taste in my mouth is agony. She hands the phone back, her expression thoughtful. And you're sure it's from this morning? The timestamp says so. Timestamps can be faked, Hazel. I shake my head. It doesn't matter. This, I gesture between myself and the door Matteo exited through, can't happen anyway. I need to focus on staying alive and getting free of Elliot. And you think pushing Matteo away helps with that? How exactly? Evelyn's voice is gentle but challenging. I can't jump from one relationship to another. I need to figure out who I am without a man controlling my life. Is that what you think Matteo would do? Control you? The question hangs in the air between us. I think about how Matteo looked at me in the kitchen, how he held me last night, how he stepped back immediately when I asked him not to come closer. I don't know, I admit, but I can't risk finding out. Not now. Evelyn sighs, reaching over to squeeze my hand. I get it, I do. But Hazel, I've known Matteo for a while now. He's not Elliot. I know that. Logically, I know that. I swallow hard. But every time I think about letting someone in again, I feel like I can't breathe. That's the trauma talking, she says softly. Elliot did that to you. He made you afraid. And now he's coming after both of us. Tears sting my eyes. I'm so sorry, Evelyn. This is all my fault. If I hadn't called you. Stop. Her voice is firm. The only person responsible for Elliot's actions is Elliot. I wipe at my eyes. I just want this to be over. It will be. Evelyn's eyes glisten with determination. One way or another. We sit in silence for a moment, the weight of everything pressing down on us. Outside, the garden is peaceful in the moonlight, so at odds with the chaos of our lives. Evelyn sighs. You know, Matteo was actually the first of the Ferettis I met after Noah took me. Took you? My brows shoot up with surprise. What happened? She shakes her head, a shadow crossing her face. That's a story for another time. Let's just say I was in a bad place, and Matteo, he helped, in his own way. Was he always this? I gesture vaguely, unable to find the right word. Intense? Brooding? Hot? Evelyn offers with a grin. I laugh despite myself. All of the above. He's a good bad guy, if you know what I mean. Evelyn's expression turns serious. Look, I'm not saying you should forgive him for whatever's going on between you two. But as I said, Matteo isn't Elliot, not even close. I know that. I wrap my arms around my knees. I shouldn't have said what I did. We all say things we don't mean when we're scared. She touches my shoulder gently. He's complicated, sure. But from what I can tell, you're pretty complicated yourself right now. I can't argue with that. Everything feels like it's spinning out of control. Chapter 29. Hazel. I must have dozed off on the sofa after Evelyn left. My neck aches from the awkward angle, and the mansion is quiet around me. A sharp buzzing sound jolts me awake. The phone vibrates on the coffee table, screen lighting up with a new message notification. My heart lurches into my throat. Only a handful of people have this number: Evelyn, Maria, my mother, and Elliot. I reach for the phone with trembling fingers, already knowing what I'll find. The number displayed on the screen makes my stomach drop. Elliot. I swipe open the message, my breath catching. Hazel, baby. I'm sorry for whatever I did that made you run. I love you. I miss you. I just want you to come home. My fingers grip the phone as I read, bile rising in my throat. Classic Elliot. Apologizing without acknowledging what he actually did. Making it seem like I'm overreacting. The message continues. I'll wait for you, darling. Take the time you need. I know married couples always find their way back to each other. We took vows, remember? For better or worse. I can almost hear his voice, that silky, reasonable tone he uses when he's trying to manipulate me. The same voice he used after the first time he hit me, when he brought me 12 dozen roses and promised it would never happen again. Then my eyes catch the last part of his message and the room tilts around me. Your father's next surgery is scheduled for Tuesday. Would be a shame if something went wrong. Your mother seems stressed at work lately. Montgomery Industries can be so demanding. And Jake, well, you know how dangerous sports practice can be for a 15-year-old boy. Accidents happen all the time. I'll be waiting, sweetheart. Don't make me wait too long. The phone slips from my fingers, clattering to the floor. I can't breathe. My chest feels like it's being crushed under an enormous weight. He's threatening my family. I press my hand against my mouth to stifle the sob that tears from my throat. The walls of the room seem to close in around me. I need air. I need to think. Standing up too quickly makes my head spin. I stumble toward the French doors leading to the garden, fumbling with the handle before pushing them open. The cool night air hits my face, but it doesn't soothe the panic clawing at my chest. I pace the garden path, gravel crunching beneath my feet. Elliot's threats echo in my mind. I stop abruptly, my hands balling into fists at my sides. What am I doing? I can't leave this compound. Running away in the middle of the night won't solve anything. Hiding at my mother's house will only draw down more vengeance on my family. For 2 years, I've been reacting to Elliot, tiptoeing around his moods, anticipating his anger, trying to make myself invisible. Even now, I'm letting him dictate my actions with his threats. I take a deep breath, forcing my lungs to expand despite the tightness in my chest. I'm not that woman anymore. I was independent before Elliot. I supported my family. I made my own decisions. I survived. Going back to him isn't an option. It would only lead to worse abuse, punishment for daring to leave. And next time he might not stop before putting me in the hospital, or worse. My family needs me alive and free, not trapped and broken. I pull out the phone and stare at Elliot's message again. The threat is clear, calculated to hit me where I'm most vulnerable. He knows exactly how to manipulate me. But I'm not alone anymore. My thumb hovers over the screen for a moment before I open a new message. I type Matteo's name, then pause, considering what to say. Pride and fear battle inside me. Pride that wants to handle this myself. Fear of what might happen if I don't ask for help. I think of my brother's face. Jake is just 15. He doesn't deserve to pay for my decisions. I start typing. Elliot texted me. He's threatening my family. I hit send before I can second-guess myself. The response comes almost immediately. Where are you? Garden, don't move. I hug my arms around myself, shivering in the night air. The mansion looms behind me, its windows like dark eyes watching.
Matteo. I jolt awake to the phone buzzing, disoriented in the darkness of my room at the Feretti mansion. The screen reads 2:17 a.m. Every muscle in my body goes rigid when I read Hazel's message. Fuck. I'm on my feet before I even finish reading, pulling on jeans and grabbing my gun from the nightstand drawer. Blood gushes in my veins with the adrenaline of rage. That bastard Montgomery is going to die. It's just a matter of when and how painful I make it. I move silently through the mansion's dark hallways. The security system recognizes my fingerprint as I disable the alarm for the garden entrance, and I step outside, scanning the shadows. I spot her immediately. A small figure standing alone beneath an oak tree, arms hugging herself, face tilted toward the sky. Even from this distance, I can read the tension in her shoulders, the slight tremble in her frame. A sharp ache blooms in my chest at the sight of her looking so vulnerable and yet so fucking brave at the same time. I approach quietly, not wanting to startle her. Hazel. She turns, moonlight catching the tear tracks on her cheeks. Her eyes are wide, haunted. He's going to hurt them if I don't go back, she whispers. Let me see, I say, holding out my hand for her phone. She hesitates before passing it to me. I read Montgomery's messages, each word stoking the fire burning inside me. The casual way he threatens her family, the manipulative endearments. It's textbook abuser bullshit. He's bluffing, I say, though I'm not entirely sure. Trying to scare you into running back to him. You don't know that. Fresh tears spill down her cheeks. My dad's surgery is real. My brother really does have sports practice. These aren't empty threats. I close the distance between us, unable to stand seeing her cry. My hands cup her face, thumbs brushing away the tears that keep falling. Her skin is chilled from the night air but soft beneath my calloused fingers. Hey, look at me. I wait until her eyes meet mine. I've got you. You hear me? I've got you. She trembles under my touch, more tears spilling over. I press my lips to her wet cheek, tasting the salt of her fear. He's not going to hurt your family. He's not going to hurt you. You can't promise that, she whispers. Watch me. I hold her face between my hands, making her see the truth in my eyes. I protect what's mine, Hazel. And right now, that includes your family. She opens her mouth to argue, probably to tell me I'm not hers and she's not mine, but I don't give her the chance. I know we're complicated. I know you've got every reason not to trust men, especially men like me. But I need you to believe me when I say Elliot Montgomery will never touch you or your family again. She nods in a way that speaks louder than words could ever do. I press my forehead against hers, breathing her in. I'm going to take care of everything. You don't need to go. I'm not going anywhere, she says, like she can read me like a fucking open book. Good. I brush my lips across her forehead, because I'm not letting you go again. Hazel pulls away from me, her body stiffening. Don't say things like that when you already have a girlfriend. Whoa. I freeze, my hands still hovering where her face had been seconds ago. What? I know about her. Her voice cracks slightly. You could at least be honest about seeing other women. My brain scrambles to make sense of her words. Girlfriend? What the fuck is she talking about? Hazel, I don't have a girlfriend. I've never had a girlfriend in my entire life. She lets out a bitter laugh, shaking her head. Don't lie to me, not after everything. She pulls the phone out once more, tapping the screen with trembling fingers before turning it toward me. This came yesterday morning. The image strikes me like lightning. I'm in bed with Vanessa, naked and tangled in sheets. The timestamp reads 7:13 a.m., about an hour after I left Hazel's room yesterday. What the fuck? I growl, my grip tightening on the phone until I picture the screen shattering. There was a message, too, Hazel says quietly, taking the phone and scrolling to show me. Fucking Vanessa, I spit. My mind races, piecing it all together. This is bullshit, Hazel. That picture is from months ago. The timestamp can be faked. Look at me. I step closer, my tone deadly serious. I was with you that night. I left your bed and went straight to my apartment to shower before meeting Daniel. Her eyes scour mine, looking for deception. Who is she? Nobody important. Someone I used to sleep with occasionally. I don't sugarcoat it. She showed up at the casino the other day trying to pick up where we left off. I turned her down, told her I wasn't interested. And she didn't take rejection well? Hazel asks, doubt still lacing her voice. Apparently not. That's when it hits me, and anger pulses hard enough that I may blow. So this is why you were pushing me away? You thought I fucked someone else right after being with you? She nods, looking away. It wouldn't be the first time a man told me I was special while continuing to hurt me. The grief in her voice slices through me. I reach for her hand, glad she doesn't pull away. Listen to me. I don't do relationships, never have. But I also don't lie, never have. I squeeze her hand with all the support I can gather.
Hazel, I stare at Matteo, analyzing his words. The conviction in his eyes makes me want to believe him, but I've been fooled before. Elliot could sound just as sincere while he lied to my face. I feel so stupid. Exhaustion drags over me like a physical weight. I'm tired of running, tired of being afraid, tired of not knowing who to trust. I tilt my face upward, seeking refuge in the vast expanse above us. The night sky stretches endlessly, scattered with countless stars that shimmer against the darkness. They're beautiful tonight, I murmur, grateful for something pure and uncomplicated to focus on. So bright out here, away from the city lights. Matteo moves beside me, his presence warm in the cool night air. Beautiful, he agrees, his voice low. I turn to find his eyes fixed on me, not the sky. Stars burn for billions of years before they die, he continues, reaching up to tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. That's what I see when I look at you, Hazel. Someone who keeps burning despite everything trying to extinguish her light. The lump in my throat grows huge. I'm not. You are. He interrupts gently. Montgomery tried to dim you. He tried to own your light. But here you are, still shining. The tears come without warning. Hot trails pour down my cold cheeks. I'm so tired of crying, of this constant emotional whiplash. Yet I can't stop the flood once it starts. I'm sorry, I manage, wiping at my face. I'm always crying like a baby these days, over everything, big things, small things. I never used to cry at all. Matteo's calloused fingers find my chin, tilting my face up to his. Don't apologize for feeling, he says, his thumb brushing away a tear. Not to me. Not ever. His lips press softly against my wet cheek, kissing away the tears on one side, then the other. Each touch is gentle, reverent almost, as if he's handling something precious. I thought I was being smart, I confess, as his lips brush my temple. Pushing you away after seeing that photo. Protecting myself. I know, he murmurs against my skin, but I was just running scared again. My hands find the front of his shirt, clutching the fabric. I'm so tired of being afraid, Matteo. His arms encircle me, pulling me against his chest. I can feel his heartbeat, strong and steady, as he rests his chin on top of my head. Then let me be afraid for you, he says, his voice rumbling through his chest wall. Let me carry that for a while. I close my eyes, breathing in his scent. For this moment, I allow myself to believe it's possible, that I can hand over my fear to someone else, just for a little while. More tears slip free, soaking into his shirt. He strokes my hair, patient and soothing, as I cry out the confusion, the hurt, the exhaustion of the past days. When I finally quieten, he pulls back just enough to look at my face. His thumb traces the curve of my cheek, wiping away the lingering wetness. Better? He asks softly. I nod, suddenly self-conscious about my tear-stained face and red eyes. I must look a mess. The corner of his mouth lifts in that half-smile that makes my heart skip. You look like a goddess warrior who's been through battle. Some warrior, I say, with a watery laugh. Warriors don't break down crying in gardens at 2 a.m. The best ones do, he counters, his eyes never leaving mine. It means they're still human under all that armor. For the first time in what feels like forever, my mind clears, and it feels like the puzzle pieces are finally clicking into place. I'm done running, I say, my voice steadier than I expected. Elliot's threatening my family because he knows it's the one thing that will make me fold. My voice grows stronger with each word. He knows I'd sacrifice myself to keep them safe. That's what he's counting on. That ends now, I say with finality. Whatever it takes.
Chapter 30. Matteo. I stare at Hazel. Fuck. She's magnificent when she's like this. All fire and steel beneath that delicate exterior. The tears still glisten on her cheeks. but her eyes have hardened with resolve. My gaze travels down her body without my permission, taking in the curve of her neck, the rise and fall of her chest as she breathes, the nipped waist and swell of her hips. Even in borrowed clothes, with her hair tangled from couch sleep and face flushed from crying, she's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. When my eyes return to her face, I find her observing me, awareness dawning in her expression. A slight blush creeps across her cheeks as she realizes exactly what I'm thinking. I step closer, drawn to her like gravity. "We could go upstairs," I suggest, my voice rougher than I meant. "Take some time to reconsider our options." Her lips part slightly, a small gasp escaping as she catches my meaning. The blush deepens, spreading down her neck. "Matteo," she whispers, my name sounding like both a question and an answer on her lips. Blood rushes in my ears. The garden around us fades away until there's nothing but Hazel, her scent, her warmth, the pulse visibly fluttering at her neck. I want to taste that pulse point, to feel her heartbeat against my tongue. I don't wait for her to change her mind. I scoop Hazel into my arms, cradling her against my chest. She weighs almost nothing, her body warm and soft against mine. "Matteo," she gasps, her arms instinctively wrapping around my neck. I don't respond, just stride purposefully across the garden toward the house. Her clothes cling in the breeze, exposing more of her legs with each step. The sight of her bare skin makes my blood run hot. "Someone might see," she whispers, but the protest is weak. "Let them," I growl, tightening my grip. Her breath catches and her fingers dig into my shoulders. I feel her heartbeat accelerate against my chest as I carry her through the darkened mansion. The few security guards on night duty avert their eyes as we pass, knowing better than to acknowledge what they're seeing. When we reach her room, I kick the door shut behind us and set her on her feet. The moonlight streaming through the windows bathes her in silver, making her look ethereal. For a moment, I just drink her in. The tousled honey-blonde hair, those hazel eyes wide with anticipation, the way her chest rises and falls in plump bounces with each quickened breath. "I need you naked," I tell her, my voice dropping to a dangerous register. "Spread legs open on the bed." She blinks, momentarily frozen by my directness. "Now," I command, not breaking eye contact. Her expression shifts, a flash of heat, of surrender.
Hazel. Matteo collapses onto the bed, pulling me into his chest while my entire body hums with aftershocks. He wraps his arms around me, pulling me closer into the solid warmth of his body. The intensity of my release still has me trembling. I'd forgotten that sensation, that overwhelming, earth-shattering feeling of completely losing control. The way my body just let go. I forgot that could happen. I whisper against his skin. Matteo's chest rumbles with a low chuckle. "What? The squirting?" I bury my face against him, embarrassment mixing with the lingering pleasure. "Yes, that." His hand strokes down my back, tracing my spine with gentle fingers. "It's fucking beautiful," he murmurs, "the way your body responds to me." His arms tighten around me, and I feel a kiss pressed to the top of my head. There's something possessive in the gesture that should frighten me, but doesn't. We lie there in comfortable silence, our breathing synchronized, his fingers drawing lazy patterns on my skin. "What are you thinking about?" I ask, tilting my head to study his face. Matteo's expression is uncharacteristically soft, almost vulnerable. He seems to consider my question carefully before answering. "It's strange," he begins, his voice rough. "This feeling." His brow furrows as he searches for words. Knowing that I've missed out on years of moments like this, with you. I blink up at him, surprised by the raw honesty in his voice. 3 years, he continues, that I could have been making you feel this way. Making you do that thing. A laugh bubbles up from my chest before I can stop it. His attempt at romance is so endearingly awkward, so unlike his usual confident manner. Matteo's eyes lift at my laughter, then narrow playfully. You laughing at me, Bella? Maybe a little, I admit, still giggling. Instead of being offended, his expression softens further, a sort of wonder crossing his features. Even that, he says, his voice softly husking. Your laugh. I would beg to hear that before taking my last breath. My laughter fades as I register the intensity in his eyes. I would trade my life just to hear you laugh like that, he continues, his thumb brushing across my cheek. When you truly mean it, when it comes from deep inside you. The sincerity in his voice steals my breath. This isn't the smooth-talking enforcer or the dangerous man who threatens my abusive husband. This is just Matteo laying himself bare. You don't have to trade anything, I whisper, reaching up to trace the line of his jaw. I'm right here. His eyes darken as he captures my hand, pressing a kiss to my palm. For how long? The question hangs between us, weighted with implications neither of us is ready to face. My divorce, his deadly lifestyle, the complications that surround us at every angle. I don't know, I answer honestly, but I'm here now. Matteo nods, accepting my answer for what it is, the most I can offer right now. He pulls me closer, tucking my head beneath his chin. Then I'll take now, he murmurs against my hair. And tomorrow. And however many days you'll give me.
Chapter 31. Matteo. I hold Hazel to me, savoring the voluptuousness of her body on mine. Her breathing has evened out, soft and steady against my chest. I trace my fingers along her spine, memorizing every curve, every dip. This moment feels stolen, fragile and precious. I want to freeze time, keep us locked in this bubble where nothing exists except her warmth against me. My phone vibrates on the nightstand, shattering the tranquility. Carefully shifting Hazel to the side, I reach for it, checking the screen. Noah. What? I answer quietly, not wanting to wake Hazel. He's gone, Noah says without preamble. Montgomery left New York. I sit up, instantly alert. What do you mean, gone? I thought we had eyes on him at the fucking hotel. That's just it. Noah's voice is tight with frustration. The fucker knows how to hide himself. He was never at that hotel, not really. I slide out of bed, moving to the window to keep from disturbing the goddess. Explain. I put one of my men on it. Had him get inside the room posing as room service. Noah's voice has that feral calm that means he's seriously pissed. The guest in the room Montgomery booked under his name. A woman. When my guy said he had dinner for Elliot Montgomery, she told him there must be a mistake. Fuck. I tear a hand through my hair. He's playing games. He's always managed to slip us, Noah admits. I'll give him that. The cameras at the hotel show him entering but never leaving. He must have found a way out that we didn't catch. What about Hazel's family? I glance at her, sleeping peacefully in the bed. The thought of Montgomery getting anywhere near her family makes my blood run cold. That's why I'm calling. You should check with your guy in Austin. I nod, even though Noah can't see me. I'll call him now. Keep me posted if anything changes. Ending the call, I immediately dial another number. It rings 3 times before a voice with a heavy Mexican accent answers. Señor Caruso. Javier, I acknowledge. How's the situation in Austin? Javier is one of the men I worked with some years ago on a job on the Texas border. He owes me after I took a bullet meant for him during a deal gone wrong. When I called in the favor to have him watch Hazel's parents' house, he didn't hesitate. All quiet, Jefe, he reports. I have 2 men watching the house in shifts. The father, he stays inside most days. The mother leaves for work at 7:30, returns at 6. The boy, he goes to school, to basketball practice. Any sign of Montgomery? No, senor. No unusual cars, no strangers watching the house. I exhale slowly. Keep your eyes on them. If Montgomery shows up, call me immediately. Sí, entiendo, Javier confirms. We will protect them as if they were our own family. I end the call and stand for a moment, staring into the darkness beyond the window. Montgomery is in the wind, which means he could be anywhere. The thought sends shards of ice through my veins. Behind me, the sheets rustle. Matteo. I turn to find Hazel propped up on one elbow, hair tousled from sleep and our earlier exertion. Even in the dim light, I see concern clouding her eyes. What's wrong? She asks, immediately sensing my tension. I consider lying, protecting her from this new development, but I promised her honesty. She deserves to know what we're facing. That was Noah, I say, moving back to the bed. I sit on the edge, taking her hand in mine. Elliot's left New York. He managed to slip past our surveillance. Her fingers tighten around mine. How? He had someone staying in his hotel room. Made it look like he was holed up there while he moved about freely. I squeeze her hand gently. We're checking all possible leads. My family. Her voice trembles slightly. I just spoke with my contact in Austin. Everything's normal at your parents' house. I have men watching them around the clock. Hazel nods, processing this information. I can see the wheels turning behind her eyes, calculating risks, imagining scenarios. I trust you, she says simply. Those 3 words hit me harder than any bullet ever could. After everything she's been through, after every man who's betrayed her trust, she's choosing to place it in me. The weight of that responsibility settles on my shoulders and I welcome it. I lean forward, pressing my forehead against hers. I won't let you down, Bella. She closes the distance between our lips, meeting mine in a kiss that feels like a seal on a promise. The urge to protect her burns through me, a fierce need I've never felt for anyone outside my family. I rise and move back to the window. The estate grounds stretch out below, shadows dancing under security lights. Somewhere out there, Montgomery is plotting his next move. The thought makes my jaw clench. This is familiar territory, identifying threats, neutralizing them. I've been doing this for the Feretti family since I was barely more than a kid. But this time feels different. This isn't just business. This is Hazel, Damiano's enforcer. The tough guy who makes problems disappear. That's the man I've been for so long, I sometimes wonder if there's anything else left. My mother used to say I was a gentle boy before she died. Before I learned that gentleness gets you nowhere in this world. Everyone looks at me and sees capability, strength, the man who handles things. No one sees the cost. How each death, necessary as it might be, carves away another piece of whatever soul I have left.
And now Hazel looks at me the same way, like I can fix everything, protect everyone. The weight of her trust presses on me, both burden and gift.
What happens when she truly understands what I am, what I've done? The blood on my hands doesn't wash off, no matter how justified each kill was.
Chapter 32. Hazel. I watch Matteo move across the room, his silhouette cutting a powerful figure in front of the window. He's worried, I can tell that much. But what's going through his mind remains a mystery. That's the thing about Matteo. He keeps everything locked away behind those dark eyes. Even now, after everything we've shared, I can only guess at his thoughts. He makes his way back to the bed, the mattress dipping under his weight. His movements are deliberate, controlled, like everything else about him. He stretches out beside me, and I find myself holding my breath, waiting. When he pulls me close, his arm sliding around my waist, something inside me uncoils. His lips brush my forehead, so gentle it makes my heart ache. For a man with such lethal hands, his touch can be impossibly tender. I settle against him, my head finding its place on his chest. The steady rhythm of his heartbeat fills my ear. Strong, constant, unwavering. My own pulse seems to slow, matching his beat for beat. Better, he murmurs, his voice a rumble I can feel through his chest. I nod, unable to find words for this feeling washing over me. It's safety, but it's more than that. It's like emerging from a dark tunnel into sunlight, like taking the first deep breath after almost drowning. His fingers trace lazy patterns on my back, and I melt further into him. This sensation, this harmony, I haven't felt anything like it since before Elliot. Maybe not even then. Your heart, I whisper, pressing my palm flat against his chest. It's so strong. His chest rises with a deep inhalation. Only around you. I don't know if that's true, but I want to believe it. I want to believe that I affect this unshakable man the way he affects me. The warmth of his skin seeps into mine, chasing away the chill that's lived in my bones since I fled Austin. Since before that, really. How long have I been cold? 2 years? Longer? I shift against Matteo, restless with a sudden need that blooms hot and urgent inside me. He lifts my chin to capture my eyes with his, dark and questioning. Something primal takes over and I'm moving before I can second-guess myself. I swing my leg over his body, straddling him in one smooth maneuver. His hands immediately find my hips, steadying me as I settle my weight on him. Hazel, he rasps. I don't answer with words. Instead, I lean down and capture his mouth with mine.
Chapter 33. Matteo. I need a shower, Hazel says, her voice deliciously raspy. I brush a strand of hair from her face, tucking it behind her ear. I need one, too. Her eyes sparkle cheekily, and I see the question there. I press a soft kiss to her forehead. Come on, I say, sitting up and bringing her with me. Let's get cleaned up. I lead her to the bathroom. The marble is cool beneath our feet as I reach into the glass enclosure to turn on the water, adjusting the temperature until steam begins to rise. When I turn back to Hazel, she's standing utterly unself-conscious. The sight of her, curves illuminated by the soft bathroom lighting, makes my breath catch. I guide her into the shower, following close behind with my palms cupping her ass. The hot water cascades over us both, and I reach for the soap, working it between my hands until it forms a rich lather. Turn around, I tell her softly. She complies, presenting her back to me. I start with her shoulders, my soapy hands gliding over her skin in slow, careful circles. I work my way down her spine, over the curve of her buttocks, down the backs of her thighs. Every inch of her is divine, and I'm determined to worship all of it. Turn to me, I murmur, and she does as I say. Water streams down her body as I soap her collarbones, her breasts, her stomach. I kneel to wash her legs, looking up to find her watching me, her eyes never leaving mine. The trust in her gaze hits me with a kind of pain. You're beautiful, I tell her, rising to my feet. Every inch of you. She reaches for the soap, but I shake my head. Let me take care of you. I rinse her body carefully, making sure no soap remains. Her skin is pink from the hot water, glowing with vitality. I can't resist leaning in to kiss her shoulder, tasting the skin there. I can't take my eyes off her as water streams down her body, droplets clinging to her skin like they can't bear to let go. I understand the feeling. I need to be part of it, she says suddenly. Part of what? I ask, though I already know. Whatever happens with Elliot. Her eyes hold mine, unwavering. I can't just sit on the sidelines while you handle everything. This is my life, Matteo. My problem. I turn off the shower, reaching for a towel to wrap around her. She deserves the truth. Hazel, I need to be clear about something. I guide her out of the shower, grabbing another towel for myself. Montgomery isn't walking away from this. He's not going to prison. He's not going to trial. She blinks at my words but doesn't flinch and then just nods slowly. I know, she says quietly. Her reaction confuses me. I expected shock, horror, maybe even disgust. But there's something in her expression I can't quite place. A resignation, an understanding that surprises me. You know, I repeat, examining her carefully. I've been thinking about it ever since we were in the garden. Even if Maria manages to fix everything with the divorce, with the restraining order. She shakes her head. Elliot has connections, I don't. Legal connections, judges, politicians, people with authority. Her voice grows stronger as she continues. He'll find a way to come after me. Or worse, he'll just move on to hurt someone else. I take her hands in mine. You're right. I can't say I agree with killing him, she adds. It goes against everything I've ever believed. But I also know he can't be allowed to ruin other lives. Hazel, I say carefully, do you know a woman named Melissa Winters? The name registers in her eyes, a flicker of recognition, then confusion. She pauses, searching her memory. When Elliot and I first got married, there was this woman. She approached me in the grocery store. I wait, giving her space to remember. She was older, maybe my mother's age. She said her daughter was missing and that she'd been Elliot's girlfriend. Hazel's eyes widen. Melissa, that was her daughter's name. What happened? I prompt gently. Elliot said she was just some crazy woman, that her daughter was a stalker who couldn't accept their breakup. She looks up at me, realization dawning. He was lying, wasn't he? I nod slowly. Daniel found police reports. Melissa Winters disappeared 2 years ago, right before you and Montgomery got married. She was pregnant. Hazel's face drains of color. Oh my God. The case was never solved, I continue, but her mother insists Montgomery was involved. Nobody listened because of his family's connections. Hazel stands abruptly, clutching the towel tighter around herself. He killed her, didn't he? And their baby. It's not a question, not really. She's connecting the dots herself. We believe so, I confirm. And if we're right, that means that I married a murderer, she finishes, her voice hollow. I wrap my arms around her, holding her close as she processes this revelation. Her body trembles against mine. I still can't say I want him dead, she whispers against my chest. But I understand now why it has to happen. I pull back to look at her face, needing her to understand. I won't ask you to be part of that, Hazel. You don't need that on your conscience. I'm already part of it. The moment I walked into his life, I became part of this story. I just didn't know it. Chapter 34. Matteo. I reach the double doors of Damiano's office and knock twice, hard and fast. Enter! Damiano's voice calls from inside. I push open the door to find Damiano behind his desk with Enzo lounging in one of the leather chairs opposite him. Maps and blueprints cover the desk surface, along with what looks like financial projections. Sorry to interrupt, I say, pausing at the threshold. Damiano waves me in. You're not interrupting. We're discussing the casino expansion with Sartori. Enzo turns in his chair, eyeing me with that calculating look he reserves for business matters. The numbers from last quarter are fucking impressive. Even Ricardo had to admit we're exceeding projections. I nod, taking in the blueprints. The Venetian Rose has been a gold mine for both families, and expansion has been on the table for months. But I'm not here to discuss casino business. I need to speak with you about Montgomery, I say to Damiano. Damiano exchanges a glance with Enzo. We were just finishing up. He gestures to the chair beside Enzo. Tell us what's happening with Hazel's situation. I remain standing, too restless to sit. We've got eyes on Hazel's family in Austin. They're safe for now, but Montgomery's been making threats. Enzo's jaw flexes. Threatening her family. Fucking coward. What kind of threats? Damiano asks, his voice deceptively calm. Specific ones. Her father's upcoming surgery, her brother's sports practice schedule. I grip the back of the empty chair. He knows their routines, their vulnerabilities. And Hazel? Damiano's dark eyes fix on me. She's... I search for the right words. She's stronger than she looks. But this is wearing on her. Enzo smirks slightly. You would know. I ignore the jab. There's more. We've connected Montgomery to the disappearance of his previous girlfriend, Melissa Winters. She was pregnant when she vanished. The room goes silent. Damiano's expression hardens to granite. You're certain? He asks. As certain as we can be without a body. The timing lines up. She disappeared right before he married Hazel. Enzo lets out a low whistle. So he kills his pregnant girlfriend, then immediately marries Hazel? Cold-blooded bastard. He needed a replacement, I say, the words tasting bitter. Someone he could control. Damiano leans back in his chair, fingers steepled under his chin. And Hazel? Does she know about this, Melissa? I told her last night. The memory of her face when I explained it, the horror, the guilt, the dawning realization, still cuts through me. She remembered meeting Melissa's mother once. Montgomery dismissed the woman as a crazy stalker ex. How did she take it? Enzo asks, and I'm surprised by the genuine concern in his voice. About as well as you'd expect. Finding out your husband might be a murderer isn't easy, but she understands what needs to happen now. Damiano nods slowly. We discussed this before. My position hasn't changed. Montgomery needs to be handled, but cleanly. Nothing that comes back to the family. The casino expansion is too important, Enzo adds. We've got the commissioner and half the city council in our pocket for the permits. We can't risk complications. I understand. Damiano studies me for a long moment, his dark eyes unreadable. Do you need backup for this? Someone specific? I shake my head. I'll take Daniel with me. He's discreet, thorough. Enzo leans forward in his chair, resting his elbows on his knees. Noah's going with you, too. It's not a suggestion. Elliot touched Evelyn, Enzo continues, his eyes cold. Noah wants his piece. I nod once, accepting the inevitable. Fine. My phone buzzes in my pocket, cutting through the tension in Damiano's office. I check the screen and see Javier's name. I need to take this, I say, stepping away from Damiano's desk. It's my contact in Austin. Damiano nods, already turning back to the blueprints with Enzo. I move to the corner of the office and answer. Talk to me. We've got a situation, Javier says, his voice tight. 2 men tried to enter the Taylor house about 20 minutes ago. My blood runs cold. Are they okay? They're fine. We intercepted before anything happened. Javier's voice drops lower. The men had clear orders. They were supposed to rough up her father, make it look like a home invasion. Fuck. I run a hand through my hair, turning away from Damiano and Enzo, who are now watching me with interest. Where are they now? Secured in the warehouse off Route 71. My guys are with them. Did they say who sent them? I know who did, but I need them talking to us. Not yet, but they don't need to. Javier pauses. One of them had a text from Montgomery with specific instructions. Make sure he can't walk to his next surgery. The rage that floods my veins is so intense, I have to grip the edge of a bookshelf to restrain myself. Keep them locked down, I tell him, my voice deadly calm. I want to know everything they know about Montgomery's operation, who else he's hired, what other plans he has. Already on it. And the family? Shaken but unharmed. We told them there was a gas leak in the neighborhood and we needed to evacuate them temporarily. They're at a hotel now with 2 of my men watching. Smart move. The last thing we need is Hazel's family panicking or calling the police. You'll need to stay put for a couple more days, I tell him. Montgomery might send more men when these two don't report back. Not a problem. I've got enough guys to rotate shifts. Good. Send me photos of the men you caught. I want to run them through our system, see if they've worked for anyone we know. Will do. Anything else? I think for a moment. Yeah. Make sure Hazel's family has everything they need at the hotel. Whatever story you need to tell them, make it convincing. I don't want them going back to that house until this is over. Understood. I end the call and turn back to find both Damiano and Enzo watching me intently. Montgomery? Damiano asks, though it's not really a question. I nod. He sent men to Hazel's family home. They were going to permanently hurt her father, make it look like a robbery. Enzo's expression darkens. Fucking coward can't even do his own dirty work. Javier's men intercepted them. The family's safe, moved to a hotel for now. Damiano leans back in his chair, his expression unreadable. This changes things. He's escalating. He's desperate, I correct. Or he's trying to draw Hazel out, Enzo suggests. Hurt her family, make her come running. The thought makes my stomach turn. She won't. She knows better now.
Hazel. A knock at the door pulls me from my thoughts. I sit up, tugging the sheet around me. Come in, I call, expecting Evelyn. Matteo enters, balancing a tray loaded with food. The rich aroma of fresh coffee fills the room, along with something sweet and buttery. Breakfast, he announces, kicking the door shut behind him. Ettore baked croissants this morning. My stomach twists at the thought of food. I'm not really hungry. You need to eat. Matteo sets the tray on the bed beside me. His voice is gentle but leaves no room for argument, even if it's just a little. The tray holds a feast: golden croissants, fresh berries, scrambled eggs, and crisp bacon. A small silver pot of coffee sits beside a delicate china cup. It's beautiful, thoughtful, and completely overwhelming. This is too much, I whisper. Start with coffee. Matteo pours the dark liquid into the cup, adding a splash of cream the way I like it. He must have noticed me adding some during breakfast and took note. I'm flattered. I take a sip, letting the warmth spread through me. Matteo settles into the armchair beside the bed, watching me with dark, serious eyes. The croissants are still warm, he says after a moment. I tear a small piece off and put it in my mouth. The layers melt on my tongue. I hadn't realized how hungry I actually was until this moment. I take another bite, larger this time. Matteo doesn't touch the food. He just watches me eat, his gaze steady but distracted. There's a tension in his shoulders that wasn't there last night. You're not eating, I say, breaking the silence. I already ate. I nod, reaching for a strawberry. How was the meeting? Productive. His answer is clipped, professional. I study his face as I sip my coffee. The slight furrow between his brows, the tightness around his mouth, the way his fingers tap silently against his thigh. Something happened, I say. It's not a question. Matteo's eyes meet mine. For a moment I think he might deny it, but then he sighs. Montgomery sent men to your parents' house in Austin. The strawberry I'm holding falls from my fingers, staining the white sheet. What? Are they? They're fine, Matteo says quickly, leaning forward. Javier's team intercepted the men before they got inside. Your family is safe. Relief floods through me, followed immediately by cold fear. What were they going to do? Matteo hesitates, and I know he's deciding how much to tell me. Don't lie to me, Matteo. My voice is firm despite the trembling in my hands. What were they going to do? They were going to hurt your father, he says reluctantly, make it look like a home invasion. The room spins slightly. I set down the coffee cup before I drop it. Where are my parents now? At a hotel, under protection. Javier's men told them there was a gas leak in the neighborhood. They don't know what really happened. I close my eyes, trying to process this. Elliot is targeting my family just like he threatened. He's not bluffing. We caught them, Hazel. Matteo's voice is sure, grounding. Your family is safe. We're watching them around the clock.
Chapter 35. Matteo. I watch Hazel's face carefully as she processes what I've told her. The color has drained from her cheeks, her fingers trembling as she sets down her coffee cup. Every protective instinct in me wants to shield her from this, but I know she needs the truth. There's something else we need to discuss, I say, keeping my voice steady. Something you're not going to like. Her eyes meet mine, wary but resolute. What is it? I take a deep breath, steeling myself for her reaction. You need to talk to Elliot. What? The word comes out as a gasp. She pulls back, clutching the sheet tighter around herself. You can't be serious. I am. I lean forward, resting my elbows on my knees. He's escalating, Hazel. Going after your family directly. We need to defuse the situation. By sending me back to him. Her voice rises, eyes flashing with fear and anger. After everything. No. I cut her off firmly. Never. But you need to make him believe you might. She shakes her head, confusion replacing anger. I don't understand. You need to contact him. Convince him you just needed some time away, that you're considering coming back to him. Her face pales even further. You want me to pretend I love him? Yes. The word tastes like a drop of pure acid. If he believes you're coming back, he'll back off from your family. He'll do whatever you ask if he thinks you just needed some time. Hazel's breathing quickens. I can't. I don't think I can do that. Not after everything he's done. I move from the chair to sit on the edge of the bed. I know it's hard, but it buys us time. It keeps your family safe while we handle things. How am I supposed to do this? Her voice is barely above a whisper. How can I make him believe me? No. No, I can't bear to be within 1,000 yards of that man. And you won't be. You'll communicate by text, I say firmly. I won't risk you being physically near him. She looks up at me, her eyes swimming with tears. You really think this will work? Elliot's ego is his weakness. He believes he owns you, that you belong to him. If you play into that, make him think you're having second thoughts about leaving. I pause, hating every word. He'll believe what he wants to believe. Hazel's gaze drops to her hands. They've stopped trembling now, her fingers laced together so tightly the blood is cutting off. What do I even say to him? She asks. That you've been thinking about everything. That you miss certain things about your life with him. Each suggestion makes me want to heave. We'll craft the messages carefully. Make them vague but believable. She's quiet for a long moment, her face a battlefield of emotions. I can see her weighing her options, calculating the risks. Finally, she looks up at me. When? When do I need to do this? I stand up and pace the room, my mind already mapping out the logistics. This needs to be impeccable. Montgomery mustn't suspect any tricks. Not yet, I tell her. I need to arrange everything first. Make sure all the pieces are in place.
Hazel. I watch Matteo circle the room, his shoulders solid as he plans the deception. There's something powerful about him in these moments. The way his mind works, how he calculates every possibility. It's so different from Elliot's viperish manipulation. As Matteo continues planning, a question that's been lingering in my mind surfaces. I've been wondering about him, about how someone so protective and caring ended up in this dangerous world. Matteo. I interrupt his pacing softly. Can I ask you something? He sits back down on the bed, immediately giving me his full attention. Anything. I hesitate, nervous of prying too deeply but needing to understand. How did you end up here? The Feretti family, I mean. This life. Something flickers across his face, a shadow of old pain. For a moment, I think he might brush me off, but then he sighs, running a hand through his dark hair. My mother died when I was 12, he says, the unexpressed grief evident. Cancer. Left my dad to raise me and my sister Lucia alone. I'm sorry, I whisper, reaching for his hand. He takes it, his thumb brushing over my knuckles. My dad was a gardener for rich clients in Brooklyn. Worked himself to the bone, but we were only ever just scraping by. A hint of bitterness creeps into his voice. Watching him come home exhausted every night, hands cracked and bleeding, and still not having enough for us. He shakes his head, eyes distant with memory. By 14, I was running hustles in the neighborhood. Small stuff at first, selling cigarettes, running numbers for local bookies. By 16, I had a decent little operation going. Weren't you scared? I ask. A smile touches his lips. Terrified, but hunger's a powerful motivator. His expression turns serious again. That was when Damiano found me. What happened? I tried to run a scam on one of his businesses without knowing it was his. Instead of having me eliminated, he called me in for a meeting. Matteo's voice holds a note of respect. Said I had talent and I was wasting it on small-time jobs. Offered me work. What kind of work? Started as a runner, delivering messages, picking up packages. Nothing too serious at first. He shrugs, but he paid well. For the first time, there was food in our fridge that didn't come from the discount shelf. Dad could cut back his hours. And your father? What did he think about where the money was coming from? Matteo's expression darkens. He knew, but we never talked about it. I think he was just relieved to see Lucia not starving instead of hand-me-downs. I squeeze his hand gently, encouraging him to continue. When I was 18, some guys jumped my dad on his way home from work, beat him badly, took the little money he had. Matteo's jaw grips. Turned out they were connected to a family that was pushing into Damiano's territory. What did you do? His eyes meet mine, unflinching. I went to Damiano. He took care of it. Neutralized the guys who hurt my dad, moved us to a better apartment in a safer neighborhood. Gave my dad a job managing the grounds here at the estate. Easier work, better pay. He gave your family safety, I murmur, as understanding dawns. Matteo nods. After that, I was his completely. Loyalty for loyalty. The pieces of Matteo come together more clearly now. His fierce protectiveness, his unshakable loyalty to the Feretti family. It wasn't just about power or money. It was about security for the people he loved. I can relate to that. And your sister? Lucia? I watch Matteo's expression soften at the mention of his sister. Lucia lives in England now. Has been there since she went to college at Oxford. Oxford? I can't hide my surprise. That's impressive. Matteo nods, pride evident in his eyes. She was always the smart one. Got a full scholarship to study literature. Now she teaches at some fancy university there. I try to picture this sister I've never met, a female version of Matteo perhaps, but with books instead of guns, lecture halls instead of back rooms of casinos. Does she know, I ask carefully, about what you do? He shifts on the bed, his hand still holding mine. She knows enough. Not the details, but she understands where the money for her education really came from. His thumb traces circles on my palm. We don't talk about it. It's better that way. Do you miss her? I ask, watching his face. Something vulnerable flashes in his eyes before he can mask it. Every day, he admits quietly. We talk on the phone as often as we can. With the time difference, it's usually early morning for me, evening for her. I imagine Matteo in his apartment at dawn, coffee in hand, speaking softly to his sister across an ocean. The glimpse of tenderness makes my heart ache. She comes back to visit, but not often enough, he continues. Maybe once a year if I'm lucky. Christmas sometimes, or summer break. When did you last see her? 8 months ago. He runs a hand through his hair. She's busy with her career, building her own life. It's what I wanted for her, to be far away from all this. I hear what he doesn't say, that he deliberately keeps his sister at a distance to protect her from his world, that loving someone sometimes means letting them go. What's she like? I ask, curious about this woman who shares Matteo's blood but lives such a different life. His smile returns, wider now, stubborn as hell, smart enough to argue circles around you without you realizing you've lost until it's too late. He laughs softly, but kind too. She volunteers to teach literacy to poor kids, sends me pictures of her students when they read their first book solo. I can see how much he loves her by the way his entire demeanor changes when he talks about her. The violent edge softens, his shoulders relax, his eyes warm. Being part of this family, he starts, then pauses to select his words carefully. It changes you, makes you forget there's another way to live. I wait, giving him space to continue. The Ferettis look terrifying to outsiders, and they are. His jaw tightens. I won't lie to you, Hazel. I've done things that would make you look at me differently if you knew the details. Then why stay? I ask softly. He meets my eyes. Loyalty. It's something most people don't understand these days. When Damiano secured my family's safety, he didn't just solve a temporary problem. He made us part of something bigger. Like a real family? Yes and no. Matteo's voice drops lower. It's not like a normal family where love is unconditional. Here, everything comes with conditions, but those conditions are clear. You know where you stand. I think about my own family, how I've spent years trying to protect them, never knowing if I was doing enough. I'm not trying to make this life look beautiful, Matteo continues, a hardness entering his voice. It isn't. There's violence, danger, constant watching over your shoulder. People die. Sometimes they die because of decisions we make. His honesty catches me off guard. Elliot always tried to present his world as ideal, hiding the ugliness behind closed doors. But there's also protection, he says. Security. When you're loyal to the family, they're loyal in return. Your problems become their problems. Like me, I whisper, my problems became yours. He nods. The moment Evelyn brought you here, you became our concern. Not just because you're her cousin, but because that's what we do. We protect our own. Even when it puts you all at risk. Especially then. His hard fingers stroke mine. That's the point, Hazel. Out there. He gestures toward the window, toward the normal world beyond the mansion's walls. People talk about loyalty, but they evaporate when things get tough. Here, we run toward the danger. I think about how quickly the Ferettis mobilized when Elliot threatened Evelyn, how they never questioned whether helping me was worth the risk. It's seductive, Matteo admits, knowing you have this power behind you, knowing you belong somewhere that won't abandon you when you need it most. But at what cost, I ask. His eyes hold mine, unflinching. Everything, your freedom, your innocence, parts of your soul you didn't know you could lose. A chill runs through me, hearing the resignation in his voice. Is it worth it? I whisper. Matteo is quiet for a long moment. For me it was. My father lived his last years in comfort. Lucia got an education, her chance at a different life. He shrugs. I made my choice knowing what it would cost. I hear what he isn't saying, that once you're in, there's no getting out, that he's accepted this life and all its darkness as his permanent reality.
Chapter 36. Matteo. I head back downstairs to finalize plans with Damiano. I find him in the study, behind the desk with Zoe perched on the arm of his chair. They're looking at something on his laptop, their heads bent close together. Even after having a baby and now pregnant again, Zoe still manages to look like she could damage a man with nothing but her smile. Damiano's hand rests possessively on her hip. They look up as I enter and catch the tail end of whatever intimate moment I've interrupted. Matteo, Damiano acknowledges me with a nod. Plan set in motion? We're going to need a private flight to Texas as soon as we can convince Montgomery to meet Hazel at his country house. Damiano raises an eyebrow. You think he'll fall for that? If we play it right. I lean my back against the wall. Hazel's going to text him, make him think she's considering coming back. We'll string him along just enough to get him where we want him. And where exactly is that? Zoe asks. Somewhere isolated. Hazel told me he has a place outside Austin. Some fancy estate where they planted a tree on their wedding day. My jaw tightens at the thought. It's remote enough that we can handle things quietly. Damiano considers this, tapping his fingers against the polished wood of his desk. After a moment, he nods. I'll have the jet ready. Just give me a day's notice. I shift uncomfortably under Zoe's scrutinizing gaze. Her lips curl into that knowing smile that always makes me want to leave the room. What? I ask, already regretting it. Nothing, she says, but her expression says everything. It's just, I never thought I'd see the day. See what day? The day Matteo Caruso falls in love. She leans into Damiano, eyes gleaming with amusement. You, the man who has women falling into his bed on demand, actually falling for someone. I scoff, trying to brush it off. I'm not. Don't bother with denials. Zoe cuts me off, waving her hand dismissively. Damiano watches our exchange with interest, his arm still draped possessively around his wife. So, Zoe continues, relentless as always. What's it like? Being in love? I stare at her, searching for a deflection. I guess it's like when you wanted Damiano but didn't know what you needed was actually him. Zoe's eyes narrow. Nice try. Always find a way to turn questions around, don't you? It's a gift, I shrug, hoping she'll drop it. She exchanges a look with a smirking Damiano, then jokingly threatens. You know I'll make you pay for that, right? For what? I ask innocently. For dodging the question. She slides off the arm of Damiano's chair and approaches me. I could tell Hazel about the time you got so drunk at Noah's birthday that you tried to serenade a potted palm. I feel heat creeping up my neck. You wouldn't. Or maybe about the Christmas party when you wore that ridiculous... Fine, I interrupt, holding up my hands in surrender. What do you want to know? Zoe's smile is triumphant. What's it like? For real this time? I take a deep breath, running a hand through my hair. How do I explain something I barely understand myself? It's terrifying, I admit finally. Like someone ripped out something vital and now walks around with it in their pocket. And you just have to trust they won't crush it, or sit on it, or decide to toss it out. The room falls silent. Even Damiano looks surprised at my honesty. But it's also... I struggle to find the right words. It's like finding something you didn't know was missing, and now you've found it you can't imagine going back to before you had it. Zoe's expression softens. That's actually... sweet. I clear my throat, uncomfortable with the label. Yeah, well, don't get used to it. Too late, she says with a grin. I'm definitely telling Hazel about this conversation. Zoe, and the palm tree incident. Damiano chuckles. The traitor. I have pictures of that somewhere. I glare at both of them. Can we get back to the plan for neutralizing Montgomery? Of course, Zoe submits, although her eyes tell me this isn't over. But just so you know, Matteo, it looks good on you. Her smile turns genuine. Being in someone's pocket. I watch Damiano and Zoe leave the study, heading to the nursery to check on Sophia. Zoe throws one last knowing smile over her shoulder, and I can't help but shake my head. I've never been the type to wear my heart on my sleeve, but apparently I'm doing a shit job of hiding my feelings for Hazel. The door's barely closed behind them when it opens up again, and Noah and Daniel enter, both wearing expressions that tell me they've been busy. Noah's suit jacket is unusually rumpled, and Daniel has the focused look he gets when he's been staring at surveillance footage for too long. "Tell me we have good news," I say, moving to the large table we use for planning maneuvers. Noah pulls out his phone and swipes through what looks like a flight manifest. "Jet scheduled for 7 p.m. departure today." Daniel spreads a map and close-up satellite images across the table, marking locations with precision. "I've got 2 teams in there already, one watching the Montgomery estate, another positioned near the Taylor family." I lean over the map, studying the layout of Montgomery's property outside Austin. It's exactly as Hazel described. Remote, surrounded by acres of private land. Ideal for what we need to do. "And the security system?" I ask. "State of the art," Daniel replies, pulling up schematics on his tablet. "But nothing we can't handle. 4 guards on rotation, cameras covering most angles. There's a 3-minute window during shift change we can exploit." I nod, tracing the property line with my finger. "What about local law enforcement?" "Nearest sheriff's station is 20 minutes out," Noah says. "Response time averages 25 minutes for that area. We'll have more than enough time if anything goes wrong." The room falls silent as we analyze what we're planning. "We just need Montgomery to take the bait," I say finally. "Hazel's going to text him soon. Make him think she's considering coming back." Daniel looks up from his tablet. "What if he insists on coming to New York instead?" "He won't," I say with certainty. "He'll want her there, where he feels most in control." Noah checks his watch. "Weapons?" "Nothing traceable," I insist. "We go in clean, we leave clean." Daniel nods in agreement. "I've arranged for everything we'll need to be waiting for us in Austin. Local contact will have a vehicle ready at the private airfield." I pull up the satellite view of Montgomery's estate on my phone, zooming in on the main house. We'll need to isolate him first, make sure none of the staff or security gets caught in the crossfire. "Already on it," Noah says. "Our guy inside says Montgomery usually dismisses the house staff by 9, keeps only perimeter security after hours." I'm about to say more when the study door swings open and Lucrezia bursts in like a hurricane. The 3 of us instinctively straighten up, shifting our postures from the hunched planning stance we'd fallen into. "Jesus, you 3 look terrifying," she announces, crossing her arms as she surveys us, "standing around that table like you're plotting world domination." Noah's expression doesn't change, but Daniel at least has the decency to look slightly embarrassed. I just shrug. "What are you doing here, Lucrezia?" I ask, not bothering to hide the edge in my voice. Family or not, we're in the middle of something that doesn't concern her. She rolls her eyes, walking toward us with the confident stride she's perfected since childhood. "Evelyn told me what's happening. The whole, let's fly to Austin and neutralize the abusive ex-husband plan." I shoot a glare at Noah, who holds up his hands defensively. "Don't look at me. I don't tell Evelyn shit about operations." Lucrezia reaches the table, glancing down at our maps. "Relax. No one's going to compromise your little mission. But Hazel needs support right now, and I'm going to provide it while you 3 run around playing assassin." I rub the angst gathering between my eyebrows. "This isn't a game, Lucrezia." Her expression softens just slightly. "I know that, Matteo. I've been hanging with Hazel since she arrived. I've seen her bruises, heard about her nightmares. I probably know more about what that monster did to her than you do." The thought makes my jaw clench. I've seen enough of Montgomery's handiwork on Hazel's body to fuel my rage, but I know Lucrezia's right. She's been there from the beginning. "Fine," I concede. "You win. But I'm in for the long game," I think to myself.
Chapter 37. Hazel. I pause outside Damiano's study, my finger hovering over the screen of my burner phone. My chest expands painfully as I stare at Elliot's last message. The sick confidence in his words makes me angry at myself, mostly, for letting him believe he can manipulate me. Well, I indeed let him. Not anymore. Taking a deep breath, I push open the heavy wooden door to find Matteo, Noah, Daniel, and Lucrezia gathered around a table covered with maps and documents. They all look up simultaneously, their expressions shifting from intense focus to softness when they see me. The air in the room feels charged as I move toward the table. Lucrezia moves next to me, her arm brushing mine in silent support. I can feel everyone watching me, their gazes heavy with concern, but feels more like pity. "Everything's set," Noah informs me. "Just need you to bait the trap now." "I can handle this," I tell them, though my voice wavers slightly. Matteo's eyes meet mine. "We know you can." I open the messaging app and stare at Elliot's name. My fingers tremble as I begin to type, carefully choosing words that will feed his ego. "Elliot, I'm sorry I left the way I did. I just needed some time to think about what happened between us." I hit send, then pause, swallowing hard before continuing. "Sometimes I feel like you don't actually love me. Not when you hurt me like that." The room is silent, and I can feel Matteo's presence behind me, not touching, just there. I need to know things will be different if I come back. I hit send again before I can change my mind, then place the phone face down on the table. My hands are shaking so badly now that Lucrezia reaches over and squeezes them between her own. "You did great," she whispers. The response comes faster than any of us expected. The phone buzzes against the polished wood, making me flinch. Daniel and Noah exchange glances while Matteo remains perfectly still beside me. I turn the phone over, steeling myself before reading Elliot's reply. "Baby, I've been so worried. You know I love you more than anything. Things got out of hand, but I promise it will never happen again. Come home and let me show you how sorry I am." How many times had I heard this exact promise? How many times had I believed it? "He's using the same script," I say, strangely calm and level. "He always does this, apologizes, promises it won't happen again, then waits until I feel safe before." I don't finish the sentence. I don't need to. The four faces watching me understand exactly what comes next in Elliot's cycle of abuse. Another text drops, like he's afraid I might escape the hook. "I'll come get you in New York." I repress a shudder at the idea of it, as well as the fact that he knows exactly where I am. "What should I say now?" I ask, looking at Matteo. He moves closer, his protective shield enveloping me. "Tell him you need to discuss it face to face. Ask if you can meet at the country house, just the two of you." The brutal practicality of his suggestion makes my breath catch, but of course he's right. Elliot would expect me to be ashamed, to hide the evidence of his violence. I type the message, showing it to Matteo before sending. "I need more assurance. Maybe I could come to the country house where we could talk in private." The response is immediate. "Of course, sweetheart. Whatever you need. The house will be ready for you. Just tell me when you're coming." I place the phone down again, exhaling slowly. He's taking the bait. Noah nods approvingly. "Perfect. This gives us the opportunity we need." He's immediately on the phone with Damiano, and before I have the chance to back out of this nightmare, he comes back with the timeline arranged. "Tell him you'll fly in tonight," he directs. "Wait," Matteo interjects. "Don't make it sound too pre-planned. Tell him you had booked a ticket to visit your parents. That might give him a scare after what he tried." I send the message to Elliot about flying in tonight, and my stomach turns as I wait for his response. The phone buzzes almost immediately. "Perfect. I'll arrange a car from the airport straight to the estate. Don't worry about anything. I'll arrange something special for the two of us. Just like old times. Just like old times." That makes bile rise in my throat. I know exactly what special means to Elliot. Expensive gifts to make up for bruises, champagne to wash down my tears, and promises that evaporate by morning. He's arranging transportation from the airport, I tell the others, and something special at the country house. Of course he is. Matteo's jaw clenches so hard I can't imagine he's not breaking his teeth. I look into his virulent gaze, seeking comfort, suddenly overwhelmed by the reality of what we're planning. "How are we going to do this?" Lucrezia pipes up. "He'll know something's fishy if Hazel doesn't arrive on a commercial flight." "We need to check the next commercial flight to Austin," Matteo tells the others. "On it." Noah's fingers move quickly. The others wait as he pulls up flight schedules. There's an American Airlines flight leaving JFK at 8:15, arriving Austin at 11:37 local time, he says. Our private jet will land before that, Matteo instructs. Hazel, you can exit the airport normally the same time the commercial flight arrives. Daniel studies the airport layout on his phone. There's a private aviation terminal on the east side. I'll arrange ground transport to the main terminal. It'll only take about 10 minutes. I watch them work with terrifying efficiency, each one, even Lucrezia, pitching in to handle a piece of this deadly puzzle.
Matteo. Let's eat something, I announce, noting the wilting in Hazel's posture. You haven't had anything since breakfast. The planning session has stretched on for hours until every detail is meticulously arranged. Hazel's shoulders sag with exhaustion, the weight of what's coming pressing down on her. I'm not really hungry, she protests, but I'm already guiding her toward the door with my hand at the small of her back. Trust me on this, I murmur close to her ear. You'll need your strength. We navigate through the mansion, quiet except for distant sounds of Ettore banging copper pans in the kitchen. A delicious aroma cuts through my tumbling thoughts about everything that could go wrong tonight. Hazel is close, her delectable body occasionally brushing against mine. It's these small moments of contact that keep me centered and remind me exactly what I'm fighting for. We enter the kitchen to find Ettore fussing over a large pot, his sleeves rolled up and his forehead glistening. The kitchen smells like heaven, rich tomato, fragrant herbs, and the unmistakable scent of slow-cooked meat. Ah! Perfect timing, Ettore booms when he spots us, his face lighting up. My best ragu. You must try it before anyone else. Despite everything, I can't help but smile at his enthusiasm. Sit, he insists, waving Hazel toward the island stools. I can always rely on Matteo for an honest opinion before I serve to the family. Hazel slides onto a stool, tucking a strand of honey-blonde hair behind her ear. Even exhausted and worried, she's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. You're in for a treat, I tell her, moving to grab dishes from the cabinet. Ettore's experiments are better than most Michelin dishes. Ettore beams with pride, stirring the thick sauce with reverence. This one is special, egg pappardelle with wild boar ragu. 12 hours of cooking, 23 ingredients. He serves the wide ribbons of pappardelle, coated in rich dark sauce, studded with tender chunks of meat. The steam carries the complex aroma straight to my core, awakening hunger I hadn't realized was there. Hazel stares down at the pasta, her expression changing from resistance to ravenous. This looks amazing, Ettore. Taste! Taste! He urges, hovering nearby like an anxious nanny. I twirl pasta around my fork, watching Hazel do the same. She wraps those lips around it, and the sound that escapes her is pure indulgence. A low, appreciative moan that sends me shivers. Oh my God, she breathes, eyes drooping briefly. This is incredible. Ettore claps his hands together in delight. You see, the secret sauce is juniper berries and just a touch of dark chocolate. I lean closer to Hazel, my lips brushing her ear as I whisper. If I'd known pasta could make you sound like that, I would have fed you some much sooner. Her cheeks flush pink, and she nudges me with her elbow. The small smile playing at the corner of her mouth tells me she's enticed. If you two want to give an old man a heart attack, Ettore grumbles, waving a wooden spoon at us, there are more merciful ways than canoodling at my kitchen counter. Hazel's blush deepens, but she laughs, a genuine sound that lightens my current stress load. These moments of normal domesticity feel precious, stolen from the jaws of everything dark that surrounds us. Sorry, Ettore, I say, not feeling sorry at all. Your ragu is just that good that it inspires amore. Bah! He waves dismissively, but I can see he's pleased. Eat, eat. You both look like you need it. We keep eating, savoring each bite. Under the counter, I rest my hand on Hazel's knee, kneading the connection. Thank you, she says softly, her hazel eyes meeting mine. For the pasta? I can't take credit for Ettore's cooking, I reply with a small smile. She shakes her head, reaching out to place her hand over mine where it rests on her knee. Not for the food, for everything. Her voice carries a weight that makes my chest expand. For believing me about Elliot's abuse, for protecting my family, for... She pauses, searching for words, for caring about what happens to me. Her tone makes me set my fork down and turn fully toward her. Sensing the shift in mood, Ettore quietly busies himself at the far end of the kitchen, giving us privacy. Hazel, I say, popping a forkful of pappardelle smothered with meaty sauce into her mouth, replaying our very first meeting. You don't need to thank me for that. But I do. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears. Most people in my life looked the other way, even when they must have suspected something was wrong. My friends stopped calling when Elliot made it clear he didn't approve. The country club wives gossiped behind my back. Nobody wanted to get involved. Rage burns low in my gut at the thought of her isolation, but I keep my voice supportive. That's not care, Bella. That's basic human decency. Is it? A sad smile touches her lips. Because I've found it's actually pretty rare. I bring her hand to my lips, pressing a kiss against her knuckles. Her skin smells faintly of the rosemary soap from the guest bathroom. You've had the wrong people in your life, I tell her simply. She studies my face as if memorizing every line and angle. I keep expecting you to tell me this is too much trouble, that I'm not worth all this complication. The vulnerability in her voice slices me like a blade. I think of all the casual hookups, the women I've kept at arm's length over the years, the careful distance I've maintained. None of them ever made me feel like this, like I'd tear the world apart with my bare hands if that's what it took to keep her safe. Hazel. I cup her face with one hand, my thumb brushing her cheekbone. You're not a complication. You're the only thing that makes sense to me right now. A tear escapes, tracking down her cheek until it meets my thumb. I lift it away gently. I don't know what I did to deserve someone like you in my life, she whispers. You survived, I tell her, my voice rough with emotion. You kept going. You found the courage to leave when most people wouldn't. That's not nothing, Hazel. She leans into my touch, her eyes closing briefly. When she opens them again, there's a resilience that wasn't present before. I'm scared about tonight, she admits. Not only about Elliot. I'm scared of what happens after, of who I'll be when this is all over. I understand her fear. I've seen what violence does to people, how it changes them, marks them. But Hazel has an unwavering quality that she doesn't fully recognize yet. You'll still be you, I promise her. The same courageous, beautiful woman who walked away from security to save herself. The same woman who makes me laugh and drives me crazy and sees things in me that no one else even bothers to look for. Her lips curve into a small smile. When you say it like that, I almost believe it. Believe it, I tell her, leaning in to press my forehead to hers. I'm not going anywhere, Hazel. Not unless you tell me to. Chapter 38. Matteo. I watch Hazel from across the private jet's cabin. She's been staring out the window since takeoff, her delicate profile outlined against the darkening sky. The plane's engines hum steadily, but the cabin remains quiet, heavy with unspoken tension. Daniel and Noah sit farther back, giving us space. Noah scrolls through something on his phone, his face unreadable, while Daniel reviews the security plans for the Montgomery estate one last time. It's been 5 hours since Hazel texted Elliot, agreeing to meet him at their country house outside Austin. 5 hours of this silence that's slowly eating away at me. I want to reach for her, but something in her posture keeps me rooted to my seat. The soft leather creaks beneath me as I shift my weight, checking my watch for the 12th time. We'll land in Austin in just under 2 hours. You should try to rest, I finally say, my voice sounding too loud. "I can't sleep," she says simply. I nod, understanding completely. "Water? Something stronger?" "Water would be good." I retrieve a bottle from the small galley, twist off the cap, and bring it to her with a crystal glass. Our fingers connect as she takes it, and I feel her slight tremor. "Sit with me," she asks, barely audible. I slide into the seat beside her, close enough to feel her warmth and take her hand. Outside the oval window, darkness has swallowed the clouds, leaving only our reflection in the glass. She looks down at our joined hands. "I need to prepare for one of two scenarios. Either he'll make me pay for leaving, or he'll try to convince me he can be a good husband." Her voice catches. "Either way, the hard part is that I need to act like I want this when I see him." "You're stronger than you think, Bella." I brush a strand of hair from her face. "I'll be close by and you won't be alone with him for long." She swallows hard. I know the plan. The moment you put your foot on the ground, we move in. I promise." Hazel's head drops onto my shoulder. I watch her eyelids flutter, fighting sleep, before she finally surrenders to exhaustion. My mind drifts back to last year, Lucrezia after her kidnapping. The haunted look in her eyes when we found her, the way she flinched at any sudden movement, how she'd check the corners of every room before entering, map her escape routes without even realizing she was doing it. For weeks, she barely spoke, just sat by windows, staring out with empty eyes. The bruises faded from her skin long before the ones inside began to heal. I remember the rage I felt then, cold, professional fury. I've known Lucrezia since she was 7 years old, trailing after her brother with pigtails and a stubborn chin. I helped her with math homework, taught her to drive, watched her grow into a fierce, brilliant woman. Seeing her broken like that, it was like watching someone snuff out the sun. But this thing with Hazel, it's different. With Lucretia, I wanted justice. With Hazel, I want blood.
Hazel. I stand in the arrivals lounge, watching passengers stream out of the terminal. My heart pounds so hard I'm surprised no one can hear it. Every face that isn't Elliot's both relieves and terrifies me. The commercial flight from New York landed 15 minutes ago. Our private jet touched down 3 hours earlier, giving Matteo, Noah, and Daniel time to position themselves. I've been standing here for 20 minutes, my legs shaking beneath my sundress. A middle-aged couple walks past, dragging matching luggage. A group of college students laugh together. A businessman in a rumpled suit hurries by, shouting into his phone. Then I see him, not Elliot, but a driver in a black suit holding a sign that reads, Montgomery. I exhale slowly, counting to 3 like Matteo taught me. This is it. The driver is ordinary in every way, thinning hair, clean-shaven, probably mid-50s. His posture is relaxed as he scans the crowd, looking for Elliot's wife who's supposed to be on this flight. I force a smile and approach him. "Hi, I'm Hazel Montgomery." The name tastes like ash clogging my mouth. "Mrs. Montgomery, welcome back." He gives a polite nod. "Mr. Montgomery sent me to collect you. I'm Thomas." "Thank you, Thomas." I clutch my small carry-on tighter. "Let me take that for you." He reaches for my bag and I hand it over without resistance. As we walk from the terminal, I think about how normal this all seems. Thomas believes he's just doing his job, picking up the wife of a respected businessman. He has no idea that the delightful wife he's escorting has bruises hidden under her makeup. "The car is just outside, ma'am." "Thank you." My voice sounds hollow to my own ears. We step out into the Texas heat. It hits me like a wall after the air-conditioned terminal. Thomas leads me to a sleek black town car and opens the back door. "Mr. Montgomery apologizes he couldn't meet you himself. He said he's preparing the house for your return." I force another smile. How thoughtful of him. The irony isn't lost on me. Thomas thinks he's serving a legitimate businessman by picking up his wayward wife. He has no idea he's delivering me to a monster, or that monsters are following close behind. I settle into the back seat of the town car and Thomas pulls away. I scan my surroundings, praying that Matteo is close, following us. "How long is the drive to the house?" I ask, trying to sound casual, even though I know exactly how long it takes to get to Elliot's country house. Thomas glances at me in the rearview mirror. About an hour and 15 minutes, Mrs. Montgomery. Traffic's light today. I nod, pretending this is new information. Thank you. Would you like the radio on, Mrs. Montgomery? Thomas asks. No, thank you. I'm fine with silence. It strikes me then. This performance isn't new. I've been playing dumb for years with Elliot, always asking questions I knew the answers to, always pretending to know less than I did. How many times had I deliberately dumbed myself down for my husband, asking him to explain things I already understood, pretending his mansplaining was enlightening rather than insulting. I'd been a bartender who could calculate complex tabs in my head, yet I'd ask Elliot to check my math when balancing our household accounts. I spoke 3 languages but acted impressed when he corrected my pronunciation. It wasn't just my intelligence that I downplayed. I knew which wines paired with which food, but I'd defer to Elliot's choice at restaurants. I could fix simple plumbing issues, but would wait for him to handle them so he could feel masculine. The realization makes my stomach turn. I didn't just endure Elliot's control. I actively participated in crafting the helpless persona he wanted. I became smaller to make him feel bigger. Are you comfortable back there, Mrs. Montgomery? Temperature okay? Thomas asks. Yes, everything's fine, I reply automatically. Another practiced response. How easily the lies still come. How readily I slip into the role of the docile, agreeable wife. The perfect Mrs. Montgomery who needs guidance and supervision. Not anymore. I straighten my spine against the leather seat. In a few hours, Elliot will face consequences for what he did to Melissa, to me, to who knows how many others. And I won't be playing dumb when it happens. Chapter 39. Hazel. The car slows as we approach the Montgomery country estate. I've been here dozens of times, but today everything looks different. The sprawling property with its manicured hedges and pristine white columns feels like a beautiful prison rather than the luxury retreat Elliot always called it. Thomas punches in the code and we glide through the wrought iron gates. The driveway curves gracefully through oak trees that have stood for generations. I press my hand against my chest, trying to calm the tumult inside. I scan the property quickly. No security personnel visible. No extra cars in the circular drive except Elliot's Bentley. He's alone. Just as we expected. Elliot never needed security guards. He was just a businessman. At least that's what the world saw. His power came from money and connections, not muscle. He never imagined anyone would come after him. Why would he? Men like Elliot think they're untouchable. Thomas retrieves my bag from the trunk as I step out of the car and the Texas heat wraps around me like a blanket. The sweat trickling down my spine has nothing to do with the temperature. I know Matteo and the others are close by. I'm not alone, but standing here, about to face Elliot again, my body remembers the fear. My ribs ache with phantom pain where they were once cracked by his fist. The front door opens and Elliot appears. He looks exactly the same, tall, handsome in that conventional way that graces country club brochures. His smile is superb, expert. To anyone else, he'd seem like the dream husband welcoming his wife home. I know better. Breathe, I whisper to myself. Just breathe. Thomas sets my bag down at the entrance and drives away, taking my last connection to the outside world. I'm left standing on the bottom step, facing the monster who nearly destroyed me. Elliot's smile stretches. Welcome home, darling. I've missed you terribly. I force a smile that feels like it might crack my face as I say, I missed you too, forcing the lie from pinched lips. I focus on putting one foot on the step above, reminding myself this is the final performance I'll ever give for Elliot Montgomery. Elliot remains standing in the doorway, arms outstretched, waiting for me to come into his embrace. His smile doesn't reach his eyes, those treacherous, cunning eyes that have relished watching me shrink into myself for the last 2 years. My heart is galloping so fast I can barely inhale. The bruises Elliot left have faded, but my body remembers his every touch. My skin crawls at the thought of being in his arms again. Then I remember I'm not alone. Not anymore. Matteo is here. Noah and Daniel, too. They won't let anything happen to me. I continue upward, setting my face into a mask of submission, the perfect, dutiful wife returning to her husband. Elliot's smile morphs into smugness, clearly believing he's won. I'm close enough now that I can smell his cologne, a sandalwood scent with an unbecoming touch of fruit he always wears. He reaches for me, and as he does, one hand raises, ready to strike. Touch her and you will end up in pieces, asshole. Matteo's voice penetrates the dusk, savage and lethal. Elliot freezes, his mask falling to shards of confusion as he realizes he's not alone with me. He spins toward the voice just as Matteo's fist connects with his frat boy jaw, then another to his gym-flat stomach. The impact drives the air from Elliot's lungs with a satisfying whoosh. He doubles over, gasping. What the? Elliot wheezes, face contorted in shock and pain. Noah materializes from behind, grabbing Elliot's arms and yanking them behind his back. My husband, the man who terrorized me for months, struggles against Noah's powerful grip, his face turning red with effort. Get your fucking hands off me. Do you know who I am? Elliot spits, voice strained to screeching. I stand frozen, watching the scene unfold. This dominating force who crushed my spirit, who broke my body, who made me believe I was nothing, looks ridiculous now, small, pathetic. Noah tightens his grip, making Elliot wince. We know exactly who you are, Montgomery. Elliot's eyes dart wildly between Matteo and me. Hazel, what is this? Who are these men? Call the police. I almost laugh at the absurdity. For months, I lived in fear of this man. I hid bruises, made excuses, and walked on eggshells trying not to trigger his rage. I believed him when he said no one would help me, that no one would believe me. Yet here he is, squirming like a fish in Noah's grasp, face twisted in fear rather than the controlled rage I'd come to know. It's incredible, I say, a slight touch of venom I'm not proud of. You're only brave when you're hurting women who can't fight back. Elliot's expression shifts to fury. You stupid bitch. Matteo steps forward and smacks Elliot so hard his head reverberates, then presses the barrel of his gun to Elliot's temple, silencing him instantly. Watch your mouth when you're in the presence of a lady, Matteo warns, his voice deceptively calm. Elliot spits and a glob of blood lands on the white limestone entranceway. Why did I never see it clearly until now? Elliot doesn't have real power. He only preys on those he perceives as weaker. When faced with men who don't fear him, who can match or exceed his strength, he crumples faster than an empty chip packet. I move up the steps to Elliot, no longer afraid of his rage, since he's securely pinned by massive Noah. My hands have stopped shaking. My voice is level. I need one thing clear before we start, I say. Elliot's eyes dart between me and Matteo, his impulse to put me in my place impeded by the two dominating enforcers. Start? Start what? His voice cracks. What are these bastards planning to do to me? I almost pity him. Almost. Then I remember. I never missed you, Elliot. The truth feels like sweet revenge after years of lies. I really shouldn't be enjoying this as much as I am. I just hate you, so much more than you could possibly imagine. His face contorts with helpless rage. You ungrateful... Matteo shoves the gun harder into Elliot's temple, cutting him off. And now it's time, I continue, stepping level with my husband, for you to do something in exchange for me. Elliot's eyes narrow. The businessman in him perks up at the word exchange, always looking for leverage, for a deal, for a free ride. What do you want? He snarls. I meet his gaze without flinching. The man who once made me tremble with a single look now seems ridiculously pathetic. His power over me has evaporated like morning dew in Texas heat. I want you to tell me where Melissa is, I say, getting up close in his face. Her mother deserves to know. Elliot's skin drains of color. For the first time, genuine fear flashes in his eyes. Not fear of physical pain, but fear of consequences. Fear of the truth. I don't know what you're talking about, he stammers, lacking any conviction. Your lies wouldn't convince even the most bought-off judge, I quietly inform him.
Matteo. I keep my gun pressed against Montgomery's skull, fighting the urge to pull the trigger right here. Every instinct screams to end this bastard now. For Hazel, for Melissa, For every woman he's hurt. My finger twitches on the trigger, but I can't. Not yet. The plan demands patience. Move, I growl, shoving him forward with enough force to make him stumble. We're going to your office. Elliot's eyes flit between us, calculating his options. My office? What for? I jerk the barrel harder into him. Did I fucking stutter? Noah maintains his hold on Elliot's arms as we march him through his own house. 2 hours ago, we slipped in through the service entrance, memorizing the layout while Elliot lounged in his living room, oblivious. Noah remained inside, watching from the shadows while I circled the perimeter, waiting for Hazel's arrival. Down the hall, I direct, though I already know exactly where we're going. Last door on the right. Elliot's breathing grows more labored with each step. Sweat beads on his forehead despite the air conditioning. Whatever you think you know about Melissa, he starts. Shut up, Noah snaps, yanking back on his grip until Elliot winces. Hazel follows behind, her face a mask of determination. The woman who arrived at the Feretti mansion broken and afraid is now gone. In her place stands someone renewed, someone who reclaimed her life and her soul. I catch her eye and give her a slight nod. She returns it, confident and sure. We reach the office door, solid mahogany with ornate carving, typical display of wealth without taste. Open it, I order. Elliot hesitates, then reaches for the handle with shaking fingers. The door swings back to reveal a spacious room with huge sash windows overlooking manicured grounds. A massive desk dominates the center, flanked by leather chairs and bookcases filled with volumes I doubt he's ever even opened. I shove Montgomery down into one of his leather club chairs, keeping my gun trained on him. His breathing is shallow, eyes still darting between me and Hazel. Let me make this clear, I say, a threatening hiss. I don't actually need your cooperation. There are more interesting ways to make you talk. I lean in, close enough to smell the sour fear on his breath. Ways that involve a lot more pain and a lot less dignity than you're currently enjoying. Matteo. Hazel's voice cuts through the menace. Her eyes catch mine, a silent message passing between us. I note Elliot's features contort into a knot of vehemence. This was part of our plan, her stepping in, acting empathetic, giving him choices, making him believe there's a way out if he cooperates. Elliot will talk without you making him suffer, she declares. She moves closer to him, close enough that he's compelled to look up at her. The savagery painted across his features is unhinged. You'll tell us where Melissa is, won't you, Elliot? For her mother's sake. Montgomery's eyes slit as he ignores her and turns to me. The previous fear of me that he was unable to disguise is gone. Only the loathing sneer remains. His lips twitch, then stretch into a smile. And then he starts laughing. Not nervous laughter. Not the hysteria of a man trying to buy time. Real laughter, deep and ironic, as if we just told the funniest joke he's ever heard, but as if he's convinced the joke is on us.
Chapter 40. Hazel. I can't understand why Elliot's laughing. A man with a gun to his head shouldn't be finding anything amusing, unless he has suddenly lost his rational mind. Then his laughter cuts off abruptly as he turns his face from Matteo back to me. His eyes gleam with a twisted satisfaction that makes my skin crawl. You know what's funny, Hazel? Elliot purrs in his slimiest tone. For months I thought I was going crazy. I don't respond, keeping my expression neutral, refusing to engage with this madman. All those nights of wedded bliss, he continues, his lips snaking from fake smile to sneer. You calling out for someone named Matteo in your sleep, moaning and thrashing on the bed like some cheap porn star. My breath catches in my throat and heat rushes through my blood vessels. Matteo's bulk goes stiff at Elliot's side, and for a moment he looks like he might end him. I thought he was just some fantasy you made up. Elliot's eyes flick between Matteo and me, triumph written across his features. But here he is, in the flesh. The whole time I was trying to be a good husband, you were dreaming about this motherfucker. The room seems to shrink around me. I can feel Matteo's eyes on me, but I can't look at him. I made a terrible mistake in speaking Matteo's name. Such a whore, Elliot hisses, lurching forward despite Noah's restraining hands. Having a husband and a lover at the same time. That's not, I start, but Peter out. Don't deny it, Elliot cuts me off. I heard you, night after night. Matteo, Matteo, he mimics in a high-pitched squeal. Did you fuck him before our wedding? During? Both? Matteo's fist crashes into Elliot's jaw with a sickening thud. Elliot doubles over, screaming with pain. Don't you ever fucking talk to her like that, Matteo growls. I flinch at the violence, but force myself to remain outwardly calm. Elliot straightens up, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Look at him defending your honor, Elliot snarks. You want her so bad? Take her. She's damaged goods anyway. Something inside me snaps. 2 years of suppressed rage comes pouring out. Before Matteo can hit him again, I let him know the truths I've wanted to scream every day for the last 2 years. I'm not last year's fucking purse, Elliot. I'm not something you dump at the curb or toss to someone else when you're tired of it. My hands shake, but my voice doesn't waver, and I'm not done yet. You never owned me. Not when we got married. Not when you hit me. Not when you locked me in our bedroom for 2 days because I wore the wrong dress to your mother's birthday. Elliot's smug expression falters as I continue. I am a person. A whole fucking person. Not your trophy, not your punch bag, not your property. And I sure as hell am not something you can tell another man to take. My voice reverberates around the room. Noah shifts uncomfortably, unaccustomed to women having their say in this type of situation. Elliot's features twist even uglier, the self-righteous hatred all too familiar. You think you're special? He spits. You're just like all the rest. Women like you, like Melissa, you deserve everything you get. He jerks against Noah's hold, trying to go for me with such intensity that I take an involuntary step back. I should have done with you as I did to her. Wrapped my hands around your throat and squeezed until you stopped your squawking. Then buried you deep where no one would ever find you. The room goes dead silent. Elliot's confession hangs in the air, impossible to retract. A confession. An actual confession. Some small, desperate part of me had been clinging to denial. I still hoped that somehow I hadn't shared my bed with a genuine monster, that Elliot was just damaged, egotistical, but not this. But now I know. I know with absolute certainty. My terrible, wicked husband murdered Melissa Winters. He killed her and their unborn baby and buried them. Why, Elliot? Why did you kill her? My voice shakes, but I need to know. Elliot's eyes glaze over, like he's looking through me to some distant memory. Because of you, actually. His voice turns eerily conversational, like he's chatting with friends about the past. I met you at the bar that night. You were different, beautiful, sexy, smart, and so strong. I knew right away I had to have you. My stomach churns at his words. I was the reason another woman died. I broke things off with Melissa the next day. Elliot continues, as if discussing a business transaction. I needed to focus everything on you. On us. He says us like it's something sacred, making bile rise in my throat. But then she came back a month later like some crazed bunny boiler, crying, hysterical, his lip curls in disgust. Said she was pregnant, threatened to tell everyone if I didn't take responsibility and take the lying bitch back. I feel Matteo's presence, but I can't look away from Elliot's face. She wouldn't listen to reason. Wouldn't take the money I offered her to just go away. Elliot shrugs. She got emotional, started screaming. I just wanted her to shut up. The casual way he describes murder makes my knees weak. Where, I whisper, where did you bury her? Elliot's eyes find mine, and a smile spreads slowly across his lips. He knows exactly what this will do to me. Remember when my mother welcomed you to the family? That little ceremony we had out in the garden? My heart stops. The world tilts sideways. Family tradition, Elliot continues, smiling as he observes me crumble. Every new Montgomery plants a tree when they join the family. I remember that day clearly. Elliot's mother, with her immaculate smile and cold eyes, handed me a sapling. Elliot stood beside me as I dug into the earth at the far corner of the property. Your tree never really thrived, did it? Elliot's voice is scarily gentle. Never grew tall, no matter how much the gardener tended it. Mother said it was a bad omen. My legs give out. I sink to the floor, shaking uncontrollably. Tears stream down my face as the horror hits me. I planted a tree over Melissa's body. She'd been there the whole time, beneath the soil I moved with my own hands. While I slept in Elliot's bed, while I endured his abuse, while I tried to be the perfect wife, a dead woman and her unborn child were buried in the garden and I had no clue.
Matteo, Elliot's confession turns my blood to ice. I've met devils before, men who kill for money, for power, for territory. But this casual cruelty in dismissing one woman as soon he found a better one. The complete lack of remorse while describing how he murdered a pregnant woman and then had his wife plant a tree over her buried body. It's beyond anything I've encountered. Nothing less than psychopathic. Daniel, I call over my shoulder, in control despite my boiling blood. Take over. Daniel steps forward, taking the gun from me. His face is stone, but I detect the disgust in his eyes. I move straight to Hazel, collapsed on the floor, her entire body quaking. Her face has gone pale, and her breathing comes in short, panicked gasps. I drop to my knees beside her, pulling her against my chest. I've got you, I murmur, one hand cradling the back of her head. Breathe, Bella. Just breathe. Her fingers clutch at my shirt, desperate and clinging. I put a tree on their grave, Matteo, she sobs, her voice choking. I dug that soil with my own hands. I smiled for pictures with them lying right beneath my feet. Tears stream down her face, and she presses her forehead against my chest. They were there the whole time. Every day I lived in this house. Every night I slept in his bed. They were there. I hold her tighter as her body convulses with grief. Part of me needs to end Elliot now, put a bullet in his head and be done with it. But I can't allow Hazel to watch that. She's seen enough horror. She was pregnant, Hazel whispers against my shirt. There was a baby. I think I'm going to be sick. I stroke her hair as her stomach dry heaves. Over her head, I direct a silent command to Noah. He nods once, understanding exactly what needs to happen. Come on, I say gently, lifting Hazel to her feet. I'm taking you away from here. Her body trembles against mine, tears soaking my shirt. I need to get her away from this monster, but first I have to make sure everything is handled properly. Watch him, I tell Noah and Daniel. I'll be back soon. As we head for the door, Elliot's hysterical laugh cuts through the room, a demonic noise that grates on my nerves. I want this bastard terminated for good. I'll wait for you on the other side, Hazel darling, he calls, dripping with venom. And then I'll make you pay in hell for this. Hazel goes rigid in my arms, and I wonder whether she might be on the verge again. But then she breaks free of my grasp and whirls around, her face transformed by rage. Fuck you, Elliot, she screams. You're the one going to hell. You killed her. You killed her baby. Her entire body shakes as years of abuse transform into outrage. I move to support her, but she's not finished. You're not a man. You're a monster and a fake and a liar. And I wish I could see you rot. But I won't be there, because I'll be happy in my new life, far away from you. Elliot leans far back, laughing and laughing, then suddenly lunges forward against Noah's restraint. Daniel steps between them, gun raised, and I reach to pull Hazel back against my chest. That's enough now, I murmur against her hair. You've had your say, and now he's not worth another second of your life. She fights me for a second, then collapses against me, sobbing. I lift her into my arms and carry her to the door, her face buried in my neck. I'll be back, I tell Noah over my shoulder, my meaning crystal clear. Noah nods once, his face grim. Take your time. We've got this under control. I carry Hazel out into the mansion's opulent foyer and up the solid oak staircase. With each step, my resolve hardens. Where can I leave you to rest a while? I ask, unsure which hall to take in this oversized den of agony. Hazel lifts her head, eyes red and swollen. Guest room, she whispers. Second door on the right. I follow her directions, keeping her cradled against my chest. The weight of her feels right in my arms, even in this hellish moment. I need to get her somewhere safe, somewhere she can breathe before I return to finish what we started. I'm sorry, she murmurs against my neck. I shouldn't have lost control like that. Don't apologize, I tell her firmly. Not for anything. Not today. We reach the guest room she indicated, and I support her in one arm while I slightly turn the handle. The brass hinges creak as I shove the door open with my shoulder. I freeze in the doorway, my eyes adjusting to the dim light. What the fuck? What I see inside makes my blood ice.
Chapter 41. Hazel. I feel the exact moment Matteo's body goes rigid, infusing its tension into mine like butter melting into toast. I lift my tear-streaked face from his chest, following his gaze into the guest room. The scream dies in my throat before it can escape my lips. A woman is tied to a chair in the center of the room. Red hair cascades around her shoulders, tangled and wild. Her wrists are bound to the armrests with zip ties that have cut into her skin, leaving angry red welts. Duct tape covers her mouth, but her huge round eyes speak volumes. She writhes against her restraints when she sees us, desperate muffled sounds escaping from deep in her airways. Oh my God, I gasp. Matteo sets me down carefully and he moves stealthily toward her, pulling a knife from his boot while checking 360 for a trap. I follow behind him, horrified at discovering another of Elliot's victims. It's okay, you can trust us, I tell her as I reach to pull back the edge of the tape. We're going to help you. The woman's mascara has run down her cheeks in black rivers, her eyes red and swollen from crying. Nevertheless, the moment I'm close enough to examine her features, I recognize her instantly. She's the redhead from the photo, I murmur to Matteo. Vanessa, he snarls. Why is the woman who tried to tear Matteo and I apart with a fake image hogtied in Elliot's mansion? I peel the tape off as gently as I can, wincing as she flinches. The moment her mouth is free, she gasps for oxygen. Please, she begs, her voice cracking and hoarse. Please help me. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I didn't know what he was going to do. What the fuck is going on? Matteo demands as he cuts the zip ties binding her wrists. What are you doing here? Vanessa's body shudders as she gingerly fingers her freed wrists. Elliot, she chokes out between sobs. I've been working with Elliot. My mind struggles to connect the dots of what she's saying. This woman I thought was Matteo's lover is now partnered with Elliot. You mean, like a secretary? I ask, completely naive but not wanting to delve deeper into the facts yet. Vanessa cackles lightly and throws me a withering glance. Working with Elliot, how? And what do you mean you didn't know what he was going to do? Matteo demands sternly, making it clear he's not going to fall for any of her wiles. God damn it, talk Vanessa. Vanessa goes back to her vulnerable stance, swiping her cheeks and peeking up at him. I saw him, Noah, at Evelyn's bookshop. I recognized him as your sidekick from the casino. I'd been trying to get your attention for months after you ended things. She looks at Matteo with desperate eyes. I thought if I could get close to your people. So you stalked Evelyn? I ask, disgust rising in my throat. She nods. Is that real shame coloring her face? I started hanging around her bookstore pretending I love reading. Ugh, I just wanted to find a way back to you. Her eyes flick to Matteo again. Then one day I overheard Evelyn on the phone, telling someone her cousin from Texas was coming. You. She looks at me again. She said you needed to escape your husband. My blood runs cold. And then you told Elliot where I was. Not right away, she whispers. I came to the cafe every day, listening. I overheard Evelyn and Lucrezia joking about how strange Matteo was acting, that this new woman staying at the mansion had caused a huge change in his demeanor. Matteo's jaw tightens, a muscle jumping beneath his skin. And then you plotted your revenge. I admit I was livid, Vanessa tells me. I wanted to hurt you, so I found you on Evelyn's Facebook and sent you that photo of us together. From there, I looked up your husband and contacted him saying I knew where his wife was. Why on earth would you? My question peters out. I've learned recently that there's just no understanding the lengths some people will go to. Vanessa's shoulders heave with emotion. Real or pretend, I still can't tell. When he got to New York on the hunt for his precious wife, I didn't tell him anything about where you were living, she says, like she did me a huge favor. He was stupid enough to storm the Ferettis and get himself killed. I just wanted him to come and take you away from Matteo. My stomach twists as I listen to her desperate attempts to justify herself. I remember the horror at Evelyn's bookshop, the destruction Elliot left behind. You never showed up at that book cafe and he got really mad. Vanessa looks at me with pleading eyes. I spent some time with him, thinking I could calm him out of his mad obsession. I suddenly clue into what she's telling me. You mean you slept with him? I say dully. Matteo's hand settles on the small of my back, a silent anchor as my world tilts, but truly, I have no emotion left for any of this. Other than justice. He wanted to have some fun, Vanessa says, brightly at first, then turning bitter. Well, I figured it was fair enough for me to fuck your man since you fucked mine. The room spins around me. Elliot had been with this woman while hunting me and begging me to come back to him. How many other times throughout our marriage had he played this duplicitous game while raging at me for so much as looking blandly at some man? And this woman had assisted him willingly, eagerly, all because of some twisted obsession for Matteo. You helped a man terrorize his wife because you couldn't accept rejection? I say mostly to myself rather than quizzing her. I didn't know he was going to hurt you, she insists. I thought he wanted to talk to you, to fix things, and then you'd go back with him and leave me with Matteo. Never would have happened, Matteo growls at my side. Fix things, I mutter, and then laugh with deep irony. Fix things with an abusive bastard who's been hitting me and gaslighting me and threatening to hurt my family since the day we got married. Vanessa's face slackens with shock, then she rushes in to correct me. What? No, that can't be right. He doesn't really hurt anyone. It's just that he enjoys a little sadomaso game. Who doesn't now and then? She giggles, and the way she flutters her eyes in Matteo's direction fuels my rage like she tossed a red rag at a bull. I cut her off. I didn't enjoy it for 1 second. And if you imagine that you being tied up in this dark room is just a little sadomaso game, you're going to be in for a miserable and painful awakening all too soon. Vanessa's eyes pop at my outburst, but I can see they still harbor doubt, because for sure Elliot has regaled her with stories of what a crazy bitch I am, prone to inventing wild stories and abusing him with my lies. Here, you want to see what you have in store? I shout, losing whatever cool I'd managed to hang on to. I yank up my shirt and reveal the lingering bruises painted across my ribcage. You tell me, since you understand him so well, is this the caress of a loving husband just playing games? Her eyes stretch wide, then contract into a frown as she stares at the damage to my body. Her gaze slides to Matteo as though seeking confirmation, or maybe vindication. He turns his head from her stonily and steps closer to my side, resting his palm on my lower back to demonstrate his total support for me. I realize in this moment how very much I've fallen in love with him. But what she said a moment ago blooms in my mind. Wait, what did you mean you didn't know he was going to hurt me? Matteo loses his cool as it hits him too. He drops to his knees and pushes his face right up into Vanessa's cheek. She flinches with the proximity of his wild fury. What did he plan to do to Hazel tonight? He growls like a caged wild animal. Oh God. She drops her face into her hands, but Matteo is having none of it. He pulls down on her wrists so she can't hide. Answer me, Vanessa, or the devil help me, Matteo, don't, please, I say very quietly. I know he's riled up because of me, but I can't bear to see another woman intimidated, not for any reason. Vanessa lifts her head and looks at me with what I take to be genuine regret. I honestly don't know what he actually had in mind. He just said that your neck was as vulnerable as the others. Others, I murmur under my tongue. How many vulnerable necks had he put his hands around? Others? I shout, all the rage I thought I'd spent fountaining up again through my core. Matteo powers his thighs to stand and immediately returns to my side. His unobtrusive but strong presence allows me to vent all my emotion on this vindictive woman, and I'm not done yet, because Melissa deserves to have her say too. I don't suppose you know, although you understand him so well, that the woman he was with before me, he killed her. She was pregnant with his child. He wrung her neck and buried her out there in the garden. My arm gestures wildly toward the window. Or perhaps you were hoping for the same fate for me, and you'd have been there no doubt to comfort Matteo in his grief. Vanessa's face crumples, tears spilling down her cheeks, although I'm still not convinced they aren't the gift of the crocodile. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I swear I didn't know. And... Her voice stalls and croaks out. I glance at Matteo, pretty sure now that her emotions are real, and she recognizes that the horror she jumped into so eagerly is definitely no game. Her eyes bat back and forth between us both. I acted so stupidly, she continues, shaking her head. For no reason. Over a man who didn't even want me. She looks up at Matteo, then back to me. It makes sense now, and I'm kind of certain that it's not you he would have strangled tonight but me. Her eyes search mine, but I don't answer. I don't need to. The truth hangs in the air between us, heavy and undeniable. If not for Matteo and Noah protecting us, at least one of us would definitely not be here right now.
Matteo. I watch Vanessa's face crumple as the reality of her situation sinks in. She knows now that she's been a pawn in Montgomery's game, just like everyone else, although she walked into it willingly. The tears streaming down her face seem genuine, but I don't have time for her regrets. Stay here, I tell her, my voice leaving no room for argument. Don't move until I come back for you. I'm sorry, she whispers again, looking between Hazel and me. I didn't know. I don't care what you knew, I cut her off. You'll stay in this room. I'll deal with you later. She nods, shoulders slumping in defeat. I take Hazel's hand and her trembling fingers curl around mine. Her skin is chilled, her face pale with shock. She needs to get away from Vanessa, away from this mess. Come with me, I murmur, guiding her toward the door. Hazel follows without resistance, her body moving mechanically beside mine. In the hallway, I check each door until I find another guest room, smaller than Vanessa's, but untouched by Montgomery's madness. I lead her inside and close the door behind us, shutting out Vanessa's sobs and the chaos of everything that we've been through tonight, so far. For a moment, we stand in silence, her hand still gripped in mine. Breathe, I whisper, turning to face her. Her eyes are distant, unfocused. Hazel, look at me. She blinks, struggling to center herself. I place my hands gently on her shoulders, careful not to startle her. We have to finish this, I tell her. Her gaze finally focuses, some clarity returning to those beautiful hazel eyes. She takes a deep, shuddering breath. I know. I brush a strand of hair from her face, my fingers lingering against her cheek. Even now, with everything one huge clusterfuck, I'm struck by how much I need her. Not just want her, but need her as much as the oxygen I breathe.
Chapter 42. Hazel. My thoughts tumble head over tush as I attempt to read the emotions wrangling in Matteo's eyes. The storm of rage is tempered not only by what he wants to do to Elliot, how he wants to make him pay, but with Vanessa's unexpected presence, I can tell he's berating himself for being a man who also harms a woman by tossing her to one side without a thought. Don't blame yourself for any of this, I say, my free hand moving to his stubbled cheek. He visibly relaxes the instant I let him know that I get the turmoil he's battling inside. But then, his jaw pinches. I want to make him suffer, Hazel. He deserves agonizing pain for every mark he put on your body, for every nightmare he gave you. I shake my head, grabbing his wrists as his hands cut my face. No, I can't do this. I can't be party to torture no matter what he's done. He buried a pregnant woman under a tree and made you tend her grave, Matteo says, his voice dropping dangerously low. He deserves worse than a quick, painless death. And then what does that make us? I ask, tears welling in my eyes. If we become like him, he wins. He scars me all over again. Don't you see that? Matteo's eyes search mine, his breath coming hard and fast. In my world, we have a code for assholes like Elliot. Please, I beg, squeezing his wrists tighter. Do it as justice, not revenge. Clean. Quick. I know you have to deal with him, but I can't live with knowing we made him suffer. I can't carry that with everything else. His expression transforms. The rage still burns, but it's now tempered by respect or understanding. Okay, he says finally, pressing his forehead against mine. For you, we do it clean. I exhale, relief flooding through me. Thank you. You're nothing like him. Matteo husks. You know that, right? Even now, you're showing mercy he never deserved. Ditto, I say, echoing some old romantic movie we watched a few nights ago. My eyes glint with a much-needed touch of promise for the future once we get through this ghastly nightmare. Oh, there'll be others. I have no doubts or illusions, but I can't help feeling that together we'll navigate whatever Matteo's crazy world throws in our path. You have so much compassion, Matteo says. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve you. I laugh ruefully, surprised at my next thought. I even want Vanessa to be free. She's only acting this way because I was a bastard. Not intentionally, not callously, I remind him not to blame himself. I believe everyone deserves compassion, especially you. He drops his face to capture my mouth under his. The passion in our kiss releases the pent-up tension caught in our bodies, but I disentangle before it goes too far. Okay, soldier, let's get this mission completed and get the hell out of here. Yes, ma'am. Clean and quick, like you said. He stands to attention, then turns serious. But you need to stay here while we handle this. I don't want you anywhere near when it happens. I can't just sit here twiddling my thumbs while you... My lips stop functioning as revulsion courses through me. Elliot's confession about killing Melissa and their child. His glee at having me dig in her grave. His plan to murder me, Vanessa, both of us. It's too much. And now we're about to do the same. Matteo takes my phone from my pocket. Do you have a special song that can always take you somewhere else? I consider all the songs that have ever helped me to forget for a while. When I was small, Mom used to play an old one by Florence and the Machine called Dog Days Are Over. We'd dance around the kitchen, clapping our hands with it. That's the one then. Good old Mom. He plugs his own AirPods into the device and gently brushes back tendrils of my hair to insert them. The tenderness in his gesture contrasts with the violence I know he's about to commit. I grab his wrist before he can pull away. Matteo. I know, he says. When I leave, turn it up loud. Think about dancing with your mom. Think about being free. Because after tonight, the dog days will be over and you will be. He leans down for a lingering kiss, as though he's drawing inspiration from my body. When he pulls back, his eyes are dark with purpose. I won't be long. I observe the transformation in him. The tender man who protects and caresses every inch of my body morphs into the deadly enforcer as he moves to the door with lethal grace. I press the play button and try to remember the feeling of carefree innocence.
Matteo. Noah and Daniel stand outside Montgomery's office, weapons ready. Noah gives me a nod as I approach. All good? He asks. Yeah. Let's finish this. I push open the door to find Montgomery still tied to his chair. His eyes bat up to me and there's a smirk on his face, a smug satisfaction that makes my blood boil. Suddenly, I'm not sure that I can keep my promise to Hazel. What's so amusing? I ask, circling him slowly. Having Vanessa tied up, that your idea of a good time? Noah's head snaps toward me. What? This bastard took Vanessa. We discovered her in one of the guest rooms, I explain, never taking my eyes off Montgomery. She came willingly enough, he snarks. Just like your precious angel Hazel did when she wanted something from me. I resist the urge to hit him again, until I don't. I bring the barrel of my gun down across the side of his face, and that stops him smirking. Shit, I mutter under my breath. Well, one bitch slap is nothing more than I'd have given this bastard in a bar room. It can hardly be counted as torture. His text is drafted, Noah says, holding up his phone. Just waiting on your signal. What text? Montgomery whines, his confidence drained at last. What are you planning to do with me? I lean down, bringing my face close to his. Send out your suicide note. The color suctions from his face as understanding dawns. You can't. We can, I cut him off, and we will. Montgomery's eyes skitter wildly around the room as though looking for an exit, panic finally breaking through his composed facade. She'll never forgive you for this because she's soft. She might for a while, but then she'll discover that you're just as much of a monster as I am. Something snaps inside me. I hope to God it's not the realization that he could be right. I grab his chair arms and yank them toward me. The chair skitters across the floor, pulling him right up into my face. Let me tell you something you don't know about Hazel, I say, my voice deadly quiet. That woman survived 2 years of your torture without breaking. She walked away with nothing but the clothes on her back rather than live one more day under your control. And even now, knowing what you did to Melissa, she still begged me to show mercy to you. A quick end instead of the torturous suffering you deserve. Montgomery tries to speak, but I don't permit him to. She may be soft, but she's also the strongest person I've ever known, I continue. And unlike you, she doesn't need to hurt others to feel powerful. I straighten up, adjusting my cuffs. That's the difference between you and her. You break things, she rebuilds them, and long after you're gone, she'll still be shining, brighter than you could ever imagine. Montgomery's face twists with hatred. You don't know her like I do. She's nothing without. She's everything, I cut him off, and you never deserved her. Montgomery's face tightens, desperation seeping through the cracks in his mask. My father will never let this stand. The Montgomery name means something in this state. He'll bury whatever story you try to spin. I laugh, the sound echoing off the oak paneling. Not the polite chuckle I use in business meetings, but something filled with disdain. Your father? I shake my head, pacing circles around his chair to discombobulate his senses. You think Daddy's money is going to save you now? Noah holds up his phone, the screen glowing in the dim light. The suicide note's ready to send. Confession about Melissa, details about where to find her body, apologies for the abuse, but he cannot live with himself. It's all there. I lean in close to the side of his face. That text isn't going to the police who are in Daddy's pocket. It's going to every fucking journalist in the United States. His eyes bulge. Every news outlet, every newspaper, every online rag from coast to coast will have your confession before your body's even cold. I straighten, fixing my gold cufflinks, something he'll never do again. Your father will do nothing because it will be too fucking late. You can't, he starts, voice cracking. We already have, Daniel cuts in. Distribution list is set. One click, and the whole world knows exactly what kind of monster wears the Montgomery name. Montgomery's shoulders slump as the finality of the situation rams into his reality. All the money and connections in the world can't undo what's about to happen. By tomorrow morning, you'll be famous, I tell him. Just not in the way you wanted. I nod to Noah, who steps forward, raising his gun with its silencer. I motion for him to release Montgomery from his restraints. Noah raises an eyebrow but doesn't question me, just pulls out a knife and cuts through the zip ties. Montgomery rubs his wrists, a flicker of hope crossing his face. Funny how demons always cling to their pathetic lives. That hope dies when he observes me pulling skin-tight black leather gloves on. His eyes stretch wild as Noah hands me the weapon and I press the barrel into the flabby skin under Elliot's chin. "Any last words?" I ask, coldly professional. Montgomery's eyes dart around the room, searching for any escape that isn't there. When he realizes it's over, there's a strange shift in his expression. No pretense of charm, just his satanic darkness making its final grab for control. "Tell Hazel I'll be waiting for her. In this life or the next, she'll always belong to me." I pull the trigger. Number she won't. Montgomery slumps forward, blood pooling on the silk Persian. With gloved hands, I position the gun into his hand. I ensure the angle looks right, the grip of his fingers, like he put the gun to the base of his skull and blew his brains out. "Suicide of a guilty man," Noah says, double-checking the positioning. Classic. I step back, taking one last look at the man who hurt Hazel. There's no glory in this moment, just the frosty satisfaction that justice has been served. "Let's go," I say, turning away from Montgomery's body. "We're done here." Blood spatters my sleeve and a few drops hit my cheek. I can't let Hazel see me like this. "Daniel," I call, my voice steady despite the adrenaline still pumping through me. "I need a wet towel." Daniel nods and disappears down the hall, while Noah begins the cleanup process, wiping down every surface for any prints we may have left. "Make sure the text goes out in 10 minutes, I remind him. We'll be well away from here by then. "Timer's already set," Noah confirms, not looking up from his work. Daniel returns with a dampened hand towel, and I methodically wipe down the surfaces of my own body, eliminating all trace of what went down here. "Bring the car around to the side entrance," I tell Daniel, handing him the blood-stained towel to dispose of. "We leave in 5. "What about Vanessa?" I pause, considering this possible glitch. "She comes with us. Make sure she understands what will happen if she talks." I adjust my cufflinks and head for the room where I left Hazel.
Chapter 43. Hazel. Although I love this song and it brings back so many great memories of my mom, there's no way I can dance and clap while a man is being murdered downstairs. As I pull out the earbuds, my hands won't stop shaking. Is this justice? The question loops in my mind like a scratched record. Elliot is a murderer. He killed Melissa and his own child. He planned to kill me tonight, and maybe Vanessa too. But executing him, can I really make it all right by telling myself his elimination will ensure that the lives of other women will be saved? What choice did we have, though? The legal system is totally corrupt. When it comes to someone like Elliot Montgomery, his father's money would have buried the evidence, just like Elliot buried Melissa. Money always wins. Money bought my silence for years. Money would have made this all disappear. I've seen how the world works. I've seen wealthy men walk away from crimes that would put others in prison for life. I've watched them laugh about it over aged single malt and fine Cuban cigars. Elliot would have gotten away with it. He would have found another woman to control, to abuse, and possibly kill. I curl up into a fetal ball, trying to make myself small on the bed, but I cannot get away from the blood on my hands. I can hide in a guest room and listen to Florence, but I'm still part of this. I was the bait that lured him to his death. A distant thud makes me flinch. Was that a gunshot? I can't tell from where I am. Matteo has purposely positioned me at the other end of the house from Elliot's office below. I listen with my ears pinned back like a feral beast. The house has fallen silent. Too silent. I should feel something more defined than this strange emptiness. Relief, maybe? Satisfaction? But all I feel is hollow, like someone scooped out my insides and left nothing but an echo chamber. Elliot is gone. He can't hurt me anymore. He can't hurt anyone anymore. That has to count for something, doesn't it? That has to make this right, or at least less wrong. The system isn't built to protect women like me or Melissa. It was built to protect men like Elliot. The door flinging open makes me startle from my preoccupation. Matteo stands there, his face purposely blank. Is it? I can't complete the question. It's finished, he says, and I don't know whether that's good or bad. Elliot is dead. I'll never see him again. Never feel his hands encircling my throat. Never hear his voice go gently dangerous right before he explodes. Never watch him charm dinner guests while his fingers gouge bruises on my flesh under the table. We're leaving. Matteo extends his hand to me and observes as I get unsteadily up from the bed. He's calculating my reaction. Whether I regret the plan we executed. Whether I hate him now. Do you need a minute? Matteo asks, still watching me carefully. No. And then a heartfelt, thank you. I force my voice to extend more strongly than I feel inside. But of course Matteo knows, and as soon as I reach him, he wraps an arm around my waist, lending me the full bulk of his massive torso to lean into as we head down the stairs. I don't look toward Elliot's office as we pass through the hall. Don't want images in my mind of him throwing that crystal paperweight at my head for interrupting an important call. I don't look anywhere other than straight ahead, into my future, whatever that will be. Outside, I gulp in a deep breath of Texas night air heavy with jasmine, and I know there's one more thing I have to do. I need a moment alone before we leave, I tell Matteo. He studies my face, wondering whether I'm going to weaken on him. My eyes flick toward the tree at the distant end of the garden, and immediately he understands. I'll be right here if you need me, he says. I hear Noah protest as I start to walk across the grass, something about a text having been sent, how we have to get away from the scene. Matteo silences him. The oak tree stands at the edge of the property. It's grown so much in the 2 years since we planted it in that Montgomery new family member tradition that makes my stomach turn over. Here I stood, digging a grave and smiling for society page cameras. I'm so sorry, I whisper. The leaves rustle above me in the gentle breeze, as if acknowledging my repentance. I'm sorry no one rescued you. I'm sorry your mother never got to say goodbye. I sink to my knees in the soft earth. We're going to tell her where you are, I promise. I take the earbuds from around my neck and lay them over the spot where I dug. She'll come get you. Behind me, I sense, rather than hear Matteo keeping his distance, a silent guardian allowing me this moment of grief. I know they're anxious to get away before the authorities arrive. I can do no more than hope she'll listen to the song in whatever place she is now. It's over at last, I whisper, both to Melissa and to myself. He can't hurt anyone else. In some strange way, I feel connected to her. Another woman who loved the wrong man, who trusted when she shouldn't have, who paid the ultimate price for Elliot's rage. When I finally look up, Matteo is still there, a shadow among shadows, the protector Melissa never found. I rise to my feet, flexing my stiff knees. He doesn't try to comfort me with empty words. He simply offers his hand, and I take it, drawing strength from his solid presence at my side. Together, we walk back toward the waiting cars, ready to leave behind this house of horrors. Through the rear window of the car behind ours, I see Vanessa's face peering out, her stare fixed on me. As I pass the window and head with Matteo to climb into the other SUV, I catch her nod in my direction. She signals her regret for what we've been through and respect for what I've done here tonight. Chapter 44. 4 weeks later. Hazel. I take a deep breath, my hand hovering inches from the door knocker. The modest suburban house looks exactly like the photos in the news articles. White siding, blue shutters, potted geraniums flanking the entrance. One more breath. I can do this. I raise the old brass knocker. For a moment, there's nothing but silence, and I wonder if I'm crazy or self-indulgent being here. Then the door swings open, and there stands Sandra Winters, Melissa's mother. Her gray-streaked hair is pulled back in a simple bun. Deep lines frame her eyes the same warm brown as her daughter's in the photographs I've seen. Recognition dawns on her face as she looks at me. Her hand flies to her mouth. Hazel, she whispers. Before I can explain myself, She steps forward and pulls me into her arms. Her body heaves with sobs, and I find myself holding her just as tightly. "They found her," she cries into my shoulder. "They found my baby girl." The events of the past month churn through my mind. The police excavation beneath the oak tree, the media frenzy when they discovered Melissa's remains, Elliot's suicide note confession plastered across every newspaper. The endless questioning, the statements, the photographs of me leaving the police station with my face hidden behind sunglasses. Sandra's sadness pours out of her, a mother's raw grief for her lost baby. I can only imagine. "I'm so sorry," I whisper. "I didn't know." She pulls back, cupping my face in her weathered hands. "How could you have known, sweetheart? You were one of his victims." I close my eyes, overwhelmed by her forgiveness, her gratitude. "Come inside," she says, finally releasing me. "I'll make tea." I follow her into the homely living room, where framed photos of Melissa cover every surface. Melissa as a toddler, as a teenager with braces, as a young woman in a graduation cap, smiling, always smiling, never knowing that the devil waited for her. Sandra leads me into the kitchen, cozy with yellow curtains and a wooden farmhouse table. The kettle whistles on the stove and she moves to silence it, her hands trembling slightly as she pours hot water into a flowered pot. "Chamomile," she says, placing one in front of me. "It helps to calm the nerves." I can't tell you what it means to see you here, safe. Sandra settles across from me, her eyes never leaving my face. "When I saw your picture in the papers, standing beside him at those charity events, I worried for you. I saw an expression in your eyes, the same one my Melissa had just before he told her it was over, which I have to say was a relief to me, if only she hadn't gone bah." I reach across the table and squeeze her hand, not knowing what else to do for her. "I'm so sorry, Mrs. Winters. I can't imagine what you've been through. Sandra, please. And thank you, but you're the one who lived with that monster for 2 years." I stare down at our joined hands, unable to meet her gaze. I should have known. There were signs. "No." Her voice turns firm. "Don't you dare blame yourself. Elliot fooled everyone, police, friends, our whole community." "But not you," I say softly. Sandra's eyes cloud with memory. "No, not me. A mother knows." She withdraws her hand and wraps it around her mug. "Would you like to hear what happened after she disappeared?" I nod and raise the cup to my lips. The tea scalds my tongue, but is a distraction from this sorrow. For nearly 3 years, I've searched for her. Sandra's gaze drifts to the window, looking beyond the tops of the trees into the big, empty sky. At first, the police took my claims seriously. They questioned Elliot, but he had excuses for everything, said they'd broken up weeks before, that she was upset but accepted his decision. He even produced text messages from her phone saying she needed space. "He sent those himself," I murmur. "Of course he did." Sandra nods. But they believed him, the golden boy of Austin, with his family connections and charming smile. The same smile that had seduced me at the bar, I think, my stomach tying knots. When the police investigation stalled, the local community stepped up. Pride mingles with grief in her voice. Melissa's friends organized search parties every weekend for months. We combed parks, abandoned buildings, drainage ditches. Her old high school teacher made a website. The ladies from my church made snacks to keep everyone going. She pauses, sipping her tea. The second year, that all flipped. People started avoiding me at the grocery store. They'd see me coming and turn down another aisle. I became the crazy mother who couldn't accept that her daughter had run away. Her mouth twists. But I knew. I knew from the first day that she was dead. I felt it inside, like someone had cut out part of my heart. I blink back tears, imagining her endless days of searching while Elliot and I exchanged vows and acted out a family tradition beneath that oak tree. I never gave up the search, and I still had a couple of people helping me. Melissa's college roommate organized fundraisers to pay for a private investigator. Sandra's hands tighten around her mug. We had our theory about Elliot, but no proof. His family closed ranks, and his father made all kinds of veiled threats to anyone who suggested he might be involved. I remember his father, I say. Howard Montgomery was intimidating. Sandra nods grimly. When Elliot married you, I tried to warn you. Do you remember? At the grocery store. The memory flashes back. A distraught woman approaching me in the produce section, Elliot firmly steering me away, dismissing her as hysterical and delusional. Shame heats my cheeks. He said you'd been harassing all his girlfriends. I certainly did. She reaches for my hand again. But now we know the truth. My girl is coming home and you got free of him. Did you know? I hesitate, unsure if I should continue, my hand going instinctively to my own stomach. That she was pregnant? Sandra finishes for me. Yes. She called me the night before she disappeared. But I already knew. I could see it written across her face. My throat tightens as I imagine Melissa's final moments. Confronting Elliot, his hands around her throat, her fear for her unborn child. I'm sorry I couldn't save her, I whisper. Without you, we might never have found her, Sandra says. She opens a drawer in an antique dresser behind her and pulls out some earbuds. They found these ear thingies lying on her grave. They're yours, right? I'm about to deny it, but she goes on. At least the police detective said they weren't Melissa's, as they'd only found your prints on them. I said you must have left them after tending your little tree. My heart lurches at my throat. My God, if Matteo's prints had been found on them, it would have been my fault. Realization dawns on Sandra. Did you leave them for her, dear? It was a song I used to dance to with my mother. Dog days are over. I thought she might. I'd like to hear it, Sandra breathes. Swallowing my surprise, I take out my phone and pull up the music app.
Matteo. I tap my fingers on the leather steering wheel of my new Maserati Quattroporte, watching Sandra Winter's modest house from down the block. Hazel's been inside for 40 minutes. I told her I'd wait here in the car, giving the two women privacy. Some conversations aren't supposed to have witnesses. The last month has been a blur of airports and highways as I split my time between New York and Austin. Damiano needed me to handle the casino expansion meetings with all those political assholes in Manhattan, while Hazel needed my support through the aftermath of Elliot's suicide and the media circus that followed. I've been running on fumes, grabbing sleep on the private jet between the two cities, working 18-hour days to keep everything moving forward as a rival family tries to threaten our sovereignty in New York City. The bags under my eyes have bags of their own. Last night, Damiano finally cornered me in his office. "You look like shit," he said, pouring us each a single malt whiskey. "Thanks, boss. Always appreciate the compliments." He didn't smile. "Why didn't you take that vacation like I told you to after the Montgomery situation?" "Been busy. Too busy taking care of someone else's problems instead of your own." He leaned forward. "I don't like mistakes, Matteo. The security protocol for the VIP entrance had 3 gaps. I couldn't argue. I'd been distracted, stretched too thin between Feretti business and watching over Hazel. "Figure out what you want," Damiano said, his tone making it clear this wasn't a suggestion. "What I want? With the girl? With your life?" He knocked back his scotch. "You've been living with one foot in each city. It's time to step up and commit to a decision." I shift in the leather seat, Damiano's words still echoing in my head. He's right. I can't keep this up. Something has to give. But commit has always been a concept scarier than death. The door of Sandra's house opens, and Hazel steps out, exchanging final words with Sandra before heading toward me. Even from here I can see her eyes are swollen, but she's also smiling with real happiness. Has she finally found resolution for that night we neutralized her husband? "You okay?" I ask when Hazel slides into the passenger seat. Stupid fucking question. She turns to look at me, eyes still glassy with threatening tears. "I will be." I reach for her hand. There's nothing I can say that will make this better. Nothing that will bring Melissa back or erase what Montgomery did. We were dancing round the kitchen table just like I did with Mom, like Melissa loved too, apparently. And then Sandra told me. Dancing? I interject, floored by the unexpected behavior of two grief-laden women, trying to picture Noah and I fucking dancing after a kill, or when one of ours is murdered. Yeah, you know, to Florence, she chirps. I'm shaking my head, befuddled and trying to work out the feminine psyche, when Hazel suddenly leans across and kisses me. Not a little peck, but desperate and hungry. When she pulls back, her breath comes fast. I need to relax, she purrs, her fingers tracing the stubble along my jaw. Help me forget for a while? You're in luck, I say, hoping to lighten the mood, because I just happen to be a Zen master in relaxation. That pulls a laugh from her. You, the man who checks his phone every 3 minutes and sleeps with one eye open, a Zen master? Hey, I'm wounded. I press a hand to my chest in mock offense. I'll have you know I'm totally serene once you know me. Just ask anyone. Right. She can hardly contain her giggles, which is good to see, along with the shadows under her eyes receding just a little. So can I count on you to impart some of that? Coming right up, Bella. I turn the key and the engine roars to life. 15 minutes later, I pull the Maserati into a familiar lot. The Remington Hotel towers above us, its glass facade glowing fiery orange in the setting sun. I turn to face her with a grin and wait for her to notice where we are. It takes a moment, but then recognition flashes across her face as she stares at the entrance where valets in crisp uniforms wait to assist with any requirement. Are we staying here? Her voice catches slightly, those eyes wielding a wicked glint. I try to keep my expression neutral, even as heat builds under my skin at the memory this hotel holds. I thought it was the perfect place to fuck you properly, just for the sake of relaxation. Her breath hitches as she absorbs the hunger rising in me. A delicate blush blooms on her cheeks. 3 years ago, we started something in this hotel, I continue, reaching across to trace a hard fingertip around the outline of her plush lips. Something that got interrupted. I figure we deserve a proper resolution. The valet approaches and I reluctantly pull my hand away from her face. I exit the car, tossing the keys to the young man while walking around to open Hazel's door. Besides, I murmur against her ear as I hand her out of the car, I've spent 3 years dreaming about how I claimed you in the elevator here. Seems a shame to miss the chance for a do-over. You're impossible, she whispers with no rancor, only excited anticipation. Next you'll be bursting into the kitchen and stealing their lobster. Don't tempt me, Bella, I remind her, guiding her through the revolving doors into the grand lobby. You of all people know that I'll do whatever you tempt me into. The blush deepens on her cheeks as we approach the front desk, and I can't help the smug satisfaction that courses through me at seeing her rising desire. The elevator doors slide shut, cutting off the lobby noise. Hazel stands beside me, her honey blonde hair cascading over her shoulders, catching the soft glow from the overhead lights. The simple dark dress Lucrezia insisted she buy hugs every curve. She catches me staring, and a small smile plays at the corners of her mouth. What? You're fucking beautiful, I say, hoarse with the desire pooling in my gut. And I've been thinking about being inside you since we left Sandra's house. Her eyes widen, and she takes a step closer, placing her palms on my solid chest. Matteo. Shit. She's about to blow me sweetly off. I know it's not the right time. I run my hand through my hair, frustrated with myself. You just came from remembering Melissa, and here I am thinking about bending you over as soon as we get to the room. She reaches up and traces my jawline with her fingertip, pressing her lush curves into my straining pelvis. I asked you to help me forget, didn't I? The elevator climbs past the 4th floor, then the 5th. I watch the numbers illuminate one after another, trying to maintain control. But when Hazel presses herself against me, her intoxicating floral scent going straight into my brain. My restraint snaps. Fuck it. I slam my palm against the emergency stop button. The elevator jerks to a halt between the 7th and 8th floors. Before Hazel can react, I have her pinned against the mirrored wall, my mouth crashing down on hers. She responds immediately, her fingers digging into my shoulders as she opens for me. I slide my hands down her sides, gripping her hips and lifting her as I tug the fabric of her dress up her thighs. She wraps her legs around my waist, the position pressing my hard bulge directly against her core. This is what you do to me, I growl against her neck, grinding against her. Every fucking minute of every day I want to be balls deep inside you. She moans, her head falling back against the glass. Then what are you waiting for?
Chapter 45. Hazel. I fold another shirt and place it in my suitcase, smiling as I organize everything just so. The excitement of our upcoming trip makes me tingle with anticipation. 2 weeks of freedom on the open road. Matteo's Ducati carrying us along winding European roads, stopping wherever we want, whenever we want. What's so funny? Matteo asks from the doorway, leaning against the frame with that lazy confidence I've come to adore. Just remembering that night at the hotel, I say, tucking a pair of jeans into the corner of my suitcase, when you casually suggested we live together. He raises an eyebrow. I was perfectly smooth. You were not, I laugh, remembering how he'd paced the hotel room, running his hand through his hair repeatedly before blurting out that I should move in with him. You looked like you were about to suggest a bank heist, not ask me to share your closet space. Matteo crosses the room and wraps his arms around my waist from behind. I wanted to just throw you over my shoulder and say, my home is your home now, deal with it. I know you did, I say, leaning back against his chest. That's what made it so endearing. His lips brush against my neck. Endearing isn't exactly the reputation I'm going for. I turn in his arms facing him. Too bad. I find you very endearing. And never more than when I told you what Sandra said while we were dancing around her table in memory of poor Melissa. I crack up laughing again as I recall the look on his face when I explained that Sandra had known her daughter was pregnant before Melissa told her the night Elliot killed her. How could she have known? He'd asked. Oh, I don't know, I replied, as casually as he was when asking me to live with him. Same way she knew I was pregnant when I'd only just found out myself. That was what she told me while we were dancing. I was just surprised. It was sudden, he mumbled. Sudden? You had the look of a man on his way to the electric chair. I laugh. Nothing is going to blunt my overwhelming happiness. Well then, dead men walking must be the happiest in the whole fucking world. He grabs me and plants kisses all over my face. For all his possessiveness, all his alpha male tendencies, all the unspoken violence he has on his hands, Matteo has never once made me feel less than complete bliss, safe, cherished, valued. After Elliot, I never thought I'd trust another man with my heart, my body, my future. But Matteo isn't Elliot. Where Elliot controlled, Matteo protects. Where Elliot diminished, Matteo encourages. Where Elliot hurt, Matteo heals. What are you thinking about now? He asks, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. How different you are from any other man on this earth, I say simply. His features soften. Not really. I just want you safe. Happy. I am, I assure him, standing on tiptoes to kiss him lightly. Even when you're being ridiculously possessive. He grins against my lips. You like it. Sometimes, I admit. When it's because you think I'm the most important thing in your world. You are, he says, no hesitation. You and our baby. His face falls into worry. Are you sure it will be okay, riding the back of the bike in your condition? I laugh and kiss his bottom lip before he gnaws a hole in it. It will be fine. He'll love the adventure and think of the tales we'll be able to tell him. Anyway, we need this. Matteo's lips find mine again, this time with more heat. His hands grip my waist, pulling me tighter against him. "I'll tell you what I need," he husks against the side of my neck, making my nerves shimmer. I thread my fingers through his glossy dark hair. "Oh, and what's that?" His mouth trails down my throat, and I feel myself melting into him despite my better judgment. We have a schedule to keep. "Matteo," I try to sound firm but fail miserably. "We can't do this now. We need to leave for the airport in an hour." He lifts his head, his eyes dark with desire. He moves swiftly, backing me against the wall beside my suitcase. His body pins mine, hard and demanding. "I need to fuck you now," he says, his voice rough. "You need to be punished for teasing me." Matteo -- "You're mine to fuck whenever I want," he continues, his hands already working at the button of my jeans, all the fucking time. His crudeness should offend me, but it doesn't. Not with him. Not when I know the man behind the words. "We're going to be late," I protest weakly. He clamps my wrists above my head using just one hand. "I don't care if God himself appears in front of me right now. Nothing will stop me from fucking your sweet pussy." Heat floods through me. This is the side of Matteo that only I get to see. Raw, unfiltered, completely consumed with desire for me. And God, I love it. Lucrezia's story continues in Ruined by Ravishment. Read it now by typing in your browser www.champlinks.com/sl/Feretti Syndicate, Book 6/. Chapter 46. Lucrezia. The orchestra hits a crescendo, strings vibrating the air as champagne glasses clink around me. I'm looking around for an opportune moment to escape this excruciating conversation with the police chief's wife about her charity for troubled youth when the first shot cracks through the music. For a heartbeat, everything freezes. My mind refuses to process the sound. Then the second shot comes, and the third. Glass shatters somewhere to my left. A woman screams, high and terrified, the sound cutting through the sudden chaos like a knife. The elegant crowd transforms in an instant, from poised socialites to panicking animals. I can't move. My feet feel cemented to the floor, my red dress suddenly too tight, too visible, a target. More gunshots. I lose count. The explosions bounce off the high ceilings and crystal chandeliers, making it impossible to tell where they're coming from. People rush past me, shoulders bumping me, drinks spilling across the floor. Someone's heels crunch over broken glass. Through the stampeding crowd, I spot men in black suits drawing weapons, not our security. Their movements are too precise, too coordinated. 3 of them fan out across the room, firing with chilling accuracy. One of Damiano's men falls near the bar, blood blooming across his white shirt like spilled wine. Another exchange of gunfire erupts by the main entrance. Our security team is returning fire now, but guests are caught in the crossfire, crawling under tables or running blindly toward exits. I should run. I should hide. But my body won't respond to the screaming commands in my head. "Get down!" someone shouts nearby. But I remain standing, a statue in red silk amid the chaos. A crystal chandelier explodes overhead, raining shards of light. The tiny cuts on my bare shoulders barely register. Across the room, I see Enzo dragging Sienna behind an overturned table. Damiano is nowhere in sight. One of the gunmen turns in my direction, his eyes locking with mine. His expression doesn't change as he raises his weapon and aims. I should feel fear. Instead, a strange calm washes over me. Is this how it ends? After everything? "Lucrezia!" The voice breaks through my frozen state, but still I can't move. The gunman's finger tightens on the trigger. I watch it happen in slow motion, fascinated by the mechanical precision of it. A large, dark shape hurtles toward me from the side. The impact knocks the air from my lungs as I'm tackled to the ground. The bullet meant for me shatters the mirror right behind where I stood. I was nanoseconds from being killed. Pain shoots through my elbow as I hit the floor, the weight of a solidly muscular torso pinning me. Warm breath against my ear, the scent of sandalwood and propellant. "Stay down," a deep voice commands. As soon as I gather myself enough to focus, I see Daniel hovering above me, now supporting his weight on one elbow, his body still entirely shielding mine. His gun in his free hand is ready to fire, his eyes constantly scanning for threats. A thin line of blood trickles from his temple, but thank God it's just a graze, not a bullet. The gunman who shot at me is repositioning for another attempt. His cold eyes find me cowering beneath Daniel's protective form. He angles his weapon, and it looks like his aim is pretty damn expert. Daniel fires first. The man staggers back, clutching his shoulder, but doesn't fall. He steadies himself against a column, aiming again. Another shot rings out, but not from Daniel or the wounded gunman. This one comes from someone behind us. My attacker's head snaps back, a spray of red misting the air. He crumples to the floor. "Are you hurt?" Daniel asks, rasping but steady despite the chaos. I shake my head no, my lips trembling too much to utter a word. I realize I'm clinging to his torso like a sloth to a tree branch. "Don't be afraid. I've got you. And I'm getting you out of here right now." Lucrezia's story continues in Ruined by Ravishment. The wedding is tomorrow, and I'm done playing by their rules. Read it now by typing in your browser www.champlinks.com/sl/Feretti Syndicate Book 6/. Do you want an exclusive bonus scene? Read it now by typing in your browser www.champlinks.com/sl/Feretti Syndicate Book 5 bonus scene / Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read or listen the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video, and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.